Foreword by Wen Tai-jun. Humanity shares a common prospect, barbarism or ecological civilization. The most important factor affecting the global economy is the increasing strain caused by U.S. hegemony. Its diplomacy has shaped the economic and trading rules enforced by the IMF, World Bank, and other international institutions in America's favor after World War II. U.S. leadership reached its peak with its Cold War victory over the Soviet Union in 1991, consolidated by increasingly aggressive military diplomacy over the next 20 years. But since 2008 this U.S. diplomacy has become so aggressive that it is now self-destructive, driving other nations out of the U.S. orbit, leading America's international influence to fall increasingly short of its ambition to siphon off the world's income and wealth for itself despite its own weakening economic power. The principal conflict in today's world is between the United States and China. This book by Professor Hudson explains this conflict as a process of international transformation, above all in the sphere of economic systems and policy. He explains why the U.S.-China conflict cannot simply be regarded as market competition between two industrial rivals. It is a broader conflict between different political economic systems, not only between capitalism and socialism as such, but between the logic of an industrial economy and that of a financialized rentier economy increasingly dependent on foreign subsidy and exploitation as its own domestic economy shrivels. Professor Hudson endeavors to revive classical political economy in order to reverse the neoclassical counter-revolution. The essence of 19th-century political economy was its conceptual framework of value, price, and rent theory. Its idea of a free market was one free from economic rent, defined as the excess of market price over intrinsic cost value, and hence unearned income. The classical aim was to free markets from landlords, monopolies, and creditors. Yet the reverse has occurred in the West, particularly since the globalization of neoliberal policies in the 1980s. Historically, the way for industrial nations to gain wealth and power was to make their governments strong enough to prevent a landlord class from dominating, and indeed to suppress the rentier sector as a whole. To promote industrial prosperity, governments provided public services to reduce the costs of living and doing business. Basic services were provided at subsidized prices that would have been replaced by exploitative monopoly prices if key public infrastructure were turned over to private owners. Economically, the most important service that all economies need to function smoothly is the provision of money and bank credit. When privatized, it becomes a rent-extracting choke point. That is why 19th-century economists developing the logic of industrial capitalism concluded that money and banking needed to be a public utility, so as to minimize financial overhead unnecessary for industrial production. Today's anti-classical economics regards financial charges as income earned productively by providing a service, which is categorized as output and hence part of gross domestic product, GDP. That statistical methodology treats financial profits, along with other forms of economic rent, as additions to GDP, not as an overhead burden. This produces an illusion that the real economy is growing. But what actually is growing is the rentier sector, which does not create real economic value, but merely transfers income from debtors, renters, and consumers to creditors, landlords and monopolists. This rentier takeover is achieved by privatizing the public sector to create rent-extracting means for monopoly capital, organized mainly by the financial sector. This book by Professor Hudson is based on the lecture series on finance capitalism that he presented for the Global University for Sustainability. The series is directed towards the Chinese audience because he believes that China's mixed economy with its classical industrial policy has best succeeded in avoiding the neoliberal American disease. These lectures explain why the US and other Western economies have lost their former momentum. A narrow rentier class has gained control and become the new central planner, using its power to drain income from increasingly indebted and high-cost labor and industry. The American disease of deindustrialization has resulted from the costs of industrial production being inflated by the economic rents extracted by this class under the system of financialized monopoly capitalism that now prevails throughout the West. The policy question for China is how it can best maintain its advantage and indeed, Avoid falling prey to American ideological and diplomatic pressure. Professor Hudson summarizes his prescription as follows: first, national statistics should distinguish the productive sectors that create real value from the financial rentier sectors that merely transfer income from the rest of the economy to themselves. A transfer payment is not production. Second, all successful economies have been mixed economies. Money and credit, land, public services, and natural resources should be controlled by the government so that they can be provided at cost or on a subsidized basis, thereby lowering the cost of living and doing business in the private sector. Third, the way to prevent unproductive debt overhead is to tax away economic rent so that it will not be financialized and paid out to banks as interest by speculators and buyers of rent-extracting opportunities. A central point of Professor Hudson's analysis is that U.S. diplomacy is an extension of the neoliberal ideology sponsored by its rentier oligarchy. U.S. exceptionalism means that the United States can ignore international laws, dictate the policies of other countries, and demand that they relinquish control of potential rent-yielding assets, such as banking, mineral resource extraction rights, and high-technology monopolies, to U.S. multinational corporations and those of U.S. economic satellites. For nearly the entire 75 years since World War II, pro-creditor laws have been imposed on all nations within the U.S. diplomatic orbit. This U.S. drive has imposed austerity on global South countries when they have not been able to pay their dollarized debts, sacrificing their domestic economy and the well-being of their people to pay foreign bondholders. What is ironic is that the United States itself is by far the world's largest international debtor. It has turned the dollarized system of international payments into a way to make other countries finance its global military spending by making the foreign reserves of the world's central banks take the form of loans to the U.S. Treasury holdings of U.S. Treasury securities, U.S. bank deposits and other dollar-denominated assets. That is the buttress of today's debt-based dollar hegemony. To break out of this dollar trap, China should stand with other independent nations to develop a new system of international payments and formulate new principles of international law for trade and investment relations. These principles require an overall economic and political doctrine along the lines described in this book. What I find strange is that despite the West's economic, political, social, and cultural problems stemming from its neoliberal anti-classical ideology being obvious for many years, many people in China still look to Western schools and leaders for guidance, as if their own native institutions, civilization, and even their own race are inferior. The defeat of a country starts with the defeat of the people's self-confidence in its institutions. Yet as an American scholar, Professor Hudson, who has studied U.S. finance his entire life and worked on Wall Street for decades, recognizes China's institutional advantages. As long as we have the scientific spirit to continue self-reflection, self-correction, and self-enhancement, there is no reason not to believe that China's social organization and its ideology of common prosperity can lead its society toward a higher form of civilization. The key is to pursue our institutional advantages and abandon the shortcomings of the post-industrial Western rentier economies, not follow the Western neoliberal path and fall into dependency on the U.S. hegemony and ideology that has ground prosperity to a halt in most Western economies, subjected as they are to debt-ridden austerity. Behind today's finance capitalist crisis is thus a profound civilizational crisis. The world is at a crossroad in which all humanity now shares a common prospect: barbarism or ecological civilization. Wen Taijun, Executive Dean, Institute of Rural Reconstruction of China, Southwest University, China. Translated by Alice Chan. Foreword by Lau Qin-chi. How an Economist is Tempered, The Contributions of Micheal Hudson to Humanity's Future. A favorite book of my generation was Nikolai Ostrovsky's 1936 novel How Steel Was Tempered, with the famous quote, "Man's dearest possession is life. It is given to him but once, and he must live it so as to feel no torturing regrets for wasted years, never know the burning shame of a mean and petty past, so live that, dying, he might say, all my life, all my strength were given to the finest cause in all the world, the fight for the liberation of mankind. When I was young, I copied this in my diary to remind myself that every moment should be given to the fight for the liberation of mankind. Many friends of my generation were similarly affected. Starting to write the foreword to Michael Hudson's book The Destiny of Civilization, this quote was the first thing that came to my mind. Having come to know Michael as a person and intellectual, working together intensely on his lectures and book projects, I find him to be dedicated with a single mind, not wasting a moment of his life on less relevant matters. I saw from our back and forth email correspondence that he often sat writing for 15 hours a day, at the age of 82. This self-discipline stems, I believe, from an adamant will to give all his strength to the finest cause in the world. Economist on governing the world and caring for the people. Michael is a world-renowned economist. Here's what has been said about him. David Graeber, author of Debt, The First 5,000 Years and co-organizer of the Occupy Wall Street movement, Michael Hudson is surely the most innovative, and in my view, the most important economic historian of the last half-century. There are few people alive who have taught me more than Michael Hudson. Steve Keen, author of Debunking Economics, Michael Hudson has consistently been an eloquent, erudite, accurate analyst of the strengths and failings of modern capitalism. He is one of the prescient few who anticipated today's never-ending economic crisis, and one of a smaller number still whose advice about how to end the crisis would actually work. Paul Craig Roberts, former Undersecretary of the U.S. Treasury, wrote on February 3, 2016 on Counterpunch, Michael Hudson is the best economist in the world. Indeed, I could almost say that he is the only economist in the world. Almost all of the rest are neoliberals, who are not economists but shills for financial interests. The above is no exaggeration. I would add that Michael is the world's best economist not only in professional expertise but in moral rectitude, fighting for the liberation of mankind. By economist, I would invoke the meaning of the term economy as used in classical Chinese. The contemporary Chinese term economy, Jingji, is derived from the term Jingxi Jimin used in the 4th to 6th century, literally meaning governing the world and caring for the people. This classical sense of the term is most appropriate to describe Michael as an economist, as he has been concerned not with the narrow workings of the status quo of market production and consumption, but with the way the world is governed, and how people take care of themselves and are taken care of. His erudite concerns are presented in this book, aptly entitled The Destiny of Civilization. Eminent scholar and erudite writer. Michael is president of the Institute for the Study of Long-Term Economic Trends, ILET, which he founded in the 1990s to coordinate a joint project with Harvard University's Peabody Museum to create an economic history of the Bronze Age Near East and trace the transformation of economies in their political and social context over the past 5,000 years. Like all his work, this has not merely been about understanding the world. His prime motivation has been his endeavor to create a better and fairer world. One can imagine how a person of integrity, proposing genuine conceptual and practical alternatives to end polarized wealth and power, and, above all, particularly intelligent and competent, would be a threat to corporate and financial interests, their state agents, media propagandists, and mainstream academia. Yet his analysis is so pragmatic and backed by statistics that despite the controversial nature of his critique of mainstream assumptions and theories, Michael remains widely respected for the dozen books he has written. His op-eds have been published in the Financial Times, New York Times, Washington Post, and major European papers, such as the Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung. His numerous cover stories for Harper's Magazine gained him international recognition for not only predicting in 2006 the imminent 2007-08 junk mortgage crisis, but also for diagramming the financial overhang that was causing the crash and leaving debt deflation in its wake, an analysis that he had earlier presented in articles in books published with his colleagues at the University of Missouri at Kansas City, UMKC, and at the Levy Institute at Bard College. He is a frequent guest on a broad range of TV and radio programs, including National Public Radio's Marketplace Reports, Democracy Now!, and numerous Russia TV shows. He is on the editorial board of LAFM's Quarterly, is a regular contributor to the e-blogs Naked Capitalism and Counterpunch, and maintains his own website at micheal-hudson.com, providing access to his frequent public interviews and articles. Micheal has had several books published in Chinese, with more coming soon, and is well known and respected in China. The Chinese Academy of Social Sciences has published numerous articles by him. He has been honorary professor at Huazhong University of Science and Technology in Wuhan, and a professor at the School of Marxist Studies at Peking University. I had read him long before we became acquainted. It was only in May 2016 that we met for the first time, in the company of Samir Emin. Samir and Micheal were attending the First World Congress on Marxism held in Beijing. I introduced to Micheal the work of the Global University for Sustainability, Global U, of which Samir and I were among the initiators. Micheal gracefully accepted to become one of the founding members of the Global U. In May 2018, on the occasion when he, Samir and David Harvey were invited as speakers at the Second World Congress on Marxism in Beijing, I interviewed him on his life and thought. https://r-global-u.org/n/Micheal Hudson/. I was struck by his demeanor of gentleness as a person and poignancy as a thinker. In the one-hour interview, Micheal told his story, which was simply amazing, explaining how his tempering as an economist is a combination of chance and the logic of the circumstances of his time. Between music and economics. Modulation to a higher overtone key. Chance and contingency shape our lives. We might have seen Micheal as a conductor and music theorist, which was his career aspiration as an undergraduate at the University of Chicago, studying for his BA in Germanic philology and the history of culture. At the same time, independently, he became the master student of Oswald Jonas, the collaborator of the German music theorist Heinrich Schenker, emphasizing counterpoint as driving the structural harmonic progression forward by dissonance resolving itself. To Micheal, this unfolding of the overtone system by modulation to a higher key was a musical analog to the dynamic of social evolution. Michael's decision to shift to economics was dramatic. One evening, after moving to New York planning to publish the works of Schenker, George Lukács, and others, he had dinner with Terence McCarthy, an Irish communist and translator of Karl Marx's theories of surplus value. The conversation turned to how changes in water levels caused crop failures in the United States that led to an autumnal drain of money from the stock and bond market, and hence to periodic financial crises. In Michael's words, to me, these interconnections between production, finance, and the overall economy's systemic relationships were so beautiful, so aesthetic in their unfolding like musical counterpoint leading to modulation to a higher overtone key, that I decided on the spot to become an economist. Ever since, he says, he has been able to achieve in his economic writing what he could not have created in music. Michael's first training followed his acceptance of the condition Terence McCarthy set to mentor him, that he would read all the works in the bibliography of Marx's theories of surplus value. So while taking his graduate degrees and working for Wall Street banks, Micheal also worked part-time for the publisher Augustus Kelly to recommend and write introductions to reprints of economic classics. In the process, he acquired a library of books by economists missing from the normal history of economic thought. Childhood and teenage experience. In an adversarial position. Michael's disposition certainly has a lot to do with his family and social background during his formative years. He was born in March 1939 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, into a family of labor activists. Of all the cities in the world, Minneapolis had the strongest Trotskyist influence. Michael's father, Carlos Hudson, had worked with Leon Trotsky in Mexico and had been one of the leaders of the Great Minneapolis General Strike of 1934 as editor of the Northwest Organizer. His father loved Huckleberry Finn, and Micheal was called Huck by family and friends. But since his father's party name was Jack Ranger, Micheal as a boy also was nicknamed the son of the Lone Ranger. When Micheal was 3 years old, Carlos Hudson was jailed under the Smith Act as one of the Minneapolis 17. Carlos remarked that his year in prison was the happiest time of his life, being assigned to the library, where he collected a long list of proverbs that Micheal reproduced on his blog in June 2017. Reading Dad's many proverbs, one might come to see not only how J is for junk economics came to be structured, but also where Micheal's remarkable sense of humor and witty comments can be traced. When he was growing up in Chicago, visitors to his house included former German colleagues of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, and members of the Third International when Lenin was still alive and in power. There was almost constant discussion of socialist doctrine and tactics in the meetings convened in his home. When Micheal was 14 years old, in the University of Chicago's high school, he was called a fascist by Stalinists and a communist by fascists. He told me, "I was very happy being in an adversarial position, yet also the reasonable voice avoiding ideology. I liked being hated by the right wing because it made me a lot of friends and I recruited many members into the socialist youth groups in Chicago." Getting more confident and stronger when put in an adversarial position probably has been one of the key traits of his life. Micheal has never accepted the world as it is, with its frauds, hypocrisy, and injustice. Yet it has taken more than self-confidence and a strong spine to become the great economist that he is today. One reason for his brilliance and uniqueness is that he has not been swayed by his academic training in the unrealistic theories of the economics schools in the universities that justify rather than critically challenge the status quo. Micheal has developed his analytic ideas through his real-life work experience in many countries, combined with his deep understanding of the history of economic thought. Wall Street Bank experience countering ideology. While employed by Wall Street banks as a statistical economist to understand how the financialized economy works, Micheal studied for a master's and then a PhD degree in economics at New York University. According to him, most teachers in the master's program at NYU were part-time. The relatively few full-time academics had no experience working in a bank or corporation, their worldview came from textbooks. Micheal fortunately found out for himself how the banks worked, starting as a statistical analyst for the Savings Bank Trust for 3 years, and then as balance of payments economist for the Chase Manhattan Bank from 1964 to 1967. Initially, Micheal's job was to trace how savings were recycled into new mortgage loans by New York savings banks. His research showed that most deposits grew not by new saving, but simply by the accrual of dividends at compound interest. This exponential growth was recycled into new mortgage loans to buyers of real estate, seeking ever larger debt/equity ratios in order to dispose of the surplus finance capital. He saw that commercial banks did not lend money to finance new industrial capital investment, but only lent against existing assets, seeking above all to turn their profits or rents into a flow of interest payments. In short, rents were for paying interest. And increasingly today, so are wages, because payments on bank loans, mortgage loans, student debt, and credit card debt eat away at the disposable income of most families. This is the monthly nut that households pay to the finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector off the top of their paychecks. Later, at Chase Manhattan, Micheal compiled statistics to trace how the export earnings of foreign countries were captured into paying debt service. He also traced statistically how U.S. oil companies made profits by transfer pricing, selling crude oil production cheaply to tax-free non-countries such as Liberia or Panama that used U.S. currency. The oil was then resold to refineries in Europe and the USA at a markup so high that oil companies had no profits to report, and hence paid no income tax anywhere on their international and domestic operations. To U.S. policymakers, this exploitation was a success story. In 1966 the oil industry had copies of Micheal's report placed on the desk of every senator and representative, and obtained special favoritism as a result of the sector's strong contribution to the U.S. balance of payments during the Vietnam War years. The conflict between this reality and academic orthodoxy struck him in 1968 when he had to retake the money and banking part of his PhD orals, because his answers were based on his real-world monetary and financial experience, which was at odds with the Chicago school monetarism and vulgarized Keynesian liberalism that had become the academic norm. That was an era when textbooks still taught of helicopters dropping money on the economy, not acknowledging the principle that Micheal has made at many monetary conferences ever since: the central bank's helicopter only flies over Wall Street. Money from this helicopter is lent out to buyers of real estate, stocks, and bonds, and to corporate raiders, with little being spent on goods and services. So the effect is asset price inflation, which Micheal has shown leads to debt deflation, as homeowners need to borrow higher and higher mortgage loans to afford the debt-inflated cost of housing, leaving them with less to spend on real goods and services. This now obvious linkage between rising housing costs and debt deflation was deemed heresy in the 1960s. Mainstream economists thought that as families became wealthier homeowners, they would have more to spend, ignoring the debt dimension of how homes were bought on credit that steadily pushed up the cost of obtaining housing. The finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector was, and still is, treated as if its rentier income should be added to the economy's output instead of siphoning it off. Economic historian delving into the origins of money and debt. Micheal's experience on Wall Street inspired him to set about investigating the origins of money and replacing the individualistic theories of its origin with a more realistic and historically based explanation. His technical articles and monographs are now accepted as documenting how money originated, not in barter among individuals, but as a means of palatial accounting in Bronze Age Mesopotamia, above all to denominate debts owed to the palace, temples, and other creditors in grain and silver as common denominators whose units were set as having equal value for fiscal payments to the palace. Micheal also has shown that instead of interest being invented by individuals lending cattle or grain to reflect productivity rates, as Austrian theory imagines, early interest rates were set by the palaces or other civic authorities simply on the basis of ease of accounting, in terms of the local system of fractions 60 ths in Mesopotamia and Egypt, decimals in Egypt and Greece, and the 12-based duodecimal system in Rome, 1 troy ounce on the pound per year, increasingly decimalized into 1% per month. Finally, he has applied this historical analysis to modern times by showing that throughout history, debts have grown at compound interest faster than the economy is able to pay, leading to foreclosures and economic polarization if the debts are not cancelled. Indeed, for this reason, personal debts were cancelled when new rulers took the throne in Sumer, Babylonia, Egypt, and their neighboring lands, in contrast to Greek and Roman oligarchic opposition to debt cancellation and imposition of pro-creditor laws. Micheal's insights into the workings of modern financialized rent-seeking economies, both within the United States and globally, have prompted him to conduct years of research not only into the origins of money and accounting, but into the origins of labor and how it was paid, the origins of land tenure and taxation, and the origins and history of debt. This analysis has led to his well-known proposition that debts that can't be paid, won't be paid, and to his advocacy that unpayable debts should be cancelled, and can be cancelled without causing economic disruption, and indeed that without doing so, economies will polarize and crash. At the World Social Forums, I had marched with tens of thousands of participants, including Samir Emin and Emmanuel Wallerstein, with a banner whose slogan "Don't owe, won't pay" demanded cancellation of debts for impoverished countries of the global south. However, I sometimes wondered if the slogan was chanted by many from a political position without a deep understanding of how the debts were generated. The slogan would be meek if it were only a political position to express the distress of the indebted countries and peoples, without an appreciation of why and how the debts should be cancelled. Micheal's advocacy of debt cancellation does not come from a simplistic political position, though certainly the proposition itself is profoundly political. The proposition comes from his insider knowledge of the operation of banks, oil companies, the government, and even the military. This experience informed his understanding of the domestic and global politics of the United States, and of the financial dynamics of debt and the long history of debt cancellation in antiquity. Exempt from academic dogmatism and left-wing infantilism, Micheal's economic theories are based on decades of pragmatic statistical and historical inquiry, backed by his earlier training in cultural history as well as his comprehensive reading of Marx's economic works. Staunch critic of U.S. super-imperialism. Working for the accounting firm Arthur Andersen, Micheal spent a year analyzing the U.S. balance of payments. His statistics showed that the entire payments deficit resulted from military spending on the Vietnam War and elsewhere. Seeking ways to finance that military deficit led the U.S. government to ameliorate the worsening balance of payments deficit by asking U.S. banks to set up branches in offshore banking centers to attract the world's criminal capital, from drug dealings to kleptocratic embezzlement, the world's new neoliberal sectors. This outgrowth of oil industry flags of convenience has led to today's crisis of tax enclaves, enabling the world's wealthy individuals and corporations to avoid taxation and file fictitious economic statistics. Micheal has exposed this in numerous introductions to books and in interviews in documentary films. Micheal's understanding of how the global economy under U.S. hegemony worked enabled him to forecast in Ramparts in 1968 that the USA would have to go off gold, which it indeed did in August 1971. Explaining how ending the gold standard had inaugurated the U.S. Treasury bill standard that obliged foreign governments to finance the U.S. balance of payments and domestic budget deficits, his first book, Super Imperialism, The Economic Strategy of American Empire, 1972, gained him international recognition and has been translated into many languages. He had hoped to help countries resist the system of dollarization that has enabled the United States to obtain a free ride for its foreign military spending and takeover of other economies. But from the very beginning, the U.S. government used the book as a how-to-do-it manual. Micheal was quickly employed by Herman Kahn's Hudson Institute to explain to the White House and the Department of Defense how the new international financial order worked. The success of Micheal's books led many Wall Street and Canadian financial institutions to retain him as a consultant forecasting interest rates and currency exchange rates. The Canadian government invited him as financial advisor to develop the balance of payments dimension of what has become modern monetary theory, MMT, showing that Canada did not need foreign loans to finance its provincial and other domestic spending. His book describing why Canada did not need foreign borrowing for its provinces and companies to spend domestically, Canada in the New Monetary Order, 1978, showed that when Canada borrowed abroad, the central bank still had to create domestic money in any case to be spent locally as a counterpart to the foreign currency inflow. Hardly by surprise, this led to passionate attacks by Canada's banks seeking to profiteer by indebting the economy through their loan underwriting. But it also led to further contracts with Canada's State Department and Science Council. In the late 1970s, Micheal was invited by the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, UNITR, to become economic advisor on North-South debt and trade. He warned of the coming Latin American debt defaults, which indeed began in 1982 with Mexico. He subsequently has served as economic advisor to numerous governments, agencies, and political parties from Latvia to Greece. He has argued for national protectionism and capital controls to resist free trade imperialism, for domestic money creation to finance domestic spending on less inflationary terms than borrowing foreign currency, and for the need to tax and limit rentier gains in real estate and finance. Academic and theoretical contributions. Micheal has worked within academia on sustained intellectual inquiry. For many years he was on the economics faculty of the University of Missouri at Kansas City, UMKC, which became the center of MMT in the early 2000s with Randall Wray, Stephanie Kelton, and Bill Black. He was economic research director at the Riga Graduate School of Law, RGSL, where he became chief of the Committee of Experts for the Renewal Task Force Latvia, RTFL.LV. As for his most well-known academic inquiry, that into the history of debt and money, he was appointed a research fellow in Babylonian economics at the Peabody Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology at Harvard University, where he organized a colloquium every few years from 1994 onward. The 5 volumes of conference colloquia that he has co-edited have rewritten the economic history of the ancient Near East and classical antiquity. These colloquia were on privatization, land tenure, and real estate ownership, which were found to be based on fiscal liability, debt cancellation, and economic renewal, the origins of money and accounting, and the origins of labor services, discovered to have arisen to work on public infrastructure and to work off personal debts. The findings of these colloquia and their members refute previous libertarian individualistic theorizing on economic origins, and have now become the new orthodoxy among Assyriologists, Egyptologists, and anthropologists, most notably Michael's friend David Graeber, who wrote his book Debt, The First 5,000 Years, largely to popularize Michael's approach. The essential focus of the colloquium volumes is on how money, interest-bearing debt, and land tenure were innovated in the palaces and temples of the ancient Near East, and on how the privatization of money and credit led to the polarization in ownership of land and other wealth in the hands of private oligarchies from classical antiquity to today's Western economies. As one of the few economists who predicted the 2008 crash, Michael published one of his most important theoretical papers in 2006, Saving, Asset Price Inflation, and Debt-Induced Deflation. It accurately explained how the exponential expansion of credit created corresponding debt that would lead to the impending financial crash and its aftermath. On September 8, 2009, Dirk Bessemer wrote an article Why Some Economists Could See It Coming in the Financial Times, which stated that Michael Hudson of the University of Missouri wrote in 2006 that debt deflation will shrink the real economy, drive down real wages, and push our debt-ridden economy into Japan-style stagnation or worse. Importantly, these and other analysts not only foresaw and timed the end of the credit boom, but also perceived this would inevitably produce recession in the U.S. One in L. Randall Ray and Matthew Furstater, eds, Money, Financial Instability and Stabilization Policy, Cheltenham, 2006, pages 104-24. That article included the set of charts that helped make Michael famous for his explanation of why financial crises are endemic and lead to secular stagnation. Today, with the world in deep financial crisis, Michael has reiterated his proposition that unpayable or odious debts should be cancelled, and indeed must be cancelled in order to avoid a global austerity crisis and economic polarization stemming from chronic debt deflation. One point of clarification here. The United States has become the world's biggest debtor, mainly as a byproduct of the fact that most international debts are denominated in dollars. This poses a basic question: which debts should be wiped out? Michael urges that the debts of over-indebted households and impoverished countries in the global south should be written down, but that one debt should not be cancelled, the official foreign debt of the U.S. government. The United States has run up this official foreign debt like its domestic treasury debt without expecting ever to actually pay it off. It has no intention of imposing on itself the austerity that it and the IMF demand of other debtor countries. This asymmetry, along with the U.S. sponsorship of today's new Cold War, has led leading dollar-holding nations such as China and Russia to begin de-dollarizing their economies. This signals the fracturing of the world economy that Michael predicted in his 1977 global fracture. The United States is forcing other countries to choose between accepting a dollarized and militarized rentier austerity, or going their own way by creating mixed public/private growth-oriented economies. For socialism. For us on the Global U team, it has been a great privilege and honor to be learning from Michael, face to face. He was invited to give lectures in Hong Kong and Macau in November 2019, during which he had a dialogue with Wen Taijun on economic and financial issues in China. During the 7th and 8th South-South Forums on Sustainability in 2020 and 2021, he had further discussions with Wen Taijun. Michael has a particular concern for China's development, as he feels that China is the leading exception to the U.S.-based neoliberal economic model, not taking the destructive advice of the IMF and World Bank. He has argued that China's economy can be resilient if it organizes its real estate, debt, and tax system to avoid the rentier financialization process that is destroying the West. In September 2020, while we were chatting online, I sounded the idea that Michael give a lecture series for Global U. Michael accepted on the spot. I emailed him a proposal of 10 topics, and within 5 hours he came back with a detailed outline. The lectures were delivered weekly in September-December 2020. Rewriting these lectures to create the current book took another few months. I sometimes wonder whether Michael would have had second thoughts if he had known that his spontaneous acceptance of my request would take 10 months of his time. But fortunately for readers, this became a blessed opportunity to access his central ideas and be guided to his dozen books. The videoed lectures, subtitled in Chinese and divided into 70 episodes, were screened in April-August 2021 in China. The first episode has been watched by over 188,000 viewers, with 30,000 viewers on average for the remaining episodes. The English subtitled lectures are available on www.micheal-hudson.com. What readers now hold in their hand, the book written on the basis of these lectures, presents Michael's dissection of the burning global issues of today, and his explanation of how the industrial capitalism analyzed in the 19th century by Marx and other classical economists has turned into finance capitalism based on debt and rent extraction. This financialized system is polarizing the Western economies and threatening their collapse in a wave of foreclosures and new privatizations by a financial oligarchy. Most important are Michael's proposed alternatives for de-dollarization and deprivatization to avoid global debt deflation and new Cold War imperialism. Indeed, if civilization is to avoid the destiny of destruction, if humanity is to have a future, socialism is the only way, and that is what Michael has passionately argued in this book. Lao Qinqi, Director, Executive Team, Global University for Sustainability Coordinator, Program on Cultures of Sustainability, Center for Cultural Research and Development, Lingnan University, Hong Kong, China. Preface. This book started as a series of lectures in October 2020 on the political economy of globalization and the logic guiding China, Russia, and other countries to break free of US dollar diplomacy. These lectures were sponsored by the Global University for Sustainability as part of its South-South Dialogue Master Series. The discussion was led by Qinqi Lao and included Erebus Wang, Sui Sit and Tung Yiko. All are on the faculty of Lingnan University's Center for Cultural Research and Development in Hong Kong or are associated with it. Ashley Dayman in Australia also participated and has been remarkably helpful in discussing and copy-editing my lectures. Other support came from the Green Ground Eco-Tech Center in Beijing, and the Asian Regional Exchange for New Alternatives, Arena Hong Kong. The discussion quickly came to focus on the difference between today's finance capitalism and the industrial capitalism described by 19th-century classical economists. The historical task of industrial capitalism and classical political economy was to free economies from the hereditary landlord class and predatory usurious finance. That seemed to be occurring from the late 19th century to the outbreak of World War I in 1914. But instead of progress into what was considered to be modern a century ago, the rentier interests have reasserted themselves. Their neoliberal ideology inverts the classical idea of a free market from one free from economic rent to one free for the rentier classes to extract rent and gain dominance. In contrast to classical political economy, their ideology promotes tax favoritism for rentiers, privatization, financialization, and deregulation. U.S. foreign policy seeks to extend this neoliberal rentier program throughout the world, mainly for the benefit of Wall Street, the City of London, Frankfurt, the Paris Bourse and other financial centers. That effort is at the core of today's global fracturing. The resulting dynamics of financialization and debt deflation are polarizing and, as such, are antithetical to widespread industrial prosperity. The leading beneficiary of neoliberal ideology is the finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector. That sector is based on the symbiosis of finance and real estate. Rent extraction by that sector, along with the extraction of natural resource rents from oil and mining, and the monopoly rents resulting from the privatization of public enterprises, has become the central dynamic of the finance capitalism that has expanded to overpower industrial capitalism since World War I. The central role played by mortgage debt is largely the result of land and home ownership being democratized on credit. Owner-occupied housing has replaced tenancy to a hereditary absentee landlord class living off ground rents. But rent is still being paid to the banks, whose main source of revenue is mortgage lending. A drastic phase change occurred with the Reagan-Thatcher revolution of the 1980s with its privatizations, junk bonding of corporate industry, and dominant financial strategy of creating wealth by asset price inflation, capital gains. By 2000 this strategy had led to a merger of investment banking with commercial banking, opening the gates for junk mortgage lending, commercial bank fraud, speculation in financial and insurance derivatives, and a broad regulatory capture of government by the FIRE sector. These changes led America to seek gains financially, deindustrializing its economy by asset stripping using corporate revenue for stock buybacks and dividend payouts instead of new capital investment and offshoring its labor and production in an attempt to win the race to the bottom. U.S. financialization policy thus provides an object lesson in the economic dynamics that China and other nations need to avoid. Readers may forgive me for returning repeatedly to the above themes throughout these lectures. My aim is to emphasize the common denominators in today's financialized rentier economies, and to show how their polarizing financial dynamics have become universal, threatening China as well as the United States and Europe. Introduction. Most forecasts of GDP and national income assume that existing trends will continue, with economic product and income growing exponentially at historical rates, ad infinitum. But economic reality knows only one form of perpetual exponential growth, that of debt accruing at compound interest. Financial claims expand by mathematical principles independent of the economy's ability to pay. The real economy's growth tapers off as its circular flow of income between producers and consumers is drained by debt overhead charges. That is the phenomenon of debt deflation. The tendency for debts and savings to grow faster than the underlying economy imposes austerity on labor and industry, and polarizes the distribution of wealth, real estate, stocks, and bonds, much more than that of income. In due course financial wealth politicizes itself, aiming to block governments from regulating and taxing creditors, large property owners and monopolists. The task of today's neoliberal economics is to provide an ideological cover story to rationalize this opposition to public regulation and progressive taxation. What appears at first glance to be a libertarian ideology of minimal government turns out to be a capture of government by increasingly centralized financial interests. The result is an inherently anti-democratic power grab by the 1%. Neoliberal ideology diverts attention from the economy's polarizing dynamics. Neoliberal orthodoxy aims to deter governments from public regulation, as if the major problem is not the rentier sector's debt and rent overhead, but governments strong enough to prevent predatory rent extraction. Today's national income and GDP statistics depict the finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector and extraction of economic rent from land, natural resources, monopolies, and banking as productive, not as overhead to be minimized. Government intervention is deemed unnecessary by assuming the operation of supposedly natural tendencies for economies to settle automatically at a stable equilibrium, with wealth and income becoming more fairly and equally distributed, internationally as well as nationally. This fiction is necessary to support the claim that governments should step aside and refrain from interfering with free markets. The reality is that neoliberal free markets and free trade concentrate wealth and income in the hands of creditors and other rentiers, polarizing economies domestically and indeed internationally. Wealth addiction as a polarizing dynamic. The most fatal error that any theory can make is to get the direction of change wrong. But that is what today's mainstream economics does. Its notion of consumer choice assumes diminishing marginal utility, based on the trite observation that as consumers are satiated with food, each additional mouthful gives less pleasure, utility. So demand is supposed to fall with increasing supply. A subtle sleight of hand then uses food and other consumables as a proxy for wealth as if the only purpose of obtaining wealth is to buy consumer goods. The implication is that the richest individuals will become satiated with their wealth and leave more eager and hungry newcomers to strive to earn more and catch up. But Plato, Aristotle, and indeed most classical Greek philosophers, poets and dramatists recognized that wealth is addictive, and that creditor demands threaten to disrupt social balance. In their view, the more money one has, the more its possessor falls prone to a money lust for more. Money and power are not like a diet of bananas making one quickly satiated. Once addicted, one never has enough. And wealth addiction leads to a hubristic use of economic power to gain control of government and use it to facilitate greed and patronage power over clients, debtors, and renters. That is the history of classical Greek, Roman and modern oligarchies in a nutshell. The abstinence theory of interest implies that the richest individuals are not greedy but are patient in foregoing consumption and making, or financing, a productive sacrifice to make their wealth. Recipients of interest are depicted as playing a productive role helping economies grow. But most lending today, and indeed, historically, has not been for productive purposes, and most wealth has not been gained by hard work as much as by the rentier privileges that go with one's inherited status and assets. If non-consumption was the key to wealth, starving people would be the richest. Mainstream theory also ignores the limited range of choice that confronts most non-affluent people. Consumer spending is depicted as being open to choice, whether to consume now or save up for the future, earning interest, which is seen as a reward for abstaining from consumption. There is no acknowledgement of interest as a form of economic rent obtained by inheritance or privilege, nor that the indebted poor need to pay interest, or rent, as a condition of survival for basic needs. Your money or your life is the choice that in reality accounts for most consumer spending, headed by housing, education, healthcare, and emergencies. Marginalism and centrist politics ignore the structural causes of inequality. Looking at small changes occurring in a given economic and political environment, marginalism focuses on income, consumer spending, and investment in the short run, not on the direction in which property and debt relations are moving. Lacking the concepts of wealth addiction, predatory lending and the mathematics of compound interest, marginalist economic theory does not acknowledge that without public checks and balances, economies will polarize as wealthy elites use their power to impoverish the non-rentier sectors. Like marginalism, centrist politics only recognizes problems that can be resolved without challenging the status quo and its vested interests. Centrism assumes that however much the economy is polarizing, life can go on without systemic institutional change. This policy passivity ignores the tendency of economies to polarize as imbalances mount up, imbalances that are largely financial in character, with the FIRE sector's exponential growth of debt being their primary cause. Centrists view the economy as if automatic stabilizers will return life to normal growth in due course. But nothing marginal can save economies from polarizing as a widening swath of the population becomes more indebted while wealth is monopolized. Assuming that all debts can and should be paid, this centrism opposes reforms that would block the financial sector from indebting the economy and then monopolizing it as defaulters forfeit their homes and businesses. And when indebted cities and states suffer declining tax revenues and budget deficits as a result of debt deflation and economic polarization, they are told to cut back public spending, borrow or sell off public property and infrastructure rights. The effect is to increase the financial sector's power. Free trade imperialism and that of U.S.-centered finance capital. 50 years ago, in 1969, I started lecturing graduate economics students at New York's New School on theories of trade, development, and foreign debt. Point 1 From the outset I found a serious problem. If I taught the mainstream trade theory that appeared in the standard textbooks, it was not realistic. If I taught how trade and investment work in reality, it would be the opposite of what the textbook models taught and still teach. A perhaps apocryphal story about an American evangelist expressed the problem. Taunted about his illiteracy, he replied, "What is the sense of knowing such a lot, if what you know isn't so?" Mainstream theory assumes production functions to be subject to diminishing returns. Yet the reality is increasing returns, thanks to the progress of technology in industry, agriculture, and commerce. That perception was the essence of the American School of Political Economy in the 19th century, and of Joseph Schumpeter's creative destruction by innovative firms employing new technology to cut costs and thus undersell existing producers. It is one of the principles guiding China's economic rise. Without tariff protection, production subsidies, and related government support, many countries will be unable to develop their industry and agriculture and move towards self-sufficiency in essentials by investing to modernize their technology, and therefore will remain dependent on trade patterns and credit dominated by the lead nations. If China had followed mainstream orthodoxy, it would have left its industry and agriculture to market forces, meaning the existing productivity gaps. The market would have left it with rising trade dependency and hence dollar dependency on U.S. banks and international organizations. That is the policy that the United States and other industrial creditor nations would like all countries to follow instead of funding their own industry and agriculture to become self-sufficient. The reality is that international productivity and income gaps widen, with increasing returns to scale and rising creditor power benefiting the lead nations. The counterpart to the widening advantage of these nations is obsolescence for economies not keeping pace with improvements in productivity. Free trade theory is a rationale to justify such widening gaps and the resulting trade and financial dependency as the most efficient development policy. But instead of describing how Britain, the United States and Germany industrialized and gained world leadership by protecting their industries in the 19th and early 20th centuries, neoliberal free trade ideology. 1. Trade, Development, and Foreign Debt, a History of Theories of Polarization v. Convergence in the World Economy, New ed., Dresden, 2010, Chinese translation, Beijing, 2012. Hypothesizes a what-if world. The so-called gains from free trade from buying lower-priced goods abroad actually measure the degree of trade dependency resulting from wage and productivity gaps. The drive by the United States to impose debt and trade dependency is the essence of today's new Cold War shaped by active and often violent U.S. diplomacy. Charlie Wilson's famous phrase, "What's good for General Motors is good for the country," has been transmuted into "What's good for Wall Street is good for America." When merged with evangelistic U.S. foreign policy, "What's good for America is good for the world," the logical syllogism is clear: what's good for Wall Street is good for the world. Dealing with financial polarization requires systemic across-the-board reforms. Social systems are different from individuals acting by themselves. Changing a social system requires systemic across-the-board reforms, not merely marginal changes. Creating a post-rentier economy requires debt write-downs, tax reform falling on economic rents, and public infrastructure investment to prevent monopoly rent-seeking. These changes in property relations are necessarily systemic and require complementary monetary and legal reforms to retain stability over time. Such systemic changes must be coordinated, they cannot be introduced piece by piece at different times. That is what makes real reform revolutionary. Mainstream economics throws up its hands at this point and says that structural problems are exogenous, that is, outside the scope of marginalist models. Garbed in convoluted mathematics to deter the public from seeing their silliness, these models impose a tunnel vision to avoid describing the real world's debt and property dynamics. By not recognizing the polarizing forces at play, these models frustrate recognition of many necessary public policy reforms. A nation's economic path is not predetermined but is subject to active policy decisions. That is why classical economists called their discipline political economy. The political context is shaped not only by reformers but also by their rentier adversaries, because structural reform does not occur without the vested interests fighting back. In the international sphere, where the U.S. dollar is used as the major world currency under the Treasury bill standard, the United States resists attempts by trade-dependent countries and dollar debtors to create a less exploitative and polarizing diplomacy. Threatening reformers with color revolutions and regime change, U.S. policy has been to install dictatorships and client oligarchies, praised as part of the free world democracy and rules-based order as long as they support the neoliberal Washington consensus. Rejecting the dollar standard and the finance capitalist dynamic behind it requires an alternative economy organized to avoid privatization of economic rent and predatory finance. The starting point must be to recognize the distinction between earned income, wages and profits, and unearned overhead income, economic rent. It also must recognize how finance capitalism has gained power over industrial economies, above all in the United States, from which it seeks to project itself globally. Led by the financialized U.S. economy, today's new Cold War is a fight to impose rentier-based finance capitalism on the entire world. That requires blocking foreign economic reform. Chapter 1 explains industrial capitalism's 19th-century aim to free economies from rent-seeking, and how this reform program failed to be realized after World War I, leading to finance capitalism instead of socialism. Chapter 2 describes how finance capitalism has inverted the moral philosophy that underpinned classical economics and its concept of free markets, with mainstream economic ideology now defending rentiers instead of seeking to end their economic and political dominance. Chapter 3 traces how this counter-revolution has internationalized itself to create a cosmopolitan financial oligarchy whose business plan involves reducing most of the planet to debt and trade dependency. To explain the dynamics at work, Chapter 4 reviews the classical concept of economic rent as unearned income and the result of privilege. Chapter 5 describes how the post-feudal landlord aristocracies that ruled Europe have metamorphosed into today's financial oligarchies, whose income and wealth remain based on rent extraction from assets financed by interest-bearing debt. The effect is to transform rent into a flow of interest payments. Chapter 6 places these dynamics in their international context. Free trade opposes government tariffs and actions to support industry and uplift the status and welfare of labor. Chapter 7 describes the most egregious attempts to block the authority of governments to protect their economies from social and environmental destruction. Reviewing how these destabilizing and polarizing economic dynamics have politicized themselves, Chapter 8 describes how the threat by democratic politics to legislate reforms has been countered by party politics to prevent moves to create economic democracy. Chapter 9 elaborates how the rentier interests have consolidated their control of government despite nominal democratic politics, this having occurred most thoroughly in the United States with its oligarchic two-party duopoly. Chapter 10 describes the extent to which U.S. diplomacy has succeeded in making foreign countries keep their central bank savings in the form of loans to the U.S. Treasury, thereby financing America's foreign military spending that remains the major cause of the U.S. balance of payments and domestic government budget deficits. Chapter 11 examines how U.S. neoliberal advice led the former Soviet Union to deindustrialize, and how the aim of neoliberal ideology is to turn public enterprises and utilities into rent-yielding financial vehicles. The world does not have to follow this path. Chapter 12 reviews the classical concepts of value and rent that were intended to guide policymakers in creating a tax and regulatory system to minimize unearned income in the mixed economies toward which industrial capitalism seemed to be evolving in the 19th and early 20th centuries. The concluding Chapter 13 summarizes why a financialized and privatized economy is incompatible with economic growth and rising prosperity for most of the population. It contrasts the economic program of industrial capitalism and its seeming evolution towards socialism with the finance capitalism that has emerged and gained momentum since the 1980s to monopolize economic growth in the hands of the top 1% of the population, with the remainder of the top 5% being given more modest opportunities for their role as cheerleaders and enablers. Only a radical across-the-board reform can reverse the Western world's polarizing trends and dependency relationships. That is what makes today's new Cold War so critical in determining the future course of world evolution and avoiding a Roman-style economic and demographic collapse. Part I: The Dynamics of Economic Polarization. 1. Industrial capitalism's reform program to free markets from the rentiers. Any economic theory tends to express the vantage point of one class or nation relative to others. Economics, therefore, is inherently political. Its language and basic concepts are designed to shape how people think economies work, and therefore what policies they will support. At issue for the past 2 centuries is whether the income that a landlord, banker, or monopolist gets is called earnings for producing a good or service, or economic rent, defined as unearned income, received without actually working or providing intrinsic value. The concept of empty prices without value was the essence of classical economics as it was developed in the 19th century. Its formulator sought to minimize the payment of economic rent to anyone but the tax collector. But by the end of that century, defenders of landlords and monopolists claimed that there is no such thing as economic rent. This post-classical school has become the dominant economic ideology and won control of producing the national income and gross domestic product, GDP, statistics that purport to measure an economy's growth or shrinkage. What is claimed to be an empirical scientific measure turns out to rest on the highly political issue of whether the wealthiest classes are helping the economy grow or acting parasitically. Are the rentier classes getting wealthy from financial, real estate and monopoly income that merely adds to the economy's price level, the cost of living and doing business without actually producing real output? Today's academic mainstream has been captured by the rentier classes. It is not immediately apparent that this modern school is a reaction diametrically opposed to the basic assumptions, logic, and above all the value, price and rent theory developed by classical economists in the 19th century. The classical aim was to promote industrial capitalism by limiting the intrusive power of the post-feudal rentier class. Adam Smith, David Ricardo, J.S. Mill and even Karl Marx are cited as founders of economics as a discipline, without acknowledgement that their basic concepts are rejected today, precisely because their common aim was to prevent the rent-seeking and financial problems that are plaguing today's financialized capitalism. This opposition between the classical economists as critics of rentiers and today's celebration of them as the mainspring of economics helps explain why the history of economic thought has been dropped from the academic curriculum. If the eye offends thee, pluck it out. And to the rentier classes receiving an economic free lunch, nothing is more offensive than the thought that they are not productive of real value, because that thought leads naturally to the classical policy of taxing away economic rent and keeping natural monopolies, basic infrastructure, and, above all, banking and money creation in the public domain. That classical policy was supported not only by opponents of industrial capitalism, but by the industrial class itself, at least at a time before industry had become financialized. Surprising as it may seem today, classical political economy appeared to be leading toward what today would be called socialism, and indeed was widely called that, because the central elements of both it and socialism reflected the logic of early industrial capitalism. It advocated taxation of land rent to end the landlord class's privileges and lower the cost of doing business. Public infrastructure investment in natural monopolies promised to make industrial economies more competitive. Industrial capitalism thus welcomed a strong state one minimizing and also subsidizing the cost of doing business, including the cost of living that employers had to cover in paying their wage labor. By the late 19th century, this logic led most economic writers to expect that socialism would emerge in one form or another, especially in view of the rising role played by the democratic reforms that were ending the political domination of hereditary landlords and their associated real estate and financial interests. There was Christian socialism, Ricardian socialism, taxing land rent and other privileged income, Marxist socialism, and even a libertarian anarchist socialism. All successful economies are mixed economies, with checks on the financial sector. Britain achieved industrial dominance in the 18th century by mercantilism, protecting its own industry and restricting its colonies from producing their own manufactures, and establishing sterling as a key currency to control their monetary, credit and banking systems. Likewise, the United States introduced protective tariffs after its Civil War ended in 1865. That, along with a far-reaching public infrastructure system to subsidize its manufacturers, enabled American industry to overtake that of Britain by World War I. The most important sector to keep in government hands is banking and credit, along with other basic services. China has kept banking and credit public and subsidized its industry by creating a vast economic infrastructure, headed by public education and health, transportation, and communications. Yet when Chinese students take economics classes at American, British or other Western universities, they are taught that this road to success is not supposed to work, or at least, mainstream economic theory cannot explain why it works. According to textbook theory, China should not have become a success story. The doctrine of comparative advantage teaches that it would have been better off remaining an agricultural country, because government planning to subsidize industrial and agricultural modernization is a wasteful and intrusive distortion of free markets. A corollary of this neoliberal logic is that the United States should have become richer as a result of its financialization and privatization since 1980. However, this policy has sharply increased market prices for housing, stocks, and bonds. These forms of property and financial securities are not actual means of production, but rentier claims on income and output. Typical American families are obliged to spend whatever rise in wages they receive on the cost of housing, rents or mortgage payments, as interest, financial fees and penalties on other borrowings, and on privatized health care and education. That is primarily why financialized wealth has been concentrated at the top of the economic pyramid, leaving the bottom 90% more deeply in debt. The success story of finance capitalism has been achieved by leaving the U.S. economy debt-ridden and its living standards stagnating over the past 4 decades. The shift to debt-financed education has left students and many of their parents burdened with debt, while rising housing prices have forced new buyers to go deeply into debt to obtain homes of their own to start their own families. As a result of these rentier dynamics, Western economies are not in a cyclical downturn from which they are scheduled to emerge by some presumably regular periodicity shaped by the operation of self-correcting automatic stabilizers. The West's post-1945 prosperity has reached its financial limit. Diverting income to pay interest and rent is preventing economies from escaping from their current stagnation. Neoliberal economics cannot explain why this financialization has deindustrialized the United States, made its economy less productive and turned it into a post-industrial economy. Official statistics depict this as economic growth, not decadence. Lloyd Blankfein, head of the leading U.S. investment bank Goldman Sachs, has claimed that his firm's partners are the most productive individuals in the United States, as shown by the fact that they make the highest salaries and bonuses. And the National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, count these as additions to gross domestic product, GDP, for providing financial services. The working assumption is that productivity is measured simply by whatever income one receives, regardless of whether it is obtained by building a factory and employing labor to manufacture industrial goods, or by buying real estate and charging rent, not to mention engaging in financial fraud on a scale so vast that the above-mentioned Goldman Sachs has had to pay billions of dollars in fines for its misbehavior. The associated legal costs are of course added to GDP calculations as legal services. The U.S. economy is still limping along under the debt-ridden financialization that Mr. Blankfein bragged was making his firm's partners so remarkably productive and rich, as if the two measures automatically go together. The Forbes 500 list of the richest men in America, and in the world, are not captains of industry but real estate pyramiders and monopolists. There is a similar widespread disparagement about how they gain their money, parasitically, at the public's expense, to that which classical antiquity felt about usury, money lending, and commercial inventions, and that pro-industrial economists in the 19th century felt about landlords, as the paradigmatic idle rich. But the concepts of value, price, and economic rent underlying those earlier critiques have become a lost world today. Rentier income is burdensome, unearned, and economically polarizing. What obviously is needed is an economic theory that can explain how China and other countries can avoid the problems that are plaguing the United States and Europe with polarization and austerity. Such a body of theory would involve explaining why China is growing so prosperous while most of the U.S. economy is suffering a chronic depression characterized by debt deflation for labor and industry. That is a key dynamic of finance capitalism, which is quite different from the industrial capitalism that Marx and other classical economists studied in the 19th century. Every economy obviously needs a financial system. Modern populations need credit to finance home ownership. The problem is how best to avoid the U.S.-type financial disease in which private bank credit inflates housing prices and obliges new buyers to pay more and more in principal and interest, while corporate financial managers use their revenue for stock buybacks and dividend payouts to inflate stock prices to keep enriching mainly the 1% instead of the overall economy and society. The distinguishing feature of finance capitalism is not the real economy of production and consumption, industrial profits and wages, but the financialization of income and wealth. That is what is imposing austerity, as a result of payments to the finance, insurance, and real estate, fire, sector crowding out personal and corporate income. This phenomenon is a composite of debt deflation and rent deflation. Explaining this problem was what classical political economy was all about: how to prevent landlords from dominating society, and how to prevent banks and creditors from enriching themselves at the expense of the rest of the economy. To understand today's dysfunctional economic system, we need to look at how it has diverged from the logic of industrial capitalism that British political economy was developing, and ended up reversing that logic and replacing it by new financial laws of motion. To explain why wealth and income are becoming more unequal while economies are stagnating, it is necessary to understand how wealth is obtained. How have today's nouveau billionaires gotten rich, and why is their financial and real estate wealth rising so much faster than national income, especially that of the 90%? To put matters in perspective, the magnitude of wealth is much larger than that of current income and GDP, and is distributed much more unequally. Today's wealth is financialized, so that wealth and debt go together. Most wealth, and therefore the fortunes of the 1%, finds its counterpart in debt on the liabilities side of the balance sheet, consisting largely of the debts owed to the 1% by the 99%. In other words, the 1% have become so wealthy since about 1980 because they hold the 99% in debt to themselves. Debt and credit, property and land. Rents are institutional variables. What people think of as the real economy, factories producing goods and services, which their workers buy with the wages they earn, is wrapped in a complex legal net of property rights created outside the real economic core. These rights are headed by land ownership, monopoly patents, enabling prices to be charged far in excess of normal profits, without reference to the actual cost of production, and other official privileges, capped by that of banks to create credit and receive support from governments. These rights create opportunities to charge economic rent, defined as income stemming simply from privilege, with no tangible cost of production in the form of labor or materials, and without playing an economically necessary or productive role. Clipping the coupons on bonds and collecting rents from one's property or interest-bearing loans is income paid by the labor of others, not that of the rentier recipient. Most new adults in America today are obliged to start their working life as debtors. They enter the workforce loaded down with student debt, a precondition for finding employment, and must soon take on a lifetime of mortgage debt to obtain homes to start families of their own. A lucky few are free from this destiny of debt peonage. Most members of this fortunate minority, or meritocracy, as they favorably depict their position, inherit trust funds and family homes as members of the rentier class. As creditors and landlords, this class is becoming an oligarchy, holding much of the population in debt to itself, owning the vast majority of stocks and bonds, and using their financial power to pry away ownership of natural monopolies providing society's basic needs, while ruling a political system that is financial and whose politicians and judges are in reality appointed by the donor class, not democratically elected. A realistic body of national statistics and economic theory would explain why so many Western financialized economies are suffering austerity while there are so many new billionaires. Why is income being sucked up to the top of the economic pyramid instead of trickling down? By explaining what has gone wrong and why so much of the world is getting poorer instead of richer for most people, such a body of theory would show how this can be reversed. What blocks an understanding of the need for such a reversal is that the most distinguishing features of our epoch find little place in the academic curriculum that calls itself economics. Most notoriously excluded as external is the concept of economic rent, which, as discussed above, is unearned income stemming from political and legal privilege and from the dismantling of public regulation and taxation. Today's mainstream economic models block such discussion by treating finance merely as a veil, a set of counters, not as the economy's dominant planner by allocating credit, and hence resources. The economics of wealth, savings, and debt, real estate, banking, stocks and bonds is centered in the finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector. That is the sector that dominates today's financialized economies. The classical economics of Ricardo and his contemporaries focused on how to make industrial Britain more competitive so as to undersell its rivals and gain world power, indeed, a world industrial monopoly. In the decade after 1815, the main variable determining wage levels was the price of food. Industrialists therefore sought to buy food in the cheapest markets in agricultural countries such as the United States or Latin America, where land was more widely available at a lower price than in densely populated Britain, with its powerful landlord class demanding corn laws to protect high prices for crops and hence its land rents. Under these conditions, industrial capitalism went hand in hand with free trade, against Britain's agricultural protectionism. Industrial economists in the late 19th and early 20th centuries explained that services for natural monopolies such as land, public utilities, and banking with its privilege of monetising credit creation, and basic infrastructure such as schools, roads, healthcare, and communications, should be provided freely or at subsidized prices by governments. They saw that landlordism and the rest of the FIRE sector, along with privatized ownership and extraction of monopoly rents, increases the cost of living and doing business. Industrial capitalism sought to minimize these costs so as to enable industrial producers to undersell rivals in more rent-ridden economies. Victory in world markets would be won by nations that best freed their economies from rentier income, landlordship, monopolies, and predatory banking and finance. Today's finance capitalism is not following a path leading to industrial dominance by lowering domestic price structures to bring them down to the actual necessary costs of production, that is, value. Just the opposite, private equity's strategy is to buy out companies on credit, and then sell their assets and load them down with pseudo-costs, including new borrowing, to pay themselves dividends. This process of asset stripping is being built into today's industrial economies as if it is a natural and necessary component, not an extraneous addition. The U.S. economy is deindustrializing. A rising share of wages and industrial profits is being paid to the financial sector and its allied insurance and real estate sectors, in the form of interest, financial and insurance fees, and privatized property rents. The most basic public services have been turned into privatized monopolies since the Great Raid on the Commons by rent seekers in the 1980s. Roads have been turned into toll roads, and public health care into privatized insurance. The internet, cable, electric power, water, and other natural public infrastructure monopolies have been turned over to buyers, treating them as monopolies and charging as much as the market will bear, without regard for the cost of production for these services. Value, price, and rent, the key concepts of classical political economy. Classical economists developed value and price theory as a means of segregating economic rent, defined as the excess of price over and above the necessary cost of production, including normal profits. Isolating economic rent as unearned income provided a basis for avoiding land rent and monopoly rent, as well as financial rents. Yet most of the wealth in today's Western economies is concentrated in the sectors generating such rents, and most new billionaires are emerging in the rentier sectors and making their wealth tax exempt. The concepts of land rent, monopoly rent, and financial rents provide a basis for analyzing how wage income, profits and tax revenues are being siphoned off to pay landlords, banks, and other creditors, insurance companies and monopolists in the symbiotic FIRE sector. The classical idea of a free market was one free from economic rent, not free for landlords, monopolists, and creditors to charge whatever they wanted without reference to the cost of production. To repeat, the 19th century's classical economics was all about value, price, and rent theory, defining rent as the excess of prices above the socially necessary costs of production. The idea was to minimize rent, not maximize it. This classical approach to economics has been all but censored from the academic curriculum. The status quo has become so unfair that populations would demand change if economists and their national income accounting format revealed the extent to which wealth is gained in parasitic, predatory ways. What typically is celebrated as wealth today, as billionaires become public celebrities, is actually a form of economic overhead, not part of the production process. It is a cost that classical economics sought to eliminate, or at least minimize. But the study of economics is not what it used to be. The role of today's mainstream economics is to prevent any change in taxes, anti-monopoly regulation, or deprivatization that might threaten rentier wealth. To achieve this anti-classical counter-revolution, the discipline of economics has been turned into an unrealistic and tunnel-visioned caricature of reality, clearing away feudalism's rentier legacy. From Roman times through the Middle Ages, the idle rich had mobilized the government and the military to obtain income without playing a directly productive role. The rentier mentality of feudalism evolved out of the warlord bands that conquered medieval Europe and imposed rents as, effectively, taxes paid to themselves. Warlords were not idle, of course, but they were not productive either. They were destructive and predatory. It was their heirs' attempt to maintain their privileges won by force that threatened to hold back industrial capitalism. The French physiocrats, Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill, Karl Marx, and their followers saw the historical role of industrial capitalism to be one of freeing society from feudalism's legacy of rentier privileges for hereditary landlords, creditors and monopolists to impose rents and charge prices that had no corresponding cost of production. Originating in the 18th and 19th centuries as a tax reform movement led by advocates of industrial capitalism, the program of classical economics was revolutionary in aiming to end the special privileges of Europe's aristocracies living off inherited rights to receive land rent and avoiding paying taxes. The labor theory of value aimed to show that no real cost value or productive enterprise was entailed in collecting land rent, monopoly prices, interest, and other fees. Such charges therefore were deemed to be inefficient and unfair. By the end of the 19th century, a second aim developed. In addition to ending the domination of landlords over lawmaking and politics, advocates of industrialization emphasized the need for more public infrastructure to provide low-cost healthcare and education, transportation, the post office and communications at subsidized prices instead of letting monopolists charge prices above normal profits. This public investment in infrastructure would ensure that natural monopolies and choke points would not become privatized as rent-seeking vehicles in the hands of a new aristocracy. This fight for economic reform was led by the pro-industrial Conservative Party in Britain, and the Republicans in the United States. Both parties sought to make their nations the industrial workshop of the world. Britain's Conservative Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli, 1874–80, sponsored the Public Health Act of 1875. The health of the people is really the foundation upon which all their happiness and all their powers as a state depend, he explained. 1. Disraeli followed up with the Sale of Food and Drugs Act, and then his Education Act. The Conservative government would provide these basic public services, recognizing that if private employers or their employees had to pay for costly housing, healthcare, and other basic needs, they would have less wages or profits remaining to spend on goods and services. That would have meant less profit for industrial producers. This perception set industrial capitalism on the road towards socialism, coupled with the fact that up until World War I, it seemed that industrial capitalism's most basic political step was to free economies from the costly overhead of special privileges and rent-seeking. We can see the logic at work today by comparing European socialized medicine with America's privatized and financialized health insurance system and its associated drug company monopolies. At nearly 18% of U.S. GDP, the costs of U.S. medical care and pharmaceuticals, the highest priced yet also the least efficient in the modern West, helps price products made by U.S. industrial labor out of world markets. Other costs pushing up the break-even wages of U.S. employees include high housing costs, inflated by bank credit, private education fees and monopoly prices charged for privatized infrastructure services. Privatization of public infrastructure has led financialized rentier economies to be high-cost and increasingly deindustrialized in the United States and other privatized, Thatcherized, and financialized economies. Greed is said to be good and productive in proportion to how much money it makes, and therefore should be deregulated, as if the resulting economic polarization and concentration of wealth is progressive. It is considered progress from the vantage point of finance capitalism, in that health insurance and pharmaceutical companies are among the stock market's leaders, and real estate is the largest market for bank credit in the United States. Economic ideology thus has made an about-face over the last century. It now defends rentier privileges and advocates that planning be shifted to financial centers in Wall Street, the City of London, the Paris Bourse and Frankfurt. National treasuries have been taken out of the hands of democratically elected governments and replaced by central banks that serve the commercial banks and bondholders who have gained control of Gov. One speech of June 24, 1877. He used Latin and said sanitas, sanitatum, and translated it as sanitation, all is sanitation. It was a pun on a more famous aphorism, vanitas, vanitatum, vanity, all is vanity. Earnment spending. Bank headquarters now tower over the world's major capitals, dominating their skylines as the modern analog to medieval churches, temples, and mosques. The result is a vast cultural change from the early Christian banning of usury. First the religious reforms against usury, surviving until quite recently in vestigial anti-usury laws, and then the classical pro-industrial reforms against hereditary landlordism and rentiers have all been rejected, along with the logic for rationalizing economies and making them more productive. In contrast to the classical economists who developed the concept of economic rent to describe post-feudal exploitation as a burdensome overhead on society, today's economic mainstream no longer seeks to strip away such exploitation. Just the opposite, its distinguishing feature for the past century has been to deny that any income is unearned, or that any exploitation occurs. The successful error. So successful is this anti-classical reaction that the history of economic thought no longer is taught to economics students. The deceptive pretense is made that classical economists advocated a libertarian free market against socialism and governments strong enough to tax and regulate the rentier class. This neoliberal rewriting helps reinforce existing power relationships by implying that the inequality that is polarizing economies is a transitory anomaly, not an inherent and universal tendency of rentier economies to polarize. The post-classical rentier counter-revolution denies the central value and price theory that classical political economists refined: not all income is earned, that is, earned productively by contributing to the production and distribution process. Economic rent, land rent and related natural resource rent, the center point of Chapter 2 of David Ricardo's 1817 Principles of Political Economy and Taxation. Monopoly rent and financial rent in the form of interest and fees is not a socially necessary cost of production, and thus is unearned income. But post-classical economics insists that all income is earned, and infers that all wealth also is earned, being the capitalized value of income that is earned productively. The product, such as it exists, takes the form of a transformation of society, a steeply rising economic pyramid sucking income and wealth up to the top in the form of rents and interest. City skylines are dominated by the tallest and brightest buildings, those of the major banks and insurance companies. The laws of motion become financial, property-based and monopoly-based. Real estate, stocks, and bonds are concentrated. The result looks much like the feudal societies of old, systems of privilege and inherited wealth in the form of financial and property claims. Home ownership rates decline as financialized economies turn back into rental economies. Wealth is stratified along increasingly hereditary lines, similar to today's racial and ethnic layering of net worth throughout the American population. These are the dynamics that Chapter 2 will discuss. Today's financialized and increasingly privatized economies are all about predatory rent-seeking, despite the fact that, or, if you are a rentier, precisely because, rent-seeking is polarizing economies and concentrating income and wealth at the top of the economic pyramid, without concern for enhancing productivity and prosperity for the population at large, and industrializing economies. In retrospect, therefore, the early philosophy of industrial capitalism was overly optimistic, even on the part of its critics such as Marx. A Gilded Age emerged that was the opposite of how industrial capitalism was expected to evolve. The interests of feudalist, private wealth fought back. The fight was political, ideological, military, and violent. The backwash of the reaction to rid the economics discipline of classical rent theory, especially since the reaction's poisonous flowering in the 1980s at the hands of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, has stopped wage growth but led to an explosion in the wealth of the 1%. Neoliberal sponsorship of the vast increase in housing and infrastructure costs and debt has promoted the strongest bond rally and prolonged stock market boom in history. But that has occurred alongside a chronically weakened economy buckling under the debt burden and squeeze on household budgets to pay the rising rentier charges that have led to this concentration of wealth in the hands of the 1%. Opposition to taxing rentier income was elaborated into an across-the-board political attack on government regulation and fiscal power. Under the slogan of opposing central planning, resource allocation was shifted from elected officials to Wall Street. The effect was much like subordinating the power of Congress to a new aristocratic upper house of financial lords. All rentier economies are oligarchies, and their political strategy is to prevent democracy from having any real legislative, taxing, or regulatory power. This reverses the long 19th century fight to strengthen Britain's House of Commons over the House of Lords, and the democratically elected lower houses of government throughout the world. Denial that rentier income is unearned, insisting that it is earned in proportion to one's contribution to GDP, producing a service of equal value, has led to a hopeless confusion of GDP accounting with regard to what is a product and what is merely a transfer payment with no quid pro quo, and hence an overhead charge. Defining productivity in terms of one's income, without regard for how it is obtained, has turned the rhetoric of today's mainstream economic discourse into a muddle of circular reasoning. Opposition to the classical distinction between earned and unearned income has succeeded only by excluding the history of economic thought from the curriculum. That dumbing down has led the economics discipline into a blind alley of special interest pleading, trying to convince voters that a stock market boom for the 1% is an economic boom, despite leaving the debt-ridden 99% with stagnant net worth. In sum, the guiding policy thrust of industrial capitalism at its 19th century takeoff was that if basic economic services are essential, they should be subsidized or free, not left to become privatized rent-yielding monopolies. A corollary was that to the extent that banking was to be left in private hands, it was to be transformed so as to extend only productive credit for industrial capital formation and infrastructure investment. In effect, money and credit creation would function much as a public utility along with other basic services in a mixed economy. That has not occurred, as Chapter 2 will describe. Chapter 1, Summary for Chinese edition. In many ways, China today is following a similar path to that by which the United States industrialized in the late 19th century. It calls itself socialist, but so did many of the leading American protectionists. The common denominators include strong public investment in basic infrastructure to hold down the cost of living and hence the wage levels that industrial producers have to pay. Also, China has accepted the economy of high wages doctrine, that highly paid labor is more productive. Being better educated, better fed, and with better health standards and public consumer protection, this labor is able to outproduce and hence undersell the labor of more pauperized economies. China has been able to realize aims that U.S. protectionists and industrial strategists urged, above all keeping money and banking as a public utility instead of letting it be privatized. This helps explain the U.S. fury and animosity to China. China has achieved the industrial program that has failed in the United States, where rentier interests led an anti-classical counter-revolution that is deindustrializing America. 2. Finance capitalism promotes rent-seeking and rentier tax avoidance. Real estate, stocks, and bonds constitute the bulk of wealth in today's economies, because most wealth is obtained by rent-seeking, land rent, monopoly rent, and financial charges for special privileges, and even more by capitalizing rentier revenue into financialized assets, all supported by tax favoritism. In contrast to industrial capitalism's drive to minimize rentier charges to create a lower cost economy with less overhead, finance capitalism increases this burden. Regardless of how financiers and billionaire rentiers make their fortunes, this rise in rentier wealth is counted as an addition to GDP, not subtracted as an exploitative transfer payment. Point 1. Much as the land and England's commons were privatized in the enclosure movements from the 15th through 19th centuries by a combination of force, legal stealth, and corruption, today's post-1980 privatization wave aims at appropriating basic public infrastructure to create opportunities for charging monopoly rent, along with bank lending to privatizers. Privatization and financialization tend to go together at the economy's expense. Rentiers have gained popular homeowner support for opposing land taxation as housing has been democratized on credit. Banks support homeowners in lobbying to keep land taxes low, realizing that what is not paid to the tax collector is left available to be paid as interest to themselves. The land rent formerly paid to hereditary aristocracies is now paid to banks as mortgage interest. Land rent has merely changed its recipients, remaining a quasi-tributary charge. Most bank loans are collateralized by pledges of rent-yielding assets, headed by housing and commercial real estate. Finance capitalism accordingly is centered on the FIRE sector, mainly mortgage lending, followed by natural resource rent extraction. And as the mother of trusts, investment banking organizes and finances corporate mergers and takeovers powerful enough to charge monopoly rents. Marx's analysis of financial dynamics in Volume 3 of Capital, and the corresponding passages in his posthumous theories of surplus value, emphasized that the aim of finance capital is to make gains from outside the production process, independently of the industrialist's employment of wage labor. This perception led his followers to become the major analysts. 1. I elaborate the rhetorical sleight of hand of modern economic orthodoxy in J is for junk economics, the vocabulary of economic deception and reality, Dresden, 2017. Of finance capitalism. Point 2. Exploitation of labor under finance capitalism. Industrial capitalism and finance capitalism exploit wage labor in different ways. Industrial capital seeks to maximize profits by minimizing wages paid to its workforce. Financial and other rentier capital seeks to maximize the obligation of labor to pay its wages for debt service and to buy basic needs that are monopolized to produce monopoly rents. This contrast in the modes of exploitation explains why the aim of industrial capital in minimizing the cost of employing wage labor was long at odds with rent-seeking exploitation. Driving labor into mortgage debt, consumer debt, student and credit card debt requires labor to pay interest and penalties. The financial sector's political influence has succeeded in rolling back anti-usury laws, privatizing healthcare and other insurance, along with basic infrastructure services, and shifting taxes off real estate and the rest of the FIRE sector. As a result of this privatized extraction of interest and other rents, the financial sector has become a major exploiter of labor, directly by indebting it, especially by financing home ownership on credit, and indirectly by raising the cost of housing and of basic infrastructure services whose supply is increasingly privatized on credit and monopolized. As industry itself has become financialized, a harmony of interest between industrial and rentier capital has been established by recognition of the fact that indebting wage labor also helps to spur corporate profits indirectly, by creating an employment marketplace in which losing one's job leaves workers in a precarious economic position. If they don't earn enough to make their monthly rentier payments, their credit card charges will rise to penalty rates around 29%. And privatizing healthcare, and the need to pay for medical insurance, has become an increasingly important way of locking U.S. workers into their current jobs. Having to pay for their own medical insurance, averaging $11,000 per person in 2014, leaves them prone to bankruptcy if they become sick, unless they have an expensive. 2. Rudolf Hilferding's Finance Capital, a study of the latest phase of capitalist development, 1910, and Lenin's more incisive imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 1917, emphasized the financial character of the imperialism that had come to characterize the pre-World War I world and would become even stronger from the 1920s onward. Elite policy. 3. And workers indebted with home mortgages run the risk of foreclosure and eviction if they are fired or lose their job. The result is what Alan Greenspan called the traumatized workers syndrome. Wage earners have become afraid to form unions and go on strike, or even complain about unsafe or abusive working conditions, for fear of losing their jobs. To cap matters, financializing pension funding has made labor's retirement income dependent on the financial sector's success even when financial gain-seeking is achieved at the expense of industrial investment and employment. Finance capitalism has left little prosperity for labor to share in recent decades. The rentier principle is, your money or your life. In the end, it is the entire economy's life. Finance capital grows by compound interest. Faster than the real economy. Any economy-wide volume of debt along with the corresponding savings of bank depositors and other creditors tends to grow by compound interest. And any rate of interest implies a doubling time. For this purely mathematical principle is independent of the economy's ability to pay. So it should not be surprising that debts have significantly increased since 1945 relative to personal and corporate income, government revenue, and GDP. Like a Ponzi scheme, this expansion path requires an exponential influx of new credit to carry the rising debt burden. Banks typically try to avert insolvency by lending debtors enough new credit to pay their interest charges. But this debt cycle cannot be sustained indefinitely. It typically culminates in a wave of foreclosures. Most creditors since the 1980s have been siphoning off income to themselves by various financial stratagems. Bill Black has described the business model of the S&L frauds of the 1980s as bankruptcy for profit. Executives used customer deposits to pay themselves salaries, bonuses, and dividend payouts. They made loans to their own captive entities, which passed the money on to safe havens, leaving bankrupt shells in their wake and S&Ls. 3. Private health insurance spending per capita by state, for 2014, Kaiser Family Foundation. https://www.kff.org/private-health-insurance/state-private-health-by-state/current time frame $0 sort model $7b%(22:d%(22:22 location $22, 22 sort $22 $22 ASC $22 7d. 4. I describe the magic of compound interest in Chapter 4 of Killing the Host, Dresden, 2015. See Chapter 5 for a more detailed discussion of the dynamics of compound interest and the exponential growth of debt. Stuck with bad loans. 5. Their experience provided a model for banks to emulate in the vast junk mortgage fraud leading up to the 2008 financial crash. Banks threatened with insolvency then asked for a bailout, holding the economy hostage if the government would not save them, along with their bondholders and large depositors. Corporate financial managers have spent company earnings to support stock prices by stock buyback programs and dividend payouts to create capital gains for stockholders and for themselves as bonuses by cutting back investment. Long-term research and development programs, for example, are seen as leaving less revenue available for dividend payouts, stock buybacks, and debt service. With the tax and other policy support of captured governments, financial management seeks to benefit owners of stocks, bonds, and real estate, while central banks create enough credit to keep increasing the expansion of new credit and debt to prevent a financial collapse. The financial time frame is short term, take the money and run. This is not a long-term strategy for prosperity, real wealth, or even survival. Deindustrialization, itself the result of financialization, has paid the financial sector at the expense of the overall economy. Instead of using industrial engineering to develop new products and set up marketing plans, financial managers give priority to enhancing stock prices. Over 90% of U.S. corporate revenue, EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, is used for share buybacks and dividend payouts to support company stock prices and hence the value of the stock options held by financial managers and speculators. That helps explain why America is deindustrializing. The financial sector lives in the short run. A longer-term time frame would have led U.S. managers to reinvest their corporate revenue in expanding productive powers and cutting costs. But that traditional road to industrial dominance would have left less revenue to flow into the financial markets, and therefore was not the aim of financial management. To inflate asset prices, the financial sector needs central bank support. 5. William K. Black, The Best Way to Rob a Bank is to Own One, How Corporate Executives and Politicians Looted the S&L Industry, 2nd ed. Austin, 2014-2005. Asset prices traditionally were set by discounting earnings at the going rate of interest. An asset's price, PA, was determined by dividing earnings, E, by the rate of interest, I, so that PA equals E/I. If the finance sector simply reflected the 2008 to 2021 industrial economy's earnings, stock and bond markets would have shrunk. But that did not happen. Recent decades have seen stock, bond, and real estate prices rise much more rapidly, over and above the declining rate of interest that has increased the price/earnings capitalization rate. A major reason for the rise in P/E ratios is that the volume of savings tends to grow at compound rates, as noted above. The exponential growth of interest and debt service is recycled into new purchases of stocks, bonds, and real estate, and new lending. Most of this credit takes the form of loans to buy rent-yielding assets, real estate and companies, and financial securities already in place. The result is a rising focus on capital gains, which receive much more favorable tax treatment than wages and profits. The main problem is that financial overhead and the rent extraction that it sponsors divert income from being spent in domestic markets for the products of industry. That shrinks these markets, and thus eats into corporate profits and their derivative stock prices. Financial managers then turn to central banks to help inflate prices for stocks, bonds, and real estate, and hence, the viability of real estate mortgages, on credit. Since 1980, and especially since 2008, the central bank's quantitative easing money creation to spend in the financial markets and rentier-oriented banking system, not into the real economy to increase employment or invest in means of production has driven down interest rates to support prices for these assets. Lowering interest rates and bidding up prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds enables a given flow of revenue to be capitalized at higher prices. In theory, the near-zero interest rates such as recent years have seen should raise stock market prices approaching infinity, but investors are satisfied simply to make financial gains by arbitrage, borrowing at a low rate to buy stocks, real estate mortgages or bonds yielding a somewhat higher return. Although real estate and financial markets collapsed in 2008, quantitative easing rainflatted asset prices. Central banks preserved the monetary valuation of wealth for owners of stocks and bonds. And in March 2020 the $2 trillion sent out to American citizens by the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES, was overshadowed by a scheduled potential $8 trillion of credit to bid up stock and bond prices, inclusive of corporate bonds, including junk bonds, and to support bank mortgage loans. Statistical surveys showed that most of the CARES Act's $1,200 per capita checks were used to pay down the debts that recipients had been running up, not spent on goods and services. An indirect but main effect of the CARES Act's support for wage earners thus was to save banks and landlords from losing money by their clients and renters defaulting. That was postponed but hardly can be averted if the economy's heavy debt overhead remains in place. Finance capitalism shifts economic planning away from governments. Finance capitalism has mounted a libertarian attack on government power to regulate and tax. Ever since the Federal Reserve was created at year-end 1913, the political strategy of finance capitalism has been to capture the public sector and shift monetary and banking power and hence, economic planning from Washington to Wall Street, the City of London, Frankfurt, the Paris Bourse and other financial centers. 6. Regulatory capture has enabled the financial sector to translate its economic power into political power, above all by creating central banks to take economic policy away from public sector treasuries. Today's main role of the U.S. Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank is to support prices for financial assets, stocks, bonds, and real estate mortgage claims while keeping down wages and commodity price inflation. Quantitative easing by these institutions since 2008 has subsidized and inflated asset prices even in the face of the shrinking real economy. The most blatant example of the rentier aim to bring government under control of the neoliberal agenda is the Trans-Pacific Partnership's proposal to create Investor-State Dispute Settlement, ISDS, courts. Corporate-appointed judges were to be empowered to rule on corporate lawsuits against governments that reduce profits by enacting laws to prevent environmental pollution or consumer or social injury. See Chapter 7 for the details. Companies would have been able to demand compensation for the profits that they might have made, had they been permitted to keep polluting the environment and causing injury to consumers or society. This institution would have effectively blocked public lawmaking power in the national interest, reversing the 19th century's democratic political reforms. Having failed to achieve the anti-rentier reforms advocated by classical economics, the hoped-for democratic destiny of industrial capitalism is now in an advanced stage of being replaced by a financial oligarchy. 6. I give the background in how the U.S. Treasury avoided chronic deflation by relinquishing monetary control to Wall Street, Economic and Political Weekly, India, May 7, 2016. Economic planning is being centralized in the hands of the rentier classes ruling via the corporate states' financial centers and the central banks they have captured in every country. While not anticipating the rise of a financial oligarchy specifically, George Orwell in his essay Second Thoughts on James Burnham, 1946, summarizing the thesis of the managerial revolution, 1941, described the emergence of an oligarchic society akin to the one that has arisen under finance capitalism. Capitalism is disappearing, but socialism is not replacing it. What is now arising is a new kind of planned, centralized society which will be neither capitalist nor, in any accepted sense of the word, democratic. The rulers of this new society will be the people who effectively control the means of production, that is, business executives, technicians, bureaucrats and soldiers, lumped together by Burnham under the name of managers. These people will eliminate the old capitalist class, crush the working class, and so organize society that all power and economic privilege remain in their own hands. This class was called the bourgeoisie a century ago. Today it is often called the professional managerial class, PMC, attaching itself, and aspiring to join, the rentier class. Instead of promoting wealth creation by employing labor to produce goods and services, this professional managerial class seeks wealth primarily in the form of what the 19th century recognized as fictitious capital, financial gains achieved by inflating real estate and financial asset prices on credit, by debt leveraging, and by privatizing infrastructure monopolies from the public domain to extract monopoly rent under the guiding hand of the financial sector, which remains today what it was. Accused of being a century ago, the mother of trusts. Finance capital seeks to avoid taxes. America's first income tax was legislated in 1913, the year in which J.P. Morgan and his banking colleagues created the Federal Reserve. It fell mainly on the rentiers, with only about 1% of the population being obliged to pay. But wealth always has sought to avoid paying taxes, and the financial sector seeks to protect other rentier interests, and the wealthy in general. The oil, mining, and real estate sectors soon obtained tax loopholes that treated much of their cash flow, EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, as an untaxed pseudo-expense, even though depreciation was not actually paid, while interest was paid mainly to finance asset acquisitions, not current production. The aim of corporate tax accountants is not to report any taxable profits at all. The countries with the 12 highest per capita GDP are not industrial economies but tax havens. Corporate accountants set fictitious transfer prices to give the illusion that all the worldwide income of their companies is made where taxes are lowest or preferably, non-existent. US and British banks have created branches in the Caribbean and other enclaves, as they first did in Panama and Liberia, two quasi-states that use the US dollar as their own currency so as to enable US oil companies to avoid currency fluctuations when they assign their global profits to trading offices in these offshore banking centers, which refrain from having an income tax. These enclaves are headed by Panama and Liberia for the oil industry, Luxembourg and Monaco for European tax avoiders, Ireland, where Apple's accountants pretend to make its worldwide profits, Cyprus for the post-Soviet states, and the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and Switzerland for kleptocrats and criminal gangs. 7 These tax havens are not investment hubs in the sense of tangible capital investment in means of production. Their nominal GDP consists mainly of financial and legal services for the multinational companies that organize the elaborate charade. Taken together, the above-cited forms of special tax favoritism, fictitious depreciation, tax deductibility of interest, and transfer pricing via tax havens have reversed the 19th century's aim of taxing away land rent, natural resource rent and financial rents. Fictitious depreciation, sometimes called over-depreciation, permits absentee landlords to pretend that their buildings are losing value as they wear out, despite laws requiring them to keep their properties in good repair, which typically absorbs about 10% of rental revenue. This deduction, along with the treatment of interest as a tax-deductible necessary expense, makes real estate investment income tax-free. 8 The ultimate beneficiaries are the banks and bondholders, to whom industry and natural resource exploitation have become increasingly indebted. A corollary of asset price inflation is debt deflation. Most bank loans are to finance the purchase of real estate and other assets already in place. This means that the most important prices affected by bank money are asset prices for housing, stocks, and bonds. Bank credit. 7 I discuss such centers in Finance Capitalism and Its Discontents, Dresden, 2012, Chapter 9. 8 I discuss the technicalities in the bubble and beyond, Dresden, 2012, Chapter 8, pages 215 to 46. And savings on an economy-wide scale grow exponentially, simply by banks recycling their interest receipts into new loans. This compounding of interest on interest is supplemented by new credit creation. Prices for housing, stocks, and bonds tend to follow suit, price gains that are increasingly debt leveraged. So asset prices and debts rise together exponentially, but wages and output, GDP, grow more slowly than debt. And since 2008, asset prices have soared while production and consumption have stagnated for most of the non-fire sector economy. Rising asset prices normally go hand in hand with higher charges to carry the loans that have been bidding up these prices. The process becomes self-fueling for a while. More bank lending raises asset prices, enabling borrowers to take out even larger loans, which raise asset prices even further. What limits this expansion is the ability of labor and business to pay debt service on this lending after meeting the basic break-even expenses. As banks increase the amount of debt that they are willing to create for their customers, prices are inflated on bank credit. Like prices for housing, those for education are set by the amount that banks will lend. This credit creation has obliged workers to go deeper into debt to pay for these basic needs in today's world. Businesses are similarly affected by rising commercial real estate prices, and the need to pay their employees enough to afford debt-inflated prices. Real estate assets and future earnings are pledged as collateral to creditors, from housing and commercial property to entire corporations pledged by corporate raiders issuing high-interest junk bonds. Higher debt leverage leads in due course to many loans being defaulted. Prices crash, at least temporarily, and much of this collateral is transferred from debtors to creditors or new buyers, as occurred in the aftermath of the junk mortgage collapse in 2008. Despite rising rates of insolvency and foreclosures, government insurance programs guarantee the banks against loss. The Federal Housing Authority, FHA, for home mortgages, and other agencies for student debt. So banks have little concern for losses resulting from the inability of their debt customers to pay, because the losses have been nationalized. Although neoliberal textbooks teach students that interest is compensation for risk, banks have been able to avoid risk through such guarantees against loss, and because they have, through regulatory capture, been able to avoid criminal prosecution for fraud after the 2008 junk mortgage fiasco. Rising asset prices and debt service for mortgages, student loans, and credit cards puts home ownership and other basic needs further and further out of reach of the population at large. As noted above, the central bank's quantitative easing supports commercial bank credit to support real estate and securities prices. The resulting debt service and related financial fees, penalties, and overhead eat into the income available to be spent on the non-rentier economy as access prices for housing and other basic needs are pushed further out of reach of wage earners. The post-2008 decline, followed by the full-blown polarization that economists call a K-shaped recovery since the COVID-19 crisis of 2020-22, has seen the FIRE sector and financial markets prosper while the real economy limps along under the burden of debt and economic rents. Rising credit and debt creation has obliged the working population, the corporate sector, and also state and local governments to pay interest and financial fees that have absorbed more and more personal income, corporate income, and government tax revenue, leaving less to spend on non-financial goods and services. The result is debt deflation, imposing austerity by debt service absorbing a rising share of personal income, corporate income, and public revenue. That has become the distinguishing feature of today's economic malaise from North America to Europe. The phenomenon of debt deflation has transformed the once popular formula linking money and credit creation, M, to wages and consumer prices, P, in the industrial economy. P sometimes is calculated as the GDP inflator referring to current goods and services. The familiar formula MV equals PT, means that more money, M, raises prices, P. Creating money to bid up real estate prices makes access to housing more expensive. The portion of disposable personal income payable as mortgage debt service insured by the U.S. Federal Housing Authority has risen from 25% in 1945 to 43% today. That leaves 18% less personal income available to spend on goods and services. Inflating housing prices on credit thus leaves less income to spend on goods and services, and therefore tends to reduce consumer spending and prices. Asset price inflation also leads to debt deflation in other ways. Bank credit to buy stocks and bonds, including corporate raids and stock buyback programs, raises corporate stock prices, which means lowering their yields. Central banks contribute to this by lowering interest rates. This increases the amount that corporate and public sector pension funds need to set aside in fixed income securities to yield a given income. That leaves less to spend into the non-FIRE sector economy. Nonetheless, such asset price inflation has become government policy to help the financial sector remain solvent and profitable, not to help the 99% to become more prosperous. It was to sustain the solvency of indebted landlords and speculators, and hence their commercial bank creditors, that central banks flooded the asset markets with new credit after 2008 to help bank customers borrow their way out of debt. Central banks claim that rising credit is necessary to revive the industrial economy, as if the debt overhead should be financed, not written down. The inherent problem is that financialized economies can be kept solvent only by turning them into Ponzi schemes. An exponential increase in new credit to pay debt service is required to keep them from collapsing, as Chapter 5 will elaborate in more detail. Rentiers sponsor statistics that celebrate them as being productive. The prime objective of saving banks and financial systems instead of the non-rentier economy has been supported in recent years by the financial sector's capture of GDP statistics, which depict the FIRE sector as being responsible for most growth, even though it doesn't actually produce anything except rentier claims on the economy. Today's seemingly empirical national income and GDP accounting formats depict the FIRE sector and its allied rent-seeking sectors as an addition to national income, not a subtrahend. The idea of product is, defined to include economic rents as additions to GDP, and all forms of revenue are counted as earnings. This ideology, rejecting the classical idea of rent as unearned income, categorizes any and all income as being earned by making a necessary economic contribution to production. Interest, rents and monopoly prices are counted as earnings, as if all economic rents are earned as intrinsic parts of industrial capitalism, not as zero-sum transfer payments siphoned off from the production and consumption economy. Rentier asset growth thus appears as wealth that is earned. The financial sector is said to produce a product, not to impose zero-sum transfer payments as formerly was the case. 9 decades of lobbyists have fought to recast national income accounting to count banks' penalty fees and kindred FIRE sector charges as contributing to GDP, not as a cost. 10 Not only is landlord rent revenue included, but also homeowners' estimates of how much the rising market rent of their home would be if they had to rent it to themselves, at what an absentee landlord would charge, instead of owning it. These latter estimates represent about 8% of current US GDP. Also counted as a product are the financial penalties and fees that banks and credit card companies charge when debtors fall behind on their debts. These fees typically push the annualized charge to 29% or more. They are reported as financial services, as if such income transferred to the FIRE sector actually creates a product. Along with finance and real estate, insurance companies round out the rentier FIRE sector core of finance capitalist economies. When people pay more premiums in the privatized U.S. health insurance system, these rising medical costs are counted as an increase in product. So is the cost of hiring lawyers to dispute insurance companies' fight to avoid paying their policy holders. And so are the enormous legal costs entailed in the financial sector's corporate rating and political lobbying. 9. I review and chart the GDP imputations and fictitious production in rent-seeking and asset price inflation, a total returns profile of economic polarization in America, Review of Keynesian Economics, Volume 9, 2021 pp 435-60. 10. C. Jacob Assa, The Financialization of GDP, London and New York, 2017, and Jacob Assa and Ingrid Harvolk von Graven, Imputing Away the Latter, Implications of Changes in GDP Measurement for Convergence Debates and the Political Economy of Development, New Political Economy, January 11, 2021. Because the NEPA depict interest and other financial charges, insurance, and monopoly rents as an inherent part of the industrial economy, countries following this NEPA accounting format but which have a lower FIRE sector overhead report a correspondingly smaller GDP. Today's national income statistics thus provide seemingly empirical proof that rentier economies are doing better, precisely because they add to overhead, as if this is not deindustrializing the United States and other financialized economies. Finance capitalism's focus on capital gains. The distinguishing feature of finance capitalism is to divide the private sector into two parts. The production and consumption economy is wrapped within the FIRE sector that is the core of finance capitalism, along with its allied monopolization and privatization of basic infrastructure and other economic needs. A realistic statistical profile would recognize that most fortunes in finance capitalist economies are obtained by capital gains, not by earning profits by investing in means of production or even by receiving interest and other economic rents. I prefer the term finance capital gains, because they result from debt-leveraged asset price inflation. The tendency is for the financial sector to absorb a rising share of the economy's flow of income while increasing the Q ratio, the price of a company's stock relative to its book value. This is much more than a bubble phenomenon. It is a combination of compound interest, endogenous bank money creation, tax shifts, and monopoly power, backed by old-fashioned corruption and fraud. Point 11. Central banks provide liquidity to commercial banks by buying government securities from them directly and in the open market. U.S. banks deposit the money they receive with the Federal Reserve. But after the COVID-19 virus hit in March 2020, the Fed went far beyond merely maintaining solvency. It pumped $3 trillion into the bond market, raising its bond holdings to $7.4 trillion by the end of 2020. That was much more than wage earners received with their $1,200 CARES checks. It did not revive employment, or make them whole for having lost their jobs, but it did save the wealthiest classes from losing market value for their stocks and bonds, whose prices soared. For the first time in its history, the central bank started to buy corporate. 11. It often is difficult to characterize the financial sector's super profits as rents. Hyman Minsky pointed out that bubble-type financial returns cannot be explained either by fundamentals in the form of rising earnings or by monopoly privileges, but simply by a herd-like bubble mentality. That certainly was the case with the internet bubble that burst in 2000, and the similar junk bond boom in 2020-21. Debt, even bonds that sank to junk status during the pandemic. Prices for what had been high-yield junk bonds rose to yield less than 4% by early 2021, creating huge price gains for risk-taking investors. Hence, debt-laden companies were rewarded for their past sins and large companies benefited from cheap credit. 12. According to former FDIC head Sheila Bair and Treasury economist Lawrence Goodman, speculators and other holders of junk bonds were bailed out, making the riskiest speculators the greatest beneficiaries. Neither the Fed nor other regulators made any attempt to deter companies from borrowing simply to push up the price of their stock by paying out dividends to shareholders, and bonuses to their managers, even though Congress considered such limits when it approved the facilities. As the economy entered the worst slump since the Great Depression with over 10 million unemployed, no attempt was made to oblige companies benefiting from central bank support to maintain employment. A House committee report found that companies benefiting from the facilities laid off more than 1 million workers from March to September. And to make matters worse, Bair and Goodman concluded, the Fed's actions created a further unfair opportunity for large corporations to get even bigger by purchasing competitors with government-subsidized credit. Central banks create credit for the financial sector and its rentier clients, not for labor and industry, states and localities, or for capital or infrastructure investment and employment. While the stock and real estate markets soared to historic highs for asset holders, the economy plunged for people who had to work for a living. Many restaurants, neighborhood stores, and other local middle-class businesses failed. What soared for the shrinking real economy were debt arrears. The serial market bailouts by monetary authorities, first the banking system in 2008, and now the entire business world amid the pandemic, noted Bair and Goodman, is transforming the economy's political shape in a way that has become a greater threat to destroy capitalism than Bernie Sanders. Control of the economy is being concentrated in the hands of firms with the largest access to almost free bank credit. The Fed sue. 12. Sheila Bair and Lawrence Goodman, Corporate Debt Relief is an Economic Dud, Wall Street Journal, January 7, 2021. Noting that the multinational food distributor Cisco used the money to pay dividends to its shareholders while laying off a third of its workforce, the authors concluded that there's little evidence that the Fed's corporate debt buy-up benefited society. Low interest rates have favored the equity of large companies over their smaller counterparts, the very companies that are the primary source of job creation and innovation. Low interest credit also saved debt-leveraged speculators and debt pyramid companies from defaulting, and thus saved banks from having to write down their debts. It also gave large national companies a great opportunity to buy out smaller local competitors. By monopolizing the debt and bailout market, these giant companies are able to gobble up smaller companies, further concentrating financial and corporate wealth in the hands of the 1%. Radhika Desai calls this creditocracy, rule by the institutions in control of credit. 13. It is associated with central banks taking over economic policy from elected political bodies and the Treasury, and using it to back giant corporate groups to take the lead in privatizing economy-wide control. As Nomi Prince sums up the decade-long arch since the 2009 Obama bank bailouts. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, aided by an ultra-loose monetary policy, steadily rose from a financial crisis low of 6,926 on March 5, 2009 to 27,090 by March 4, 2020, which was when COVID-19 briefly trashed its rally. Rally 2.0 took the Dow to a new record of 30,606.48 as 2020 closed. Meanwhile, as 2020 ended, the richest 10% of Americans owned more than 88% of the outstanding shares of companies and mutual funds in the U.S., the combined net worth of the top 1% of Americans was $34.2 trillion, about one-third of all U.S. household wealth, while the total for the bottom half was $2.1 trillion, or 1.9% of that wealth. 14. The result, Prince points out, has been that since 2010 the top 1% of Americans possess more wealth than the whole of the middle class. This is above all a financial phenomenon in view of the fact that, by 2018, about 75% of the $113 trillion in aggregate U.S. household assets were financial ones, that is, tied up in 13. Desai, Radhika, the fate of capitalism hangs in the balance of international power, Canadian Dimension, October 12, 2020. https://canadiandimension.com article/view/the fate of capitalism hangs in the balance of international power. See also Jeffrey Gardner, Towards True Monetarism, Dulwich, 1993, and the Evolution of Creditary Structure and Controls, London, 2006. The post-Keynesian group Gang of Eight popularized the term creditary economics in the 1990s. 14. Nomi Prince, War of the Financial Worlds, or Let the Markets Go Wild While the People Go Down, Tom Dispatch, January 10, 2021. https://tomdispatch.com/war-of-the financial-worlds. Stocks, ETFs, 401ks, IRAs, mutual funds, and similar investments. The majority of non-financial assets in that mix was in real estate. Financialization engages in war against other economies and their governments. What is called capitalism is a conglomeration of different layers interacting with their own distinct laws of motion. Productivity and employment tend to taper off in S-curves, but compound interest grows exponentially. Industrial capitalism's distinct characteristic is the employment of wage labor to sell products at a profit. Finance capital exploits industry and governments as well as labor, first by charging interest, and indirectly through monopoly rent and natural resource rent, and raising the cost of real estate and privatized infrastructure, followed by transferring real estate and other property from defaulting debtors to creditors, including from indebted governments to bondholders, often foreign. Finance capitalism aims to avoid what Marx and indeed the majority of his contemporaries expected, that industrial capitalism would evolve towards socialism, peacefully or otherwise. By finding its main source of exploitation to be rent-seeking, not only from land and natural resources but increasingly from privatizing public investment in infrastructure and creating new monopolies, finance capitalism renders economies high cost. That prevents industrialists from underselling competitors in less rent and debt-strapped economies. Mixed economies such as China's can outcompete nations that lack strongly democratic public sectors. Such economies can subsidize their industry and keep economic rent as the tax base so as to prevent landlords, bankers, and monopolists from imposing rentier charges. That is why it seemed a century ago that the destiny of industrial capitalism was to evolve into socialism. Public education, healthcare, roads, and basic infrastructure and pensions were coming to be provided by government at subsidized administered prices or freely. Industrial capital backed this policy as a means of shifting as many external costs as possible onto the public sector. But that is not the way matters have turned out. And today's victorious finance capitalism, centered in the United States, is trying to prevent its takeover of industrial economies from being rolled back. That means preventing such a rollback from occurring in other countries. It also requires overcoming other countries' resistance to finance capital's takeover of their economies. That fight is the essence of today's Cold War 2.0. It is being led by the United States and by the unipolar international organizations it has created, headed by the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, established as World War II was ending. The Washington Consensus is the political game plan of finance capital, to be imposed internationally, euphemized as democracy and free markets and even as peace instead of warfare. But it is the kind of Roman-style peace that turns its victimized economies into a desert. Table 2.1. Industrial capitalism's aims. Finance capitalism's aims: make profits by producing products, extract economic rent and interest, minimize the cost of living and prices, add land and monopoly rent to prices, favor industry and labor, give special tax favoritism to the finance, insurance, and real estate, fire, sectors. Minimize land rent and housing costs by taxing land rent and other rent-yielding assets, not industry or labor. Shift taxes off land rent to leave it available to pay as interest to mortgage bankers. Provide public infrastructure at low cost. Privatize infrastructure into monopolies to extract monopoly rent. Reform parliaments to block rent seeking. Block democratic reform, by shifting control to non-elected officials. Avoid military spending and wars that require running into foreign debt. Use international organizations, such as the IMF or NATO, to force neoliberal policy. Concentrate economic and social planning in the political capital. Shift planning and resource allocation to the financial centers. Concentrate monetary policy in the national treasury. Shift monetary policy to central banks, representing private commercial banking interests. Bring prices in line with cost value. Maximize opportunities for rent seeking via land ownership, credit, and monopoly privileges. Banking should be industrialized to finance tangible capital investment. Banks lend against collateral, bidding up asset prices, especially for rent-yielding assets. Recycle corporate revenue into capital investment in new means of production. Pay out revenue as dividends or use it for stock buybacks to increase stock price gains. The time frame is long-term to develop products and marketing plans, MCM. The time frame is short-term, hit-and-run by financial speculation, MM. Industrial engineering to raise productivity by research and development and new capital investment. Financial engineering to raise asset prices by stock buybacks and higher dividend payouts. Focuses on long-term development of industrial capitalism as a broad economic system. Short-term hit-and-run objectives, mainly by buying and selling assets. Economy of high wages, recognizing that well-fed, well-educated labor with leisure is more productive than low-priced pauper labor. Long-term employment security is encouraged. A race to the bottom, burning out employees and replacing them with new hires. Mechanization of labor treats workers as easily replaceable and hence disposable. MCM profits are made by investing in means of production and hiring labor to produce commodities to sell at a higher price than what it costs to employ labor. Capital gains made directly by asset price inflation. Banking is industrialized, to provide credit mainly to invest in new capital formation. This increased credit tends to bid up commodity prices and hence the living wage. Increased bank credit to finance the bidding up of housing, stocks, and bonds raises the cost of housing and of buying pension income, leaving less to spend on goods and services. Supports democracy to the extent that the lower house will back industrial capital in its fight against the landlord class and other rentiers, whose revenue adds to prices without adding value. Finance capital joins with late industrial capitalism to oppose pro-labor policies. It seeks to take over government, and especially central banks, to support prices for stocks, bonds, real estate, and packaged bank loans gone bad and threatening banks with insolvency. Industrial capitalism is inherently nationalistic, requiring government protection and subsidy of industry. Finance capital is cosmopolitan, seeking to prevent capital controls and impose free trade and libertarian anti-government policy. Supports a mixed economy, with government paying for infrastructure to subsidize private industry. Government works with industry and banking to create a long-term growth plan for prosperity. Seeks to abolish government authority in all areas, so as to shift the center of planning to Wall Street and other financial centers. The aim is to dismantle protection of labor and industry together. Banking and credit are industrialized. Industry is financialized, with profits used mainly to increase stock prices via stock buyback programs and dividend payouts, not new R&D or tangible investment. Keep banking and credit as a public utility, and establish strong financial regulations. Privatize banking and credit, and take control of the central bank and financial regulators. 3. The democratic imperialism of finance capital. Emerging from a Group of 7 video meeting to address the Munich Security Conference on February 19, 2021, President Joe Biden described the world as having reached an inflection point, forcing a choice between American leadership and those who argue that autocracy is the best way forward. Promising to prepare together for long-term strategic competition with China, he acknowledged that the challenge was to demonstrate that democracies can still deliver for our people. 1. But America's financialized K-shaped economy up for financial markets creating wealth for the 1%, but down for labor markets and the 99% is antithetical to real democracy. The human resources firm Zenefits placed the United States at the bottom of its 2021 list of national policies for healthcare, unemployment, retirement, parental leave, paid vacation, and sick days. 2. Life expectancy is declining for Americans, especially for racial and ethnic minorities, in contrast to China and East Asia, whose economies and living standards have been rising much faster than those in the West. China's policy of keeping banking as a public utility, along with basic infrastructure instead of privatizing it, is what the US president calls autocracy. That invective typically is applied to government power not sponsored by the United States and controlled by pro-US private sector financial planners. For instance, it refers to democratically elected leaders seeking to improve their nation's prosperity independent of US control, prompting their overthrow by the United States, as occurred in Iran and Guatemala in 1953–54 down through today's Latin American coups and color revolutions in the post-Soviet sphere. The word socialism finds rising approval over capitalism among younger Americans facing an economy that is locking them out of the path to prosperity that existed back in 1945. Most Americans want federal support for schooling and upgrading of infrastructure, and for it to be financed. 1. William Malden, Biden defends democracy at summits with European allies, seeing China as stiff competition, Wall Street Journal, February 19, 2021. 2. Cinnamon Janzer, data reveals United States ranks last in labor benefits, Workist by Zeneca, February 1, 2021. https://www.zenefits.com/workist/data- reveals United States ranks last in worker benefits. Largely by more progressive taxation. Opinion polls in the United States report that the majority of Americans want the public health care, socialized medicine, advocated by Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. But President Biden supports the Obamacare program sponsored by the pharmaceuticals and health insurance monopolies. And there is little opportunity in America's two-party duopoly to vote for leaders advocating the policies favored by most Americans. The Supreme Court's ruling in the Citizens United case has entrenched privatized oligarchic politics and lawmaking, placing electoral power in the hands of the donor class led by Wall Street and the corporate monopolists largely responsible for the selection of major political candidates. At the above-mentioned G7 Munich meeting, President Biden criticized the Europeans for not paying enough for America's military confrontation with Russia and China. Chancellor Angela Merkel replied that Germany's interest was to trade more with China, with which Europe had just signed a new trade and investment pact. And German business was still fighting against US sanctions aimed at blocking imports of Russian gas via the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. French President Emmanuel Macron called for a dialogue with Russia, and urged strategic autonomy from the United States, not only with regard to trade and investment with China but also militarily. He also said that NATO was brain dead, having no function that really benefited Europe since the Warsaw Pact was dissolved. Point 3. China's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Hua Chunying summed up the growing attitude: "We oppose the imposition of rules made by several countries on the international community under the pretext of multilateralism. We also oppose the practice of ideologizing multilateralism to form values-based allies targeting specific countries. The strategy of U.S. military and financial imperialism is to install client oligarchies and dictatorships, and arm-twist allies to join the fight against designated adversaries by subsidizing not only the empire's costs of war-making, defense, but even the imperial nation's domestic spending programs. America's dollarized free world tributary system transfers affluence to itself, creating rising tensions with its NATO and other allies. Hardly by surprise, historians have found some parallels with classical Athens and Rome, whose empires were prone to similar strategic aims and 3. David E. Sanger, Stephen Erlanger, and Roger Cohen. Biden reaffirms alliance's value for U.S. policies. The New York Times, February 20, 2021. Internal strains. Some valid and false parallels with ancient Greece. It has become faddish to characterize U.S. opposition to China and other countries that resist dollar diplomacy as a Thucydides problem, as if war is inevitable between a rising power and an established one. 4 But what actually was at stake between Sparta and Athens in the 5th century BC was whether the Greek-speaking world would have an oligarchic or democratic political and economic system. The Peloponnesian War lasted on and off from 431 to 404 BC, and engulfed all the Greek states, not just the main contenders. But it was only one episode in the long conflict extending from the 7th to 3rd centuries BC that saw repeated popular revolts demanding debt relief and land redistribution throughout the Greek-speaking world. Sparta backed oligarchies, while Athens backed democracies. There are indeed similarities between the conflict between Sparta and Athens, oligarchy and democracy, and today's new Cold War. The latter is basically being waged by U.S.-centered finance capitalism backing rentier oligarchies against nations seeking to build up more widespread self-reliance and domestic prosperity. Oligarchic Sparta's militarized, non-commercial, and barely Monetized citizenry of equals did not own land in central Sparta itself, but lived austerely, having turned neighboring Messenia's population into serf-like helots forced to produce a crop surplus. That freed Spartans from agricultural labor so that they could spend their time practicing military exercises. Wealthy Spartan landowners were a distinct class and controlled the city-state's politics. The parallels with America are apparent, as it now relies on foreign industrial labor to produce what no longer is made in the United States. And it too has a wealthy rentier oligarchy controlling its political system, while ordinary Americans face increasing austerity, debt peonage, serfdom, and declining home, land, ownership. What Sparta opposed was not Athenian prosperity, which it itself shunned, but Athens' democratic reforms, fearing that they might be contagious to neighboring lands. Under Solon in 594 BC, Athens had been one of the last Greek city-states to end debt bondage. Soon thereafter, Pisistra. 4 Graham Allison, Destined for War, Can America and China Escape Thucydides' Trap? Boston, 2017. Tuss and his sons developed a thriving public sector, and the economy was further democratized in the 5th century BC under Pericles and Ephialtes. The Thucydides problem and clash of civilizations theories also neglect the strains caused by Athenian moves to create an empire via the Delian League, based on the sacred island of Delos, to rival Sparta's oligarchic Achaean League alliances with Macedonia and Delphi, and with Persia. The whole Hellenic world was convulsed, wrote Thucydides, for there were struggles being everywhere made by the popular chiefs to bring in the Athenians, and by the oligarchs to introduce the Lacedaemonian Spartans. 5. A striking characteristic of U.S. policy since World War I has been its ability to exploit its allies as well as the enemies it has defeated. Likewise in antiquity, all the Delian League's treasurers were Athenian. They collected annual tribute from League members, originally about 400 talents, financing as much as 2/3 of the Athenian budget. 6 The money was paid in Athenian 4 drachmaals, the dollars of their day, the most prevalent silver coins, minted out of ore from Athens' own mines at Laurion. Just as the United States creates its own dollars to spend as the money of the world to pay the military costs of its empire, Athens used its silver to build its fleet of trireme ships, buy military support and hire mercenaries, and pay its own soldiers to dominate other Greek cities and islands. The tribute it received from its allies for these efforts enabled Athens to avoid imposing new taxes on its own citizens, and indeed to build the Parthenon largely with Delian League tribute during 447 to 432 BC. Athens tripled the Delian League's annual tribute to over 1,200 talents by 425, an inflow that continued until Sparta finally defeated it in 404.7. Athenian democratic imperialism to fund this war effort created modern-style financial strains as less prosperous cities experienced a debt crisis. In Corcyra in 427, Thucydides, 3.81.4, reports. 5 Thucydides, History of the Peloponnesian War, 3.82.1. 6 Andreas Andreades, A History of Greek Public Finance, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1933, p. 268 Rome's exploitation of its provinces, not allies, because they were not independent, was even more extreme. Andreades calculates that over 90% of Rome's budget in the 1st century BC came from tribute levied on its provinces. By the time Egypt paid tribute under Augustus, Italian taxes represented less than 5% of the Roman budget. 7 Thucydides 1.96-99 and 2.9, and Pausanias, Description of Greece 8.52. During 7 days that Eurymedon, an Athenian general backing the democratic faction against the oligarchs, stayed with his 60 ships, the Corcyraeans were engaged in butchering those of their fellow citizens whom they regarded as their enemies, and although the crime imputed was that of attempting to put down the democracy, some were slain also for private hatred, others by their debtors because of the monies owed to them. The Delian League became an exploitative system of democratic imperialism in which Athens demanded support from its allied city-states. It was doing what the United States does today when it taps its allies for military support via NATO and the coalition of the willing to destroy Iraq and Libya. But the main ancient Greek analogy with today's U.S. opposition to China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and other countries that resist the American neoliberal drive to privatize their natural resources and public infrastructure was the Greek opposition between oligarchy and democracy. Much as U.S. diplomacy installed Pinochet in Chile and similar dictatorships throughout Latin America, oligarchic Sparta backed the notorious 30 tyrants in Athens after its victory in 404. Aristotle noted that democracies tend to evolve into oligarchies. This might happen so smoothly that many constitutions that appeared to be democratic were in fact oligarchic, he said. As used in the language of today's international diplomacy, the word democracy has become disconnected from its classical meaning of rule kratos by the people demos. It has come to mean rule by U.S. proxies, regardless of political forms, and is applied freely to client oligarchies. Athenian democracy had in fact been turning into an oligarchy already in 411 after Athens lost in Sicily and its Delian League allies withdrew support. Wealthy Athenians staged a coup, installed a council of the 400, and restricted the popular ecclesia assembly to 5,000 large landowners. Protesting against the tax burden that fell mainly on themselves, these leading families stopped social spending that benefited the lower classes, Athena and Politeia 19. That has been a constant among wealthy elites throughout history. The modern analogy with ancient Greece actually has the United States on both sides. On the one hand, it resembles Athens as leader of pro-American nominal democracies. Any country is called a democracy if it supports U.S. diplomacy, tapping its NATO allies much as Athens did when it built up its civic architecture largely with foreign contributions supposedly for military protection. In another way, the United States is like Sparta, backing dictators and client oligarchies against democratic land reformers and pro-labor leaders as it itself becomes more oligarchic. But demanding financial domination over foreign economies and installing political oligarchies is not rivalry, nor is it jealousy. It is subjugation, and today's mode of subjugation is more financial than military. The Soviet Union did not understand this in 1991 when Russia and other countries let U.S. advisors impose neoliberal shock therapy, voucher privatization giveaways to kleptocrats appropriating and selling post-Soviet resources to Western financiers. Sparta's victory over Athens led to an influx of silver into Sparta, taken by its elite landowning families. They used it to buy out the land of smaller holders. By the 3rd century BC, so many Spartans had lost their economic status that kings Agis IV and Cleomenes III moved to cancel debts and redistribute the land so as to rebuild Sparta's military power. The neighboring oligarchies called in Rome, which destroyed Sparta and then devastated Athens and all of Greece, stripping its wealth and ending its independence. Neither China nor Russia fit into this parallel history between ancient Greece and today's new Cold War. Neither nation is interfering with other countries or their politics, either democratic or oligarchic, and they are not demanding tribute or military allegiance. Roman imperialism as a dress rehearsal for American empire. What does indeed provide a parallel is the response of conquered provinces and territories to Roman conquest. The final century of the Roman Republic saw its oligarchy accumulate fortunes not by increasing productivity and prosperity at home, but by stripping other regions. The historian Sallust, who lived from 86 to 35 BC, quoted a letter from Mithridates, king of Pontus, to Arsaces, king of the Parthians. The Romans have one inveterate motive for making war upon all nations, peoples, and kings, namely, a deep-seated desire for dominion and for riches. Do you not know that the Romans have possessed nothing since the beginning of their existence except what they have stolen: their home, their wives, their lands, their empire? No laws, human or divine, prevent them from seizing and destroying allies and friends, those near them and those afar off, weak or powerful, and from considering every government which does not serve them, especially monarchies, as their enemies. It is by audacity, by deceit, and by joining war to war that they have grown great. Following their usual custom, they will destroy everything or perish in the attempt. 8. Rome claimed to bring order to its empire, having become such already in republican times prior to the crowning of Augustus in 27 BC. The depredations of its financial class, the publican knights with sufficient land and wealth to qualify for the cavalry as a military economic class just below senatorial rank, prompted the historian Livy to write that where there was a publicanus, there was no effective public law and no freedom for the subjects. This class imposed austerity on Roman provinces much as the International Monetary Fund does today on behalf of the U.S. financial sector and its allies. Summarizing their behavior, Ernst Badian notes that Cicero described them as ruthless exploiters who nevertheless have to be appeased because of their economic resources and political power. 9. A century later, the historian Tacitus quoted the words of Calgallus, a Scottish opponent of Rome, c. 87 AD, to describe Rome's oligarchy: if their enemy have wealth, they have greed; if he be poor, they are ambitious. To plunder, butcher, steal, these things they misname empire. They make a desolation and call it peace. 10. What is ironic is that it was the reformers Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus, 133 to 121 BC, who empowered the publican knights to act as the jury class in hope of controlling corrupt governors. Their assumption was that financial managers would work honestly in the public interest, but that always has been erroneous. It is in the nature of the financial class, as Aristotle would say, to use its power against society at large. The financial class historically has been the major beneficiary of empires by acting as collection agents. The publicani contracted to collect taxes and tribute on behalf of Rome, and they and fellow creditors lent Roman provinces the money to make these payments, seizing public property and enterprises illegally to cover the interest charges. Brutus, who stabbed Julius Caesar, charged 42%. They manipulated the courts to prevent themselves from being prosecuted for theft, most notoriously managing to get the governor Q. Mucius Scaevola and his aide P. Rutilius Rufus removed when they tried to stop the publican misbehavior in 92 BC. 8 Sallust, Historiae 4.69, translate J.C. Rolfe, Cambridge, 1960, pages 435-41, quoted in Aldo Schiavone, Ancient Rome and the Modern West, Cambridge, Ma, 2000, p. 84. 9 Ernst Badian, Publicans and Sinners, Ithaca, 1972, p. 12, citing Livy, History of Rome. 45.18.4 and Cicero. 10 Tacitus, Agricola 30. In a vocabulary of invective much like U.S. accusations calling non-aligned leaders communist or socialist, Rome accused its own reformers of seeking kingship, meaning big government strong enough to restrain the creditor elite from monopolizing the land and reducing much of the population to debt dependency. While the narrow ruling class benefited financially from Rome's empire, the domestic debt burden led to constant civil warfare and helped concentrate land holdings into vast latifundia, which Pliny blamed for being the ruin of Rome. Rome's collapse into a dark age of subsistence production is the most relevant lesson to be drawn from ancient empire building. Rome, with its imperial center's domestic debt burden, polarization of wealth and bleeding of its allies, can be viewed as a precursor of today's American empire. Rome's resulting collapse into serfdom stands as a warning to civilization to avoid the dangers inherent in today's similar financial and oligarchic polarization. Creating the U.S. imperial system in the wake of World War II. As Chapter 10 will describe, the first aim of American diplomats structuring the post-World War II world in 1944-45 was to absorb Britain's colonial empire and sterling area into the dollar sphere. That was achieved by lending a desperate Britain $3.75 billion, conditional on it opening up its sterling area to free trade and investment. That obliged the sterling area countries to open their economies, mainly to U.S. exporters and investors. Britain had to agree not to seek to regain markets by devaluing its currency until 1949, too late to save its export markets from being lost to U.S. producers. Britain also capitulated to U.S. demands to create the International Monetary Fund and World Bank as vehicles to open up trade and financial markets to U.S. exporters, and to enable U.S. investors to buy control of foreign natural resources and industry. Britain's capitulation set the rules for Europe and other regions to subsequently join these two institutions, leaving no practical alternative means of organizing world trade and investment. The World Bank's policies include opposing land reform, and it organizes loans mainly to create infrastructure linked largely to exports, not to create domestic self-sufficiency. The aim is to lock in foreign dependency on U.S. farm exports and other essentials. The major leverage over foreign economies is financial. The IMF finances U.S. allies and withholds credit from recalcitrant countries. Dollar credit is used as a lever to indebt foreign countries and force them to adopt free market deregulation and tax policies that serve U.S. interests. IMF currency stabilization loans typically are made to countries facing imminent devaluation stemming from foreign debt pressures. The broadest step in this strategy of underdevelopment is to use IMF pressure to turn public infrastructure into privatized monopolies by forcing their sell-off to raise money to settle trade and balance of payments deficits. And aiming to reverse the 20th century's pro-labor reforms, the IMF's notorious conditionalities for its loans oppose labor unions and pro-consumer policies as threatening to impair the profits of U.S. and other foreign investors. The pretense is that low labor costs will enable debtor countries to produce exports less expensively and thus earn their way out of debt. The reality is that austerity shrinks the economy and drives it even deeper into foreign dependency. The IMF then steps in to subsidize capital flight by client oligarchies, lending foreign central banks the money to support their exchange rate long enough for companies to move their money into dollars or other hard currencies. Then, when the local currency is allowed to collapse, the debtor country is told to impose further austerity and anti-labor policies to restore competition, and to sell off more land, natural resources, and public enterprises to repay the IMF for its capital flight loans. Some 750 U.S. military bases protect this financial underdevelopment policy. NATO and SEATO were created as military arms against nations seeking to manage their own economies independently of U.S. financial and military control. Among the U.S. Defense Department officials appointed to head the World Bank are Assistant Secretary of War John McCloy, 1947-49, Secretary of Defense John McNamara, 1968-81, and Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz, 2005-07. As Under-Secretary of Defense under George H. W. Bush in April 1992, Wolfowitz and Louis Scooter Libby presented a Memorandum on Defense Planning Guidance, 1994-99, asserting that, we must maintain the mechanism for deterring potential competitors from even aspiring to a larger regional or global role. U.S. officials announced that they felt American security to be threatened if they could not control the political and economic policy of other countries. Michael Ledeen, a neoconservative at the American Enterprise Institute, spelled out the U.S. tactic of intimidation. Every 10 years or so, the United States needs to pick up some small crappy little country and throw it against the wall, just to show the world we mean business. 11. Backing client oligarchies to control the oil trade. U.S. policy initially was anti-colonialist in order to absorb the sterling and franc areas into the dollar sphere. But foreign military and political intervention escalated in 1953 under the Eisenhower administration, 1953-60, administered by Secretary of State John Foster Dulles and his brother Allen Dulles as head of the CIA. There was a reason why the first major move to block foreign self-determination occurred in Iran. After World War I, the U.S. government encouraged the petroleum industry to extend its operations to foreign areas in both hemispheres and lent its active support when necessary. Since then, more than half of the huge petroleum reserves outside the United States have been found by American-owned companies. 12. Mohammad Mossadegh had been elected prime minister in 1951, promising land reform and a land tax, and to gain control of the nation's oil resources from Anglo-Persian oil. The company paid royalties of less than 20% on profits that its tax accountants minimized by selling its oil at an artificially low price to its offshore trading affiliates. Iran's parliament voted to nationalize the company, noting that it had made no attempt to fulfill its 1933 commitment to raise wages and build schools and hospitals. Winston Churchill and Clement Attlee urged Truman to oust Mossadegh, but the American President and State Department viewed him as a nationalist bulwark against the Communist Today Party. The incoming Eisenhower administration, however, viewed nationalists as virtual communists inasmuch as they shared a common advocacy of domestic control of natural resources. Control of oil and foreign mineral resources was, and remains, a basic element of U.S. foreign policy, and also that of Britain and Holland. So in 1953 the CIA and Britain's MI6 organized a coup, led by 11. Jonah Goldberg, Baghdad Delenda Est, Part 2, National Review, April 23, 2002, citing a speech by Ledeen in the early 1990s. The sources are discussed in https://historynewsnetwork.org/blog/6772, and by Simon Mars's interview with Noam Chomsky, April 2, 2005, at https://chomsky.info/20040402. 12 Statistics that I compiled in the balance of payments of the petroleum industry, Chase Manhattan Bank, 1966, show that by 1964, total free world gross petroleum investment amounted to over $136 billion, with the U.S. petroleum industry accounting for $71 billion at home and $23 billion abroad. Kermit Roosevelt on the U.S. side, to impose the Shah as dictator. 13. Mossadegh was imprisoned in his own home, where he was buried when he eventually died so as to prevent a public funeral from reviving Iranian resistance to foreign control. This was heralded as bringing democracy to Iran, with democracy meaning anti-communism in the U.S. rhetoric applied in international diplomacy, as if real democracy was compatible with foreign ownership of Iran's natural resources and their rents, and U.S. rights to install heads of state as neocolonial satraps. Imposing a U.S.-backed dictatorship in Iran was part of a common policy toward Venezuela, Iraq, Libya, and similar nations suffering from the curse of oil attracting foreign resource grabbers. But America refrains from overthrowing governments in oil-rich royal despotisms like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, as long as they remain pro-U.S. and recycle their oil revenue to the U.S. economy. For many decades the United States imported oil only from its own transnational firms, just 8 companies in 1947, expanding to 32 by 1964. These firms organized their foreign oil production legally as part of the U.S. economy, not as corporately distinct affiliates operating as part of their host country economies, but as branches whose operations are consolidated into the parent company's balance sheet. Only a small fraction of the nominal price of the oil imported by these companies actually is paid in foreign exchange, so most of the nominal price never leaves the U.S. economy. Purchase of U.S. capital goods and equipment accounted for about 45% of the oil industry's average annual new investment outflow, so little over half of the industry's new investment outflow actually left the U.S. shores in a financial form. When such receipts are added to capital goods exports, THIS raises the balance of payments return to over 34% per year, indicating a payback period in balance of payments terms of under 3 years. Most of the rest of the investment outflow was absorbed by parent company profits, laundered through offshore tax avoidance centers, interest to U.S. banks, and payments to U.S. employees and for U.S. management services. And indeed, the payback period is seen to be even shorter. 13. Ervand Abrahamian, The Coup, the CIA, and the Roots of Modern U.S.-Iranian Relations, New York, 2013, James Risen, State of War, The Secret History of the CIA and the Bush Administration, New York, 2006, and Stephen Kinzer, All the Shah's Men, An American Coup and the Roots of Middle East Terror, New York, 2003. Anglo-Persian Oil was renamed British Petroleum in 1954. When the indirect effects of new foreign investment are properly taken into account, host countries tend to spend a substantial portion of U.S. investment funds to purchase U.S. exports and to build up dollar deposits in the U.S. 14. Foreign resource extraction has gone hand in hand with the creation of an array of offshore banking centers and tax havens. U.S. parent company branches in oil-producing countries sell their oil at low prices to trading affiliates incorporated in Liberia or Panama, whose flags of convenience are an accounting deception to avoid having to pay U.S. income taxes. Neither Liberia nor Panama have an income tax or even a currency of their own, but use dollars so that companies using these tax avoidance centers will not run a risk of currency devaluation. 15. Having bought their oil at low prices from the producers, the trading affiliates sell it to their refiners and distributors in North America and Europe at prices so high that these downstream affiliates have no profits to declare and be taxed. This tactic is now used by companies across the economic spectrum, not only by mining conglomerates but by multinationals such as Apple, which pretends to make its worldwide profits in low-tax Ireland, Guatemala and U.S. agricultural imperialism. After Iran, the next notorious coup to prevent a foreign democracy from gaining control of its own destiny occurred in Guatemala in 1954. 10 years earlier a revolution had replaced its dictator with a democratic regime. When President Jacobo Arbenz introduced land reform to give peasants land, Eisenhower and the Dulles brothers were convinced that this was inherently anti-American and therefore likely to be communist. 14. The above cited the balance of payments of the petroleum industry, which I believe remains the only detailed statistical analysis of this phenomenon. The contribution of oil to the U.S. balance of payments was deemed so high that copies of this report were put on the desks of every U.S. senator and representative, and led the oil industry to be declared exempt from President Lyndon Johnson's voluntary balance of payments controls, on the ground that every dollar of U.S. oil investment abroad was returned to the U.S. economy in just 18 months. 15. I trace the evolution of such centers in my introduction to R.T. Naylor, Hot Money and the Politics of Debt, 3rd ed. Montreal, 2004, pages 9xxxiii, reprinted in my Finance Capitalism and Its Discontents, Interviews and Speeches, 2003-2012, Dresden, 2012. Guatemala's aim of achieving self-sufficiency in food produced by locally owned farms threatened the plantation holdings of the United Fruit Company. American diplomacy has long sought to maintain Latin American countries as plantations for U.S. companies, which are to keep for themselves the income from exporting their plantation crops. This exploitation required a fight against indigenous populations such as the Maya, who attempted to use the land to produce their own food. The U.S. response was to support a land-downing military dictatorship under Carlos Castillo Armas. Land reform to produce a country's own food is contrary to U.S. promotion of foreign dependency on U.S. grain exports. After the European Economic Community was formed in 1957, American diplomats opposed its common agricultural policy of U.S.-style price supports and subsidies for many years before finally giving up when Europe stood its ground. Food dependency facilitates U.S. economic control of a country and can be used as a weapon, as when the U.S. government imposed grain sanctions against China in the 1950s in an attempt to starve out Mao's revolution. Democratic imperialism via client oligarchies. To suppress democratic independence. The non-aligned movement became a threat to U.S. global strategy in 1961. Founded in Belgrade, it was headed by 5 leaders, each of whom was his country's first president: Sukarno in Indonesia, Josip Broz Tito in Yugoslavia, Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt, Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, and Jawaharlal Nehru in India. The United States had no jealousy of such countries, any more than it was jealous of oil-rich Iran and other Near Eastern producers, or agricultural Guatemala. Non-aligned meant creating a trade and finance diplomacy, independent of control by the United States, which simply wanted to subordinate foreign economies to serve U.S. corporate and financial prosperity. U.S. diplomacy accordingly sought to isolate and overthrow these non-aligned leaders, typically using ethnic divisions to create ethnic or race wars and what CIA jargon calls color revolutions. In Indonesia, for instance, Sukarno had led the resistance to the Dutch Empire in 1945. Recognizing that his country's large Chinese population was especially active in the commercial and finance sectors, he strengthened ties with China in the mid-1950s, and convened the Bandung Conference of Leaders of 29 Asian and African states in April 1955. Under his leadership, Indonesia also became the largest recipient of Soviet military aid. So in 1965 the CIA sponsored a widespread anti-Chinese massacre and assassination of progressive leaders, turning the country over to brutal military rule by General Suharto. 16. A similar coup was organized in Chile in 1973 to overthrow its elected president Salvador Allende. As Henry Kissinger quipped, "I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its people. The issues are much too important for the Chilean voters to be left to decide for themselves." The copper mines had been Chileanized at the suggestion of Anaconda and Kennecott copper companies, on the condition that all copper be sold via these companies so as to secure supplies of the metal, at low producers' prices, for their long-term customers. But President Allende rejected this commitment, asserting that Chile could sell its copper to whomever it chose. That was neither the kind of free market nor the kind of democracy that American diplomacy supported. The U.S. antidote was University of Chicago free market principles. Every economics department in every Chilean university except for the Catholic University was closed down under General Augusto Pinochet. Companies and their pension plans were privatized and financialized. Chilean companies created grupo conglomerates run by banks to siphon off corporate revenue and empty out pension funds in financially engineered looting, leaving bankrupt shells in their wake. This tactic reduced pension rights to a trickle. In 2020-21, Chilean voters rebelled and sought to restore a democratic constitution and protest its president Pinera's neoliberal Chicago leadership, including destruction of labor's pension rights by schemes that Pinera himself had designed. Chile's privatization and financialization at gunpoint inaugurated a wave of terror that spread throughout Latin America. The U.S. State Department organized Operation Condor to assassinate more than 60,000 labor leaders, progressive academics, land reformers, and liberation theology Catholics, installing a new legacy of Latin American dictatorships. In 2009, 16C, for instance, Vincent Bevins, the Jakarta Method, Washington's anti-communist crusade, and the mass murder program that shaped our world, New York, 2020, reporting that CIA operatives provided the killers with lists of real and imagined communists. U.S. officials conditioned U.S. military support on protection of U.S. oil installations and elimination of the PKI, the Communist Party of Indonesia. Estimates of the numbers killed range from 500,000 up to 2 to 3 million. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton sponsored the overthrow of Honduras's President Manuel Zelaya, who was promoting a modest land reform. An earlier Honduran coup had occurred in 1963 to prevent the election of a democratic regime. Aiming to appropriate ownership of Latin American and other continents' land, natural resources, and infrastructure, U.S. policy seeks to block land reform and oppose agricultural self-sufficiency, as well as local attempts to retain basic infrastructure in the public domain instead of privatizing it. To the United States, power means the privilege of intervening in the politics of other nations to prevent them from deviating from financial, trade and military dependency on the United States. The result is a form of globalization that seeks to subjugate any country that might act independently of U.S. control by protecting its industrial and agricultural self-sufficiency and growth. Creating a neoliberal post-Soviet oligarchy after 1991. America's victory in the Cold War was capped by the dissolution of the USSR in 1991. That cataclysmic event was mapped out in a Houston meeting on December 19, 1990, where World Bank and IMF planners laid out a blueprint for Russia's leaders to impose austerity and give away its assets it didn't matter to whom, in a wave of shock therapy to let the alleged magic of free enterprise create a neoliberal free-for-all. 17 The result was to endow kleptocrats by registering public assets in their own names or companies, and for them to obtain value for these takings by selling shares to foreign buyers. For U.S. investors, this was a financial success story. Russia became the world's best performing stock market, even while indeed, precisely because industry was dismantled throughout the former Soviet republics, whose economies suffered depression and demographic loss as bad as that caused by the military destruction of World War II. The population plunge was especially serious in the neoliberalized Baltics, where it is still continuing, having fallen by over 20% since independence in 1991. Americans were furious when President Putin sought to stop Russia's collapse and financial conquest by foreign investors. U.S. denunciations. 17C The economy of the USSR. A study undertaken to a request by the Houston Summit, Washington, 1990, by the IMF and World Bank, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. For details, see Chapter 11. Of Russian autocracy are aimed at post-Yeltsin attempts to stop Mikhail Khodorkovsky and other kleptocrats from appropriating and selling off Russia's Yukos and other oil resources and companies to U.S. buyers, and evading Russian taxes. The fact that Mr. Putin was democratically elected does not matter. As long as a democracy is defined as being pro-American and autocracy means blocking U.S. attempts at takeover, these words have little to do with the political system or popular voting preferences. Ending the Cold War with the former Soviet Union did nothing to curtail U.S. military spending. Just the opposite. NATO expanded, despite the Warsaw Pact's dissolution and the promise by James Baker in the George H.W. Bush administration not to move it eastward. U.S. officials continue to assert the right to first use of nuclear weapons, along with the right to use military force unilaterally. As the Clinton administration's May 1997 Quadrennial Defense Review, whose principal author was the hawkish Assistant Secretary of Defense for Strategy, Michel Flournoy, explained, the United States no longer felt itself bound by the UN Charter prohibiting the threat or use of military force. The report framed the unilateral use of military force all over the world as justified in defending vital interests, which it defined to include preventing the emergence of a hostile regional coalition anywhere, and ensuring uninhibited access to key markets, energy supplies, and strategic resources. The report added that when the interests at stake are vital, we should do whatever it takes to defend them, including, when necessary, the unilateral use of military power. 18 International law defines this as aggression, the supreme international crime according to the judges at Nuremberg. The new Cold War waged by U.S. centered finance capitalism. The Cold War was not won by military conflict. Force ideally is not necessary for the most successful empires, except for local police actions. The key mode of control is financial and trade dependency. Like overtly military occupation, America's dollar diplomacy aims to control the commanding heights of foreign economies, their finance and banking, land and natural resources, transportation and power utilities, and information and internet monopolies. Countries that resist such economic takeover b. 18 quoted in media Benjamin and Nicholas J. S. Davies, will Michel Flournoy be the angel of death for the American empire? Counterpunch, September 24, 2020. Come America's enemies, its designated adversaries. The result today is a new Cold War waged by the United States and its NATO satellites not only against China and Russia, but against any countries resisting privatization and financialization under U.S. sponsorship. The most distinctive feature of our time, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov observed in October 2020, is this: everyone understands that a redistribution of power is taking place, and this is exactly what our Western colleagues are fighting so adamantly, clinging to their centuries of dominance. 19. U.S. military and financial diplomacy has become so exploitative that it is driving its allies as well as victims to break away, along with those countries successfully resisting economic takeover, most notably nuclear-armed China and Russia. No country with atomic weapons is likely to be militarily attacked by the United States, let alone occupied. If it does not let itself be neoliberalized, and is not susceptible to color revolution, realistically the most the United States can do is seek to isolate it. At issue in this new Cold War is whether the world economy will be one of finance capitalism and rent extraction, or industrial capitalism evolving into socialism. As Rosa Luxemburg put matters a century ago, the choice is whether the world will have socialism or barbarism. American finance capitalism threatens to create an economic dark age. Its basic dynamic is to concentrate wealth in the hands of the rentier 1 or 10% at the top of each country's economy, impoverishing the rest of society by using financial and allied rentier property rights as choke points to secure control. Wealth is addictive and incites greed, which is rapacious and victimizing. Finance capitalism knows no limit as it compulsively seeks every drop of income for itself. Privatizers of natural resources and infrastructure monopolies claim that their rent-seeking is productive rather than socially destructive. 19 Speech to the Valdai Club on the Causes of Turbulence in Modern International Politics, October 13, 2020. Lavrov added that the substance of the modern epoch is an objective process of formation of a more democratic, multipolar international order. It is a difficult and long process. It will probably take an entire epoch, and if the EU is arrogant enough to declare, With this sense of unconditional superiority, that Russia must understand there will be no business as usual, well, Russia wants to understand whether there could be any business at all with the European Union under these conditions. So we should probably stop communicating with them for a while. Tiv. But it siphons off the income of labor and also the profits of industry. That ultimately is as destructive as when Rome stripped its provinces and enserfed its own population, leaving an economic dark age. Today's populations from Greece to Latvia, and indeed from America's Rust Belt to Texas, are told they themselves are responsible for the hunger, illness, and financial anxiety leading to early death among the indebted poor, not that they have been victimized by the privatized and financialized system sponsored by the Washington Consensus. Creating a multipolar world. Countering the dynamic of U.S.-centered finance capitalism is looming as the great economic struggle of the remainder of the 21st century. Decoupling from dollar diplomacy requires mobilizing a broad enough membership of nations to become self-sufficient in essentials so that national economies cannot be untracked by U.S. moves to isolate them. Such a critical mass was lacking in 1945 when U.S. financial diplomacy used its monetary power to gain control of Britain, France, and the rest of Europe. When the Bandung Conference met in Indonesia in 1955, and again when the non-aligned movement was attempted in 1961, their members also lacked the economic range and military defense needed to break from the U.S. moves to isolate them. But the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, of China, Russia, and other Eurasian countries, including soon Iran, and the Belt and Road Initiative promised to be more successful. As will be described in later chapters, a viable alternative to dollar diplomacy requires creation of a multipolar monetary system independent of the dollar, along with a tax system that discourages wealth extraction through monopoly privileges and debt leveraging. A guiding legal principle should be that no country should be obliged to pay foreign debt by forfeiting its own natural resources and capital investment, or by cutting back labor's living standards. That demand is at the root of U.S. financial domination. Avoiding financial and trade dependency requires a cancellation of debts that are unpayable except by reducing living standards and privatizing public infrastructure. This is hardly a new perception. A common demand of democracy for the past 2,500 years, from classical Greece and Rome down to modern debtor revolts, has been for debt cancellation and land redistribution. Chapter 13 will describe why democracies are more prone to evolve into oligarchies than were Near Eastern monarchies. From Sumer in the 3rd millennium BC and Hammurabi's Babylonia in the 2nd millennium BC down to the Neo-Assyrian, Neo-Babylonian, and Persian empires in the 1st millennium BC, rulers held the support of their local populations by proclaiming clean slates that annulled debts, liberated bondservants, and restored self-support lands to debtors who had lost them to creditors. Debt cancellations were proclaimed in Greek city-states by reformer tyrants and, according to some reports, by early Roman kings. Greek oligarchs denounced as tyrants leaders who advocated canceling debts and redistributing rental lands to their cultivators, as reformer-tyrants had done in the 7th and 6th centuries BC to open the path for the Greek takeoff in Corinth and other leading city-states that overthrew their mafiosi-style autocrats monopolizing local land and credit. Oligarchic Rome feared the very idea of kingship, on the ground that such power might be used to annul creditor claims. Strong popular leaders down through Julius Caesar were assassinated for seeking kingship, being suspected above all of planning to consolidate support by canceling debts and redistributing the land that oligarchs had appropriated. That spirit of limiting big government's role survives in today's world. The Washington Consensus depicts dependence on a financialized U.S.-centered world economy as being so natural that it appears to be part of a free market, even having a patina of democratic choice as long as the choice is limited to political leaders who accept the logic of neoliberal finance capitalism. National self-reliance and policies to sustain resilience are depicted as economically wasteful, and hence doomed to failure by violating free market principles, losing out in a Darwinian struggle for economic efficiency, imagined to consist of cutting the cost of labor and of government social programs. This slashing of long-term social and economic investment to sustain economic resilience is not the classical idea of cutting costs. The classical economists' 19th century political fight was to cut rentier costs. But today's neoliberalism seeks to maximize them, by removing society's ability to protect itself from them. A precondition for breaking away from this anti-government tunnel vision is to recognize that the market is controlled by high finance in alliance with predatory rent seekers. Central to America's financial imperialism is its promotion of an economic ideology, libertarian neoliberalism, controlling how its victims perceive the world, and hence their self-interest. An alternative political economy is required to counteract the neoliberal economic doctrine now taught in schools and propagandized by mass media throughout the world, both part of what former CIA analyst Ray McGovern calls the MICIMAT, Military Industrial Congressional Intelligence Media Academia think tank, complex. The starting point for such an alternative economic and political program obviously should be what to avoid and where the path of financialization and privatization leads. That is what classical political economy was all about. It was based on the distinction between earned and unearned income, defining the latter as economic rent. The following chapters outline the logic that was developed over the past 2 centuries to counter oligarchic tendencies to polarize and impoverish societies along the lines that today's free market Washington consensus would have the world follow. 4. Economic rent, price without value. A major reason why China has been able to grow so prosperous so rapidly over the past generation is because it has treated banking and money creation, education, healthcare, and other basic needs as public services. That has kept down its cost of living, giving its labor and industry a cost advantage over economies dominated by a more privatized FIRE sector. But one great problem exists for any economy: how to keep housing and commercial real estate affordable so as not to raise the cost of living and doing business. How can China avoid catching the American disease of rising house prices, forcing home buyers to go so deeply into debt that, after paying their mortgage debt service, they have insufficient income remaining to buy enough goods and services to keep the economy growing and living standards rising? America's privatized health care absorbs 18% of U.S. gross domestic product, GDP. Many students also need to borrow as much as $40,000 each year to get a university degree. And topping these U.S. expenses are rent or mortgage debt charges for housing, which often absorb over 40% of a family's income. Taken together, these finance, insurance and real estate, FIRE, sector costs dominate U.S. GDP growth. GDP statistics do not depict the rise in housing and debt charges, interest, and even monopoly rents as overhead. Absurd as it may seem, these overhead charges are held to be the drivers of GDP growth, as if these payments to the rentier sectors reflect a correspondingly rising product. That illusion has helped deter steps to reverse the U.S. deindustrialization and deepening debt deflation. The mainstream economic theory taught in Western universities cannot explain America's industrial failure, any more than it can explain China's success. A broader approach is needed to avoid the blind spots of Western neoliberal economics, which depicts the privatization of land rent, bank credit, and money creation, healthcare, education and other basic needs as the way for an economy to get rich. Yet the result of such privatization is to create a loan market to buy out public enterprises which, upon being privatized, impose monopoly rents that require their customers to go into debt to obtain access to these basic services. Inflating housing prices and the cost of obtaining an education on credit requires more income to be spent on servicing rising mortgage debt and student debt, and repayment of automobile loans and credit cards absorbs further income. That forces a rising proportion of personal income to be paid to creditors and their allied rentier sectors. Throughout the West, these charges have grown much faster than wages and industrial capital investment. Depicting these rentier charges as adding to GDP gives the impression that rent and debt-ridden economies are growing faster than rent-free and less heavily indebted economies and those whose basic needs are provided publicly. Yet real growth is fastest where the rentier element of GDP is lowest and least privatized. This perception was the essence of 19th century political economy. No classical economist describing industrial capitalism imagined that the way for an emerging middle class to get rich would be to borrow to buy real estate, whose price would be inflated by bank credit. Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill and his Ricardian socialist followers advocated that land rent should become the tax base. Britain, France, and other Western nations spent most of the 19th century fighting to break the power of the hereditary landlord class. Britain's House of Lords and other upper houses of government survived from the Viking Frankish warlords who conquered Britain and other European lands. By World War I this rentier class's stranglehold on political power in national parliaments was ended, and with it their hereditary land rents. Housing and land ownership began to be democratized but on credit, with governments leaving most of the land's rental value to be paid to the banks as interest. That has enabled bank profits to soar, because about 80% of bank loans in the United States and Britain are for real estate mortgages. The financial and real estate sectors have risen together as larger and more debt-leveraged mortgage loans have bid up real estate prices. Rental value still exists, but it has been paid to bankers whose mortgage loans enabled the land, housing, and commercial real estate to be democratized. At first, this seemed to be a good thing. After World War II ended in 1945, buying a home became the criterion for being a member of the middle class in the United States and other Western nations. Homes became by far the major asset for most families. Prices rose as general prosperity increased and urban amenities were enhanced, and increasingly by banks increasing the loan-to-value ratio of their credit lines. Easy access to credit enabled absentee landlords to borrow to buy rent-yielding properties with little of their own money, getting rich in their sleep, as John Stuart Mill expressed it. And the net worth of households soared as real estate was increasingly debt-leveraged. Home ownership rates rose to over two-thirds of the U.S. population and over 80% in much of Europe by the early 2000s. Nearly everyone in the 1940s and 1950s could borrow to buy a home with a 30-year self-amortizing mortgage. Bank lending was limited to sums that would not absorb more than 25% of the debtor's income. By the end of 30 years the mortgage would be paid off, leaving the owner's home free and clear of debt. In the United States the beneficiaries were mainly a white middle class, to be sure. Black neighborhoods were redlined and denied the civic services and good schools that were raising land and housing prices in the rest of America. Banks would not write mortgages for black buyers even in good neighborhoods, and the U.S. Federal Housing Authority, FHA, would not guarantee loans to them. Inner cities were gutted and white flight to the suburbs left New York City near bankruptcy in 1974. But beginning in the 1980s, inner cities and slum neighborhoods were torn down and gentrified, creating a new wave of house price inflation and the mortgage debt that went with it. It took less than 30 years for what seemed to be a middle-class dream to turn into a financial nightmare. What inflated housing prices from 1980 onward was bank lending. A property is worth whatever banks are willing to lend against it, and the US FHA and its mortgage financing agencies, headed by the Federal National Mortgage Association, FNMA, popularly called Fannie Mae, helped banks inflate homeowner wealth by guaranteeing mortgages, with the permissible level of debt service now having risen to absorb up to 43% of the borrower's income. Real estate prices were bid up as banks lent on terms that drove families deeper into debt, but thinking that this was worth it, if housing prices rose even faster than the rate of interest. Banks became wealthy by financing the purchase of almost every asset, from homes and office buildings to entire corporate buyouts, and also the increasingly privatized public domain. The one part of the economy that did not share in this rising wealth was state and local finance. Untaxing land squeezed U.S. state and city budgets, leading most conspicuously to New York City's near bankruptcy in 1974. Something like a new enclosure movement resulted as New York and other cities and states paid their bondholders and other creditors by raising prices for hitherto subsidized public services and selling off public property to private buyers. The private sector was being turned into a vast Ponzi scheme, needing new buyers and new credit to keep bidding up prices by enough to pay the interest charges. The new buyers borrowed in anticipation of land price gains being inflated. And for nearly 2 decades their faith paid off. But having to pay rising housing costs along with housing insurance, so that the bank's collateral would not be lost in an accident. Other debts, pension and social security contributions, health insurance and Medicare leaves less remaining income to spend on the industrial sector's goods and services. The economy shrinks, except for the 1% whose wealth comes from owning banks, bonds, stocks, and other financial assets that extract debt service and other rentier income from the economy's 99%. This polarization of wealth is an inherent dynamic of finance capitalism, which in turn is characterized by a symbiosis of the finance, insurance, and real estate sectors. Having to pay this fire sector for basic needs, not only for housing but also for education and healthcare, prices labor and industry in financialized rentier economies out of world markets. That is what has led to America's deindustrialization. Yet mainstream trade theory treats international prices as reflecting labor costs without distinguishing between rentier overhead and more necessary basic costs of living. This chapter and the next will explain how today's polarization and deindustrialization threat is largely a result of financializing rentier income instead of collecting it publicly as the tax base. How can China best avoid the American problem of becoming house poor? Rental values and hence housing prices in China will tend to rise as it grows more prosperous. That is natural as income becomes more widely distributed and cities build more transportation and related infrastructure, parks, schools, and other urban amenities. But real estate prices ideally should only reflect the intrinsic cost value embodied in buildings and other capital improvements. Letting these prices be bid up simply by central bank manipulation of interest rates or credit would be to the detriment of the economy's real producers and consumers. U.S.-style rent and debt deflation, and its associated deindustrialization, may serve as a warning about the dangers of having rising housing prices and rents enrich a class of absentee landlords and their bankers at the expense of the population at large and its spending power. What has happened to the United States, Britain, and much of continental Europe is not a natural result of population growth pushing up real estate prices. Housing price inflation is a product of financializing real estate while governments refrain from taxing the land's rent, enabling it to be capitalized into bank credit and turned into a flow of interest payments. Instead of reflecting prosperity, it is preventing widespread prosperity. Taxing the rising rental value of land saves it from being pledged to banks for loans and paid out as interest. Having homeowners pay higher land taxes will have two great benefits: it will prevent debt-driven house price inflation, and the land tax will be more than offset by freeing homeowners from having to pay income and sales taxes. Classical economists sought to prevent a rentier class appropriating the land's site value for itself. Their solution was to make this rental valuation the natural tax base, because it was better to tax it for the public than to leave it in the hands of a landlord and mortgage banking class. The best tax system would avoid burdening labor and industry with income taxes and sales and excise taxes on goods and services. Such taxes increase the basic cost of living and hence force up the wages that industrial employers need to pay. Taxes on land, natural resource rents and monopoly rights are sufficient to defray the costs of government. They do not raise the cost of living or doing business, because the rents that are taxed are not a cost of production. Landlords do not provide any productive service, but merely own the economy's major choke point. The land is simply there, regardless of how much is, or is not, paid for it. Avoiding debt-driven housing price inflation is a precondition for China to remain a low-cost economy without a predatory landlord class and the financial class that stands behind it. The great virtue of a land tax is that it does not leave the rental value of good sites available to be paid to bankers as mortgage debt service. That keeps the market price of housing down. The after-tax rent of location should leave only enough rent to pay lenders for the cost value of the building. This way, real estate prices will not be inflated on debt-leveraged credit, creating land tenure in proportion to its tax-paying ability, its fiscal rent. The great problem is the political power of vested interests. Absentee landlords and private creditors have always tried to pry the land's rent away from public authorities. Civilization has experienced a struggle for 5,000 years over whether government or private individuals will get the land's free rent. To show how this struggle has shaped the evolution of land tenure over time, I will start by explaining how land tenure came into being in the first place. By the 4th millennium BC, Mesopotamia and Egypt had begun to schedule their public corvée labor needs for basic infrastructure, building city walls, temple and palace buildings, and digging irrigation systems, as well as service in the military. To organize and support this labor, standardized land lots were assigned to community members, on the basis of their obligations to perform corvée and military duties. 1 Land was valued in terms of the labor or crop usufruct that a given plot would support. These archaic corvée labor and military duties were taxes in kind. They determined the land tenure assigned to community members, to feed and support labor in performing these duties. Building public works with such labor was the great socializing process of archaic times, with participants being fed large amounts of beer, and also meat at the festivals held during the work periods. At some point, cultivators were able to commute their labor obligations by paying in crops or other commodities whose monetary value was set by royal fiat or custom as being equivalent to that of the labor or crops that were owed. Similar commutations occurred in medieval Europe. Labor was the scarce resource in all early societies, including for military duty in a world under almost constant threat of attack. But by the 3rd millennium BC, personal liberty began to be disrupted as interest-bearing debt came to be owed to members of the palace bureaucracy and merchants. Their loans or credit provided the sums owed to the palace that cultivators needed to cover basic expenses during the agricultural year, or for rites of passage or other personal reasons. Creditors typically took interest in the form of labor to work off the debts. In time, they foreclosed on the self-sup. For more details, see my article, How the Organization of Labor Shaped Civilization's Takeoff, in Piotr Steinkeller and Michael Hudson, eds, Labor in the Ancient World, Dresden, 2015, pages 649-64. The land was not simply taken by individuals who monopolized it and made its cultivators pay rent to use it. Palaces would have lost labor and crop rent. Any archaic community permitting this would have quickly lost its members. Money was first developed as a means of denominating payment to palaces and temples for the obligations associated with land tenure. Austrian and other individualistic speculations leave these large institutions out of account, and thus fail to see how land and its rent originally were a public utility. Port land debtors pledged as collateral. The past 5,000 years have seen an ongoing conflict between creditors and the governing institutions over who should have priority in receiving the land's rent. In the early Near East from the 3rd to 1st millennium BC, civic authority had priority, not creditor claims. New rulers taking the throne normally annulled the personal debts of cultivators, liberated bondservants, and returned to the debtor's family the slaves or land that had been pledged to creditors. 2. These royal acts reasserted the ruler's power to claim corvée labor, military service, and crop taxes. By restoring the normal distribution of land and personal liberty, that made the debtor's loss and forfeiture only temporary. But despite numerous early revolts in classical Greece and many popular demands for debt cancellation in Rome, antiquity did not inherit from the Near East this practice of more or less regular clean slates. Down through the modern world, the land's rent has been shifting away from paying taxes to paying interest to private creditors. Where kings survived, as in early Rome, they were overthrown by landowning warlord oligarchies that accumulated the land of small holders by lending and foreclosing, or simply grabbing it by force. Rome's leading Senate families wrote pro-creditor laws to entrench their power, and this spirit of the law survived the collapse of Rome's empire to serve as a fundamental element of Western legal philosophy ever since. The main legacy surviving from European feudalism was a hereditary landlord class. After the Norman invasion of England in 1066, William the Conqueror ordered compilation of the Domesday Book to calculate how much rent could be extracted from English land, and appointed his companions as local warlords to administer it. A century later, when King John, 1199–1216, abused his power, the land barons who were the heirs of William's conquerors led a revolt and forced the king to sign the Magna Carta in 1215. That went a long way toward privatizing the land's rent for the warlord aristocracy. Similar privatizations occurred throughout Europe, endowing a hereditary rentier class with tribute that absorbed most of the economy's surplus for themselves and the kings with many members of. Two such royal amnesties are documented down through the early 1st millennium BC. I document these royal proclamations in, and forgive them their debts, credit and redemption from Bronze Age finance to the Jubilee year, Dresden, 2018. See also Michael Hudson and Mark van de Meerup, eds, Debt and Economic Renewal in the Ancient Near East, Bethesda, 2002. The nobility being in hoc to creditors such as the Templars and Italian bankers. Kings spent most of their taxes on tribute to the papacy and payments to these bankers for credit, especially to wage wars to conquer foreign rent-yielding land. That left less revenue for investing in industrial capital formation. The silver and booty seized from the New World by Spain and Portugal, for example, flowed right through them to other countries from which they purchased luxuries and war materials, instead of being used for productive investment opportunities at home. The Adam Smith tax on land rent as the focal point of classical value and price theory. Rents and taxes in 18th century France were so high that its domestic industry could not compete with that of Britain and other European countries. A group of reformers clustered around the royal surgeon, Dr. François Quesnay, who created the first major statistical accounting format, the Tableau économique, 1758, to trace the circulation of revenue within the French economy. Calling themselves the physiocrats or lay economists, they traced how the landlord class and royal estate appropriated almost all of France's economic surplus, the product net product, as land rent. In order for France to industrialize and become more affluent, the physiocrats argued, it had to break free from its rentier overhead. Among the visitors to France was Adam Smith. Upon returning to Scotland, he adopted the major physiocratic reform proposal: taxes should fall on the land, not on labor or industrial capital. Private ownership of the land was a choke point to extract the value of its crop surplus over and above the cultivator's living costs and the expenses necessary to produce crops. Landlords love to reap where they have not sown, Smith wrote in The Wealth of Nations, 1776, and demand a rent even for the land's natural produce. Driving the point home, he added, the dearness of house rent in London arises, above all the dearness of ground rent, every landlord acting the part of a monopolist. 3. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Book I, ch. 68, and ch. 1055. Smith added that land ownership privileges are founded on the most absurd of all suppositions, the supposition that every successive generation of men has not an equal right to the earth, but that the property of the present generation should be regulated according to the fancy of those who died 500 years ago, that is, the Norman conquerors, Book 3, ch. 26. Ricardo's theory of differential land rent. Taxing land rent was politically difficult, because the landlord class controlled the upper houses of parliaments throughout Europe. But various vested interests, including bankers and other advocates of industrialization, began to criticize landlord demands for higher rents in the wake of the 1789 French Revolution, which led to Napoleon's wars to spread liberal reforms. His war with Britain started in 1798 and continued until 1815, imposing a continental barrier that disrupted Britain's seaborne commerce. Unable to import as much food as usual, Britain was forced to fall back on its domestic farming sector. Crop prices rose to reflect the more limited and high-cost supply. Upon the return to peace in 1815, British landlords sought to maintain the high agricultural rents that they had enjoyed during the years of wartime isolation, by persuading Parliament to impose tariffs on food imports, the Corn Laws. The effect was to artificially maintain high domestic crop prices. The ensuing three-decade fight over the Corn Laws, which finally were repealed in 1846, became the occasion for a landmark debate between Thomas Robert Malthus arguing on behalf of Britain's landlords, and David Ricardo, the parliamentary spokesman for the nation's banking class. Although industry was not yet a major bank client, the major bank market lay in financing foreign trade. Bankers therefore had an interest in promoting industry to promote an international division of labor in which Britain would be the workshop of the world, exporting manufactures in exchange for foreign raw materials and handicrafts. Point 4. At the center of the trade debate was the concept of economic rent that Ricardo refined as part of his argument against protective tariffs, doing so in the process of explaining how Britain might achieve an industrial cost advantage by freeing its economy from high crop prices and land rents supported by protective agricultural tariffs. A cost advantage for British manufacturers required minimizing the wages they had to pay, the basic wage, determined by the cost of living, headed by the price of food. For when Western economies began to recover in the 12th century, thanks largely to the monetary loot grabbed by the Crusaders when they sacked Constantinople, Christian law had banned usury, but permitted a loophole for banks to charge foreign exchange agio fees for the service of transferring payments from one country or currency to another. The banking class's interest therefore was to increase international trade and its specialization of production between industrial Britain and countries providing its industrialists with raw materials. Minimizing the cost of feeding wage earners required obtaining low-priced food from abroad. That required repealing the protectionist corn laws so as to buy much less expensive grain from the United States, Latin America, and other less industrialized countries. And repeal of these laws meant lower land rents. This logic of foreign trade advantage set the needs and political dynamic of industrial capitalism against Britain's rentier aristocracy. The resulting controversy prompted Ricardo to write in 1815, soon after the Treaty of Ghent restored peace to Europe, "The interest of the landlords is always opposed to the interest of every other class in the community." 5. For Ricardo, the community meant mainly his own banking class and the industrialists that he hoped would produce exports. As for the wage-earning class, Ricardo assumed that wages would tend to remain at the subsistence level in any event. Ricardo spent the next 2 years writing on the principles of political economy and taxation, 1817. Chapter 2 defined economic rent in terms of classical value and price theory. His discussion, and Malthus's response, helped shape classical value and rent theory for the remainder of the century. Value was defined in terms of necessary costs of production, ultimately reducible to the cost of the labor. 6 But many products sold for higher prices, especially the products of agriculture. Ricardo believed that crop prices would rise as a result of diminishing fertility on marginal soils, which would need to be brought into cultivation to feed the growing population. Diminishing returns would lead crop prices to be set by the highest cost producers. That would leave more rent in the hands of owners of more fertile land with lower costs of production. The excess of market price over and above the costs to these low-cost producers was called differential economic rent. 5. Ricardo, Essay on the Influence of a Low Price of Corn on the Profits of Stock, London. 1815, p. 21. To be sure, city merchants typically looked forward to investing their wealth in landed estates, as Roman merchants had done, and Ricardo himself had bought Gatcombe Park as the family seat in 1814. 6. Numerous writers already had described the basic elements of this theory. Their writings are reviewed in Marx's Theories of Surplus Value, Volume 2, Moscow, 1968, compiled posthumously by Karl Koski from Marx's Notes. The 3 volumes of that work reveal how Marx came to refine his labor theory of value as an outgrowth of classical rent and exploitation theory, and thus are complementary to the corresponding 3 volumes of Marx's Capital. Ignoring the role of agricultural chemistry, Ricardo thought that the land's fertility differentials were permanent, persisting even after land was improved. 7 Each plot of land was held to receive a distinct rental income in accordance with its inherent fertility differential, with the poorest and most marginal land not yielding any rent at all. For him, there was only differential rent, not absolute monopoly rent. By contrast, James Anderson and David Buchanan described absolute monopoly rent as existing over and above the differential rent that Ricardo described, although Buchanan believed that the major cost differences stemmed from capital productivity and transport costs. 8. Heinrich von Thunen emphasized the latter, replacing Ricardo's idea of fertility differentials with the rent of location. In the isolated state with respect to agriculture and political economy, 1826, he created the formula R equals Y, PC, YFM. Land rent, R, was the market price, P, of its yield per land unit, Y, less the cost of production, C, and less the transport costs, which were determined by the freight rate for the crop per mile, F, multiplied by the distance over which the crop had to be transported to market, M. Adam Smith had recognized the rent of location. The corn which grows within a mile of the town, sells for the same price with that which comes from 20 miles distant, but the latter must bear the costs of shipping the crop to the urban market. 9 Rent of location thus was supplied by geography, and increased as the economy's overall prosperity increased. If crops had to be brought from further away, their supply price rose, with the rentless land being the most distant. 7 Ricardo, Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 3rd ed. London, 1821, p. 67. He added, pages 412-13. Improvements in agriculture increase the quantity of raw produce obtained from each plot, but probably do not disturb the relative proportions which before existed between the original and indestructible powers of the soil. 8 Ricardo, Principles, 3rd ed., p. 71. Adam Smith, above, had referred to land as a monopoly, as had David Buchanan. Observations on the subjects treated of in Dr. Smith's Wealth of Nations, Edinburgh, 1817, pages 34 and 37. Joan Robinson, The Accumulation of Capital, London, 1956, pages 289-93, emphasized rent as a monopoly good, reflecting the fact that all land is scarce. That point was made also by Thomas Perronet Thompson, The True Theory of Rent, in opposition to Mr. Ricardo, London, 1826, p. 6. 9 Smith, Wealth of Nations, Book 3, ch. 1. By the end of the 19th century the rent of location was recognized as resulting not only from transport costs but also from public amenities, parks, schools, and museums, urban improvements and the special desirability or prestige of certain neighborhoods. But the major rent of location indeed results from convenient transportation. And that rental value of land is often sufficient to cover public expenses for basic needs. When London, for example, spent £3.4 billion to extend the Jubilee Tube line to the Canary Wharf financial district, the capital improvement raised the valuation of land along the route by over £10 billion. The entire cost of this public construction could have been defrayed by taxing the land's increased rent of location and unearned free lunch. Instead, London taxed wage earnings and profits. Taxpayers bore the cost, while landowners contributed nothing towards the increased value that accrued to their assets. 10. A similar rent of location giveaway occurred when New York City built its 2nd Avenue subway for about $3 billion. Rents and property prices rose along the new route by a reported $6 billion, because people no longer had to walk a mile to the overcrowded Lexington subway. That increase in rental valuation was much more than enough to cover what it cost the city to build the system. That cost could have been met by imposing a rent recapture tax on the land sites whose market prices rose. Instead, the city borrowed and paid interest to bondholders, and increased income taxes on labor and business. That made the city's cost of living and doing business higher while landlords received a windfall without effort or new investment of their own. Seeing that bus and subway lines, streets, and other public infrastructure enhance real estate site value, Thorstein Veblen described American urban politics as being concerned mainly with civic improvement projects to promote real estate for the benefit of land speculators. His 1923 book Absentee Ownership and Business Enterprise in Recent Times pointed out that most cities should be viewed as real estate development projects by property owners seeking to increase prices for their holdings, looking to sell at a gain. 11 The aim of public infrastructure spending in the United 10 Fred Harrison, Ricardo's Law, London, 2006, p. 83, and Don Riley, Taken for a Ride, Trains, Taxpayers, and the Treasury, London, 2001. 11 Absentee Ownership and Business Enterprise in Recent Times, New York, 1923, pages 142 ff. I discuss this in Veblen's institutionalist elaboration of rent theory, in Michael Hudson and Ahmet Anku, eds, Absentee Ownership and Its Discontents, Critical Essays on the Legacy of Thorstein Veblen, Dresden, 2016. Veblen's point was, states is indeed to increase land prices. Real estate developers try to keep all the land price gains for themselves, making the public pay for the cost of enhancing their rent of location. Joseph Stiglitz has caused some confusion by coining what he called the Henry George theorem in 1977, under certain conditions, beneficial investments in public services, most notably transportation, parks, and other improvements, will increase aggregate land rents by at least as much as the investments cost. 12 But George had no classical value and price theory. He emphasized rural land, above all absentee English landlordship in Ireland, not urban land. The rent and improvement theorem really was developed by Veblen, who also focused on the role of politics and fiscal financing. Most land price gains attributable to rent of location stem from public infrastructure investment that makes neighborhoods more desirable. Who should get the benefit of such improvements? How should cities and municipalities pay for the cost of improving the means of transportation and other neighborhood amenities? What seems most fair is to finance such improvements by taxing back the increased rental value of the land sites. Otherwise, landlords will receive free rental value at public expense. The result of not taxing this rise in rents is to channel an increasing proportion of national income to landlords, and ultimately to the finance sector at the expense of wages and profits, as Ricardo proceeded to explain in his analysis. Rent deflation as industrial capitalism's Armageddon. Ricardo warned that rising land rent was the great threat to industrial capitalism's survival. It would raise the cost of living and hence employment of industrial labor by crowding out profits. That result may be called rent deflation. The natural tendency of profits then is to fall, for, in the progress of society and wealth, the additional quantity of food required is obtained by the sacrifice of more and more labor. 13 Assuming, erroneously, diminish. That the cost of these improvements is made at public expense, to benefit the real estate developers who dominate local politics in most cities and states. 12. Joseph E. Stiglitz, The Theory of Local Public Goods, in Martin S. Feldstein and R. P. Inman, eds, The Economics of Public Services, London, 1977, pages 274 to 333. 13. Ricardo, Principles, 3rd ed., ch. 6, on Profits, pages 120 f, cited in Marx, Theories of Surplus Value, Volume 2, p. 544. Ing returns from new land brought into cultivation. As Marx summarized Ricardo's theory, the limit on the capital that can be applied with a profit would be reached at the point where food prices, and the associated wage levels, were so high that the employment of industrial labor no longer could provide the industrialist with a profit. The economy and its population at that point would reach its upper limit, and new capital investment and employment would stop. That process could be postponed temporarily, Ricardo acknowledged. By the improvements in machinery, connected with the production of necessaries, as well as by discoveries in the science of agriculture which enable us to relinquish a portion of labor before required, and therefore to lower the price of the prime necessary of the laborer. The rise in the price of necessaries and in the wages of labor is however limited, for as soon as wages should be equal, to, the whole receipts of the farmer, there must be an end of accumulation, for no capital can then yield any profit whatever, and no additional labor can be demanded, and consequently population will have reached its highest point. Long indeed before this period the very low rate of profits will have arrested all accumulation, and almost the whole produce of the country, after paying the laborers, will be the property of the owners of land and the receivers of tithes and taxes. 14. This, as Ricardo sees it, summarized Marx, is the bourgeois twilight of the gods, the day of judgment. Despite the increase in technological productivity and wealth, real estate and other natural resources, and implicitly, natural monopolies, would concentrate a rising proportion of income in the hands of rentiers, whose rent, R, was unearned. That is the central message of classical value and rent theory. Rent, R, is the excess of price, P, over value, V, so R equals PV. As the excess of market price, P, over intrinsic cost value, V, rent has no count. 14 Principles, 3rd ed., p. 123. Ricardo adds, long before this state of prices was becoming permanent, there would be no motive for accumulation, for no one accumulates but with a view to make his accumulation productive, and, consequently such a state of prices never could take place. The farmer and manufacturer can no more live without profit, than the laborer without wages. Their motive for accumulation will diminish with every diminution of profit, and will cease altogether when their profits are so low as not to afford them an adequate compensation for their trouble, and the risk which they must necessarily encounter in employing their capital productively. Their part in necessary costs of production. Rent recipients have no out-of-pocket costs for supplying landlordship or monopoly services for what basically are transfer payments, that is, income with no socially necessary quid pro quo. All economic rent thus is by definition unearned, since it is not based on necessary costs of production. Land has no cost of production, any more than air or mineral wealth in the ground yielding natural resource rents, or marketing privileges yielding monopoly rents. Farming in today's world has become so industrialized and treated with fertilizers that Ricardo's theory of differential agricultural rent has become one of the least significant areas of rent seeking. There is, to be sure, substantial monopoly rent in the case of the great grain trading monopolies such as Cargill and Archer Daniels, and seed bioengineering from Monsanto Bayer. But the rent of location is now minimal for agriculture. Canning companies and stockyards have moved closer to production sites and transport charges have been lowered. By far most land rent is urban, much of it reflecting public infrastructure investment and amenities. What remains, however, is the concept of economic rent generalized beyond land to the fire sector, natural resources and monopolies in communications and the broadcasting spectrum, transportation and other infrastructure, and in patented pharmaceuticals, biotech, and information technology. The political fight to tax land, from John Stuart Mill to subsequent land taxers. Ricardo argued that the way for a nation's manufacturers to win the competition for foreign markets was to cut costs, starting with what employers had to pay to cover the necessities of life, headed by food. The way to minimize this labor cost was to minimize land rent. To Ricardo that meant free trade. His theory of differential land rent did not aim to tax away the landlord's rental income or the rise in land prices as later 19th century economists would advocate. But after the trade issue had been settled by repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846, British reformers sought to free economies from private land rent and, by logical extension, to prevent predatory monopoly pricing by other rent seekers. This drive to cut rentier income was inherent in industrial capitalism in countries where landlords and monopolists enjoyed special privileges, as they did in Britain, whose House of Lords blocked reforms proposed by the House of Commons. This division of government into two chambers appears already in history's earliest written records in the 3rd millennium BC. The Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh describes the men of military age, in Greek the demos, the root of democracy, voting on whether to go to war. Drafting laws seems to have been made by councils of elders, Rome's Senate, as in seniors. That kind of bicameral Congress has survived down to the modern world, with the population at large struggling against the upper chamber's rentier interests since classical antiquity. Most populations in ancient societies had one ultimate recourse, to refuse to fight for regimes that they considered oppressive, or, what was the same thing, to walk out, as in Rome's repeated secessions of the plebs seeking debt cancellation and land redistribution. But oligarchic rentier power was not checked in the Roman Empire, nor after the Middle Ages, as wealthy hereditary landowners continued to dominate the upper houses of European governments. The landlord class, along with the bankers, used their wealth to control governments and shift the tax burden off themselves onto labor and industry. As Richard Cobden summarized in 1842, it certainly was only when the power of the state had fallen into the hands of a landed oligarchy that the people were taxed in order to exempt the landowners. At the time of the conquest, and for the succeeding 150 years, the proportion of tax contributed by the land amounted to 19/20 of the whole revenue of the kingdom. From that period down to the reign of Richard III, the proportion contributed by the land was 9/10, thence, to the time of Mary, it was 3/4, to the end of the Commonwealth it was 1/2, to the time of Anne 1/4, in the time of George I 1/5, of George II 1/6, for the first 30 years of George III 1/7, from 1793 to 1816 1/9, and from that time to the present only 1/25. The land tax was a fraudulent evasion, for it was in reality a substitution for feudal tenure. The land was formerly held by right of feudal services. The honorable gentleman quoted a passage from Blackstone, describing the commutation of feudal services into a land tax of 4 shillings in the pound on the real rental. Now could anyone suppose that land would always remain at the valuation of 1,692? And yet it was upon that valuation that the land tax was charged. 15. Throughout Europe the aristocratic upper houses of government protected landlords against democratic reformers. Challenging the landlord class therefore required democratic political reform to free the commons from 15. Richard Cobden, Corn Bill, Burdens on Land, House of Commons Debate, March 14, 1842, Vol 61 cc 519-81. Veto by the Upper House. In Britain this fight culminated in the 1909-10 constitutional crisis when the House of Lords rejected a land tax bill that the Commons had passed. Matters were resolved by a ruling that the Lords never again could veto a revenue act passed by the Commons. It is a reflection of how global the campaign for land tax reform became that in Qingdao, in Shandong province, the German colonial administrator and land reformer Wilhelm Schramme-Iyer adopted a 6% land tax in 1897. Sun Yat-sen visited the town in 1912 and called its land tax a model for China's future. His 3 principles of the people opposed letting land rent be paid to landlords, and extended the same principle to public infrastructure. The railroads, public utilities, canals, and forests should be nationalized, and all income from the land and mines should be in the hands of the state. With this money in hand, the state can therefore finance the social welfare programs. 16. Taxing the land was less revolutionary than nationalizing or socializing it outright, as John Stuart Mill and other Ricardian socialists sought to do after the Corn Laws were repealed in 1846. The theory of land rent was elaborated beyond what Ricardo had advocated, to justify taxing land price gains and to make rent the national tax base. Socialists aimed to restore land to the public domain, just as mines and other natural resources and basic infrastructure had long belonged to the public sector. An argument percolated over whether governments should buy out the landlords' holdings. Just as Americans opposed paying Southern slave owners for having freed the slaves and erased their value as chattels, it was argued that rights to land originally granted for the public benefit should simply be treated as non-compensable property if taken back for public use. Buying out the landlord class would simply convert it into a dominant financial class. And as estates came to be taxed, many landlords did sell their land to invest in financial markets. 16. Cited in Carl Williams, Sun Yat-sen and Georgism, at https://www.prosper.org.au/geoists-in-history/sun-yat-sen-and-georgism, and civilisation, From Allies to Enemies, Visions of Modernity, Identity, and U.S. China Diplomacy, 1945-1960, Cambridge, Ma, 2007, p. 19. See also Micheal Silagi, Land Reform in Kyoko, China, from 1898 to 1914. The menace of disastrous land speculation was averted by taxation, American Journal of Economics and Sociology 43, 1984, pages 167-77. Qingdao is now known for its German beer-making practice introduced at the Tsingtao brewery. Rent theory extended to monopoly rents in industry. By the end of the 19th century, the concept of land rent as unearned income, the excess of price over necessary costs of production, value, was extended to monopoly rent as well, especially to keep basic infrastructure in the public domain instead of being privatized, example roads and railroads, healthcare, the post office and communications. In industry, Alfred Marshall's Principles of Economics, 1890, described quasi-rents as accruing as super-profit to low-cost producers, under market conditions where prices were set by the older higher-cost producers. This technically is what Ricardo called differential rent, but in addition, there is monopoly pricing, control of a product to charge what the market will bear, regardless of production costs. Marx elaborated the idea of monopoly rent as an exploitative charge into a critique of industrial profits made by employing wage labor. However, to the extent that the industrial capitalist played a productive role in organizing enterprise, profit was a productive category of revenue, because it created surplus value. 17 Rent and interest payments, along with monopoly rents, played no such productive role, and were economically unnecessary for production to take place. Such rentier income was to be explained politically and historically, as carryovers from earlier modes of production. Likewise, in the United States, the institutionalist school described rent as a social and legal phenomenon, carving out special privileges. 18. A factor of production creates value, reflecting a cost of production ultimately reducible to that of labor. But nature provides land and sunlight freely. There may be a legal cost to appropriate and monopolize them, but no initial cost of production for labor or other payments. Their economic rent, being a charge without cost, is unearned, an element of price without underlying value. Such rents are transfer payments to privileged recipients, without a quid pro quo, not earned by contributing to economic growth and prosperity. 17 Marx placed that analysis in Volume I of Capital, leaving Volumes 2 and 3 to discuss the concepts of economic rent and compound interest that his predecessors already had reviewed and analyzed. His focus was on how these pre-industrial institutions survived under industrial capitalism and were to become subordinate to capitalism's guiding logic of cost-cutting and economic rationalization. 18. I describe this in Simon Patton on Public Infrastructure and Economic Rent Capture, American Journal of Economics and Sociology 70, October 2011, pages 873-903. Rent extracting privileges require a state-created title. That is why rent seekers aim at controlling governments to obtain such title, and to prevent it from being taken away. Land rent is a toll booth charge for such a privilege. Land can be fenced off and access charges imposed. The rights to do so are created by legal and political privileges. But these privileges are distinct from the technologically necessary costs of production. There isn't a charge for air so far because nobody has been able to monopolize it. The radio spectrum is like land in the sense that radio wave frequencies are simply there, provided by nature. But the fact that radio production and broadcasting cannot take place without them enables rent-seeking opportunities to be created by levying an access charge or licensing fee. Water can be appropriated and sold instead of being left freely available, just as land can be cordoned off, legally as well as physically. Landlords, bankers, and others are empowered to put up barriers or toll booths to block entry by users of an otherwise free resource, a toll booth on a road, a legal property title over land, a patent on an invention, or the privilege to create bank credit and charge interest on it. Deprivatizing rent as the classical free market reform. Today's anti-classical reaction has erased the concept of rent as unearned income and market price without cost value. All income is said to be earned. Not only is land a factor of production deserving of rent, but credit creation also is counted as a factor of production. That is the logic for including financial fees, including late fees and penalties, as part of GDP. The logic is that this buildup of debt, credit, is needed to finance production and also the distribution and sale of products and the assets that produce them. The implication is that providing more bank credit to bid up housing prices on rising debt-to-value ratios makes the economy wealthier. Certainly most of the net worth of the American middle class consists of its housing. In that respect, the rise in U.S. housing prices has endowed a middle class with household wealth. But in time, and that time has now been reached, it becomes economically self-destructive for society to try and get rich by buying housing whose market price is constantly being bid up by debt. Banks are winning the fight with the tax collector over whether land rent should be the tax base or be left to be paid out as mortgage interest. Turning land rent into mortgage interest paid to banks instead of to the tax collector has raised the cost of housing and increased the debt overhead. The way to prevent debt-leveraged increases in housing prices is to tax land rent so as to prevent it from being capitalized into bank loans. Taxing land rent and minimizing other forms of rent would free wages and profits from taxes that raise the cost of living and doing business. China today has become the workshop of the world, largely by restraining, so far, the rentier class responsible for deindustrializing the US and other Western economies. The government is the nominal owner of the land. But if it does not tax the full site value, the rising rent of location will end up being paid to the banks as interest, as has occurred in the United States. Chapter 5 will describe how banks are replacing landlords as the ultimate recipients of land rent throughout today's world. Ricardo had seen only an allegedly natural material cause, diminishing soil fertility, as increasing food costs and agricultural land rents. He did not acknowledge interest and financial fees as increasing the cost of living at the expense of industrial competitiveness, profits, and investment. Whereas he envisioned landlords as monopolizing society's income, today's rentier oligarchy, centered in the fire sector, has replaced the post-feudal landlord aristocracy, and the rise in land rents that increases the cost of living for wage earners is now largely a result of the debt-financed rise in housing prices. The effect is debt deflation, which plays the role that rent deflation played in Ricardo's analysis. 5. Financializing rent and imposing debt deflation. The 19th century's fight to tax away land rents nearly succeeded, but lost momentum after World War I. The most obvious reason is political. Land ownership has been democratized, no longer monopolized by the heirs of warlord aristocracies living off their hereditary land rents. Yet the beneficiaries have not been governments, which are collecting only a fraction of the rent that classical economists hope to make the tax base. Nor has the private sector been freed from having to pay land rent. It still is being paid, but mainly to bankers as mortgage interest. Democratizing home ownership and other real estate has made mortgage credit the major market for banks, accounting for about 80% of bank loans in the United States and Britain. Real estate lending has become banking's most profitable arm, leading bankers to lobby against property taxes, knowing that whatever rent is not taxed will be available to be paid to themselves as interest on loans to the new buyers of property. Interest and other financial fees are much like the rents taken by the old landed aristocracy. Both forms of rentier income are unearned, and indeed have merged, with finance dominant and taking the lead in the symbiotic fire sector, which includes insurance, as Chapter 4 has described. Borrowers are required to take out insurance to protect the banks against loss of the collateral they take for their loans, and within the fire sector, banks and speculators gamble on taking out credit default insurance. That is what brought AIG down in 2008. This merger of the leading forms of rent and rentier interests has enabled today's financial oligarchy to usurp the dominant role that the landed aristocracy occupied in the past. Bankers now are the ultimate recipients of land rents, which are converted into interest charges by the creation of mortgage credit. Interest as the paradigmatic form of economic rent. The idea of financial returns as sterile goes back to Aristotle asking how a barren metal, silver money, could be said to yield interest. Debtors did the work to pay, not the money lenders. Classical economists echoed this logic in questioning how hereditary rights to demand land rent could be considered earnings. These rights were a privilege, the Latin roots of which mean private law, that of owning a choke point able to block others from using the land without paying ground rent, just as a monopolist owning a toll road can deny users access unless they pay a fee. All forms of rentier income, land rent, monopoly rent, and interest derive from state-granted legal privileges, sanctimoniously called rights, ranging from rights to land and subsoil mineral resources to intellectual property rights and other monopolies, headed by banking and money-creating privileges. Such privileges are obtained from governments, and thus they and the rents resulting from them are political rather than technologically necessary costs of production. Economically, rents deriving from these privileges are transfer payments, in the sense that they do not create a product but merely appropriate revenue in a zero-sum relationship. Yet post-classical national income accounting defines all such rents as earnings. This usage reflects how little advocacy survives for ending rentier exploitation. The term rent is derived from French rente, a government bond yielding a fixed income at regular intervals. An obvious parallel exists with landlords collecting agricultural rent at harvest time, or monthly rents for townhouses. The common denominator is a legal privilege to receive income through a property claim, not by one's labor or as a result of direct business costs of production. As Chapter 4 has described, such rent is defined as the excess of price over cost value. Land has no inherent cost of production, but is appropriated or bought by landlords to charge ground rent to tenants or by home buyers to enjoy for themselves. Bankers create credit on which they charge interest, with only a nominal marginal cost of creating this credit. Already in the 13th century the schoolmen discussed what should be a fair return to bankers for money changing and whether charging interest itself was fair. To prevent exploitative unearned income, they focused on bringing prices in line with the necessary costs of production. That approach ultimately evolved into value theory at the hands of French and British political economists in the 18th and 19th centuries. It hardly is surprising that Ricardo turned rent theory away from this early focus on interest. As a bond broker and the most renowned spokesman in Parliament for Britain's banking sector, he was not about to depict finance in a bad light. Nowhere in his labor and rent theory of value and price do interest or debt charges appear, nor do they enter into his trade theory of international cost structures and comparative advantage in Chapter 7 of his Principles. By the 20th century, Frank Knight and his Chicago school adopted the medieval rationale for interest as reflecting the banker's risk of not being repaid. But today's banks avoid risk by lending only against collateral and making debtors pay the cost of insurance against loss. The financial sector also has obtained government guarantees for mortgage loans, via the FHA in the United States, and, ultimately, bailouts. When excessive bank lending and debt extraction threatens to create a crash, bankers turn to government to save them from having to take a major loss. To avoid a widespread wave of bankruptcies and bank losses, the US and European governments pursued a policy of quantitative easing from 2009 onward, and provided a new surge of support for real estate, stock, and bond prices in 2020-21 to cope with the COVID-19 crisis. The financial sector's takeover of government's regulatory, lawmaking and enforcement power and central bank policy leaves interest charges as almost pure economic rent. Land rent is for paying mortgage interest. Nearly 2/3 of Americans own their own homes, and over 4/5 of Scandinavians. Unlike the case in antiquity, when running into debt was the first step toward losing the homestead, the 20th century enabled most families in the West to buy homes of their own by taking on debt. Most families require credit to buy their homes. They can borrow the purchase price from the bank by signing a mortgage contract. Successful bidders pledge the rent that used to be paid to absentee landlords to mortgage bankers, who end up with this rent as interest. The financial sector has absorbed the real estate sector, creating the FIRE sector. The aim of banks is not to take formal ownership of real estate. What they want is the land's rent. To end up with most of it, they lobby to block the government's tax take. They are happy to leave homeowners with formal ownership title and, as such, liable for all taxes, and also for buying casualty insurance to protect the collateral that they have to pledge to their banks in exchange for mortgage loans. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac pushed the U.S. home ownership rate to 69% during 1995 to 2008 by insuring borrowers. Easier credit terms obliged prospective buyers to bid against each other to see who would pay bankers the highest amount. Families found themselves obliged to take on a lifetime of debt before prices for homes rose even further. The result is that nearly two-thirds of the market value of U.S. residential real estate is now held by creditors, while homeowners' equity has declined from 85% when World War II ended to just over one-third today. One homeowners' equity becomes much lower as one moves down the income, wealth, racial and age scales. The insurance sector is the third component of the symbiosis between finance and real estate. Banks oblige new home buyers to buy insurance as a condition of signing their mortgage contract. Insurance companies also serve as financial intermediaries for personal savings in the form of life insurance policies and annuities, and most recently as issuers of collateralized debt obligations, CDOs, and credit default swaps to shift the risk of debt default. The core of modern finance capitalism is thus the finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector. It siphons off land rent and monopoly rents in the form of interest, financial, and insurance charges at the expense of wages, profits and tax revenue. Financializing monopoly rent. From antiquity until quite recently, Europeans kept natural monopolies and essential infrastructure in the public domain. Public institutions subsidized user fees so as to minimize the economy's cost structure. But Margaret Thatcher's privatizations of British Telecom, bus lines, and other sectors in the 1980s enabled the new buyers to raise consumer prices, generating enormous stock market gains in the ensuing race to the bottom with the usual deterioration of services. The gates were thrown open to the financial sector, long known as the mother of monopolies, seeing and promoting privatization of key infrastructure as an opportunity to extract monopoly rents, just as it has defended and lobbied for monopoly rent extraction in oil and gas, heavy industry, and information technology. It is an old story. When the United States left railroads and other key infrastructure in private hands, it produced so great a disaster that it led to antitrust regulation by the end of the 19th century, headed by the Interstate Commerce Commission's regulation of railway fares and the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890. The aim of antitrust regulation was to limit prices to 1. Annual chart, Federal Reserve Board, balance sheet of U.S. households, line 50, homeowners' equity. After the junk mortgage bubble peaked in 2007, the debt-equity ratio rose over 50% for the first time. The U.S. home ownership rate reached 69% by 2008, but the rate fell to 63.4% by 2016 after the wave of Obama foreclosures on victims of junk mortgage loans. Meanwhile, the remaining homeowners have owned less and less of their homes, with mortgage lenders owed most of the property valuation. The necessary costs of producing the goods or services of natural monopolies. Local and federal agencies regulated public utilities for electric power and gas, canals, and toll roads such as the Pennsylvania Turnpike, as well as for telephone systems and other communications. Payment of interest and dividends was limited to specific rates of return, while blocking privatized companies from increasing their prices by watered costs such as stock options or bonds issued to insiders, and other charges deemed unnecessary for production to take place. But the past half-century's economic deregulation has all but stopped anti-monopoly legislation globally. Economies and politics are still dominated by the 1%, mainly creditors who see monopolies and other rent seekers as their most lucrative customers. Shifting economic planning away from elected governments to Wall Street, the City of London, Frankfurt, the Paris Bourse and other financial centers has recreated the power that the 1% formerly wielded via the House of Lords and other upper houses of government. Financial control and rent extraction are thus achieved peacefully and even democratically, supported by mass media, while business schools indoctrinate students to believe that this is all for the best. Long active in organizing industrial trusts to control prices and markets, the banking sector has largely ignored credit to finance productive capital investment. In his draft notes on interest-bearing capital and commercial capital in relation to industrial capital for what became Volume 3 of Capital and Part 3 of Theories of Surplus Value, Marx wrote optimistically about how the historical task of industrial capitalism was to modernize banking and financial systems, rescuing society from usurious money lending and asset stripping, replacing the age-old parasitic tendencies of banking. The commercial and interest-bearing forms of capital are older than industrial capital, but in the course of its evolution, industrial capital must therefore subjugate these forms and transform them into derived or special functions of itself. It encounters these older forms in the epoch of its formation and development. It encounters them as antecedents, not as forms of its own life process. Where capitalist production has developed all its manifold forms and has become the dominant mode of production, interest-bearing capital is dominated by industrial capital, and commercial capital becomes merely a form of industrial capital, derived from the circulation process. Point 2. But that is not what occurred in the English-speaking world. Contrary to what Marx and other observers expected, bank lending did not find its major market in financing industry. Point 3. Bank lending played almost no role in Britain's early industrial takeoff, and most industrial investment today continues to be self-financed. James Watt and other inventors raised money mainly by mortgaging real estate. That also is how many 20th century producers raised money for their enterprises, from industrial inventors to movie makers. Banks rarely lend to create new means of production. Financializing industry, the objective is to make capital gains. There are a number of reasons why banking failed to become a helpful part of the industrial economy. Banks lend mainly against collateral already in place. The effect is for bank credit to bid up prices for real estate and other assets bought by their customers. And as the volume of savings and credit grows, this lending becomes larger, accelerating the debt-inflated rise in housing and other prices. That raises the economy's cost of living and doing business while leaving less income to be spent on goods and services. Slower growth in markets erodes industrial profit opportunities. New industrial capital investment is supposed to be financed by the stock market, through initial public offerings, IPOs. But at the end of the first trading day, financial underwriters and insiders often end up with as much as the industrial entrepreneur. Point 4. And once on the stock market, financial managers engineer capital gains by using earnings to support stock prices. In recent years, over 90% of the earnings of S&P 500 companies have been paid out as dividends or used for stock buybacks. Point 5. So instead of the financial sector being industrialized as Marx expected, industry has been financialized. Using corporate earnings for stock buybacks and dividend. 2. Marx, Theories of Surplus Value, Moscow, 1971, p. 468. 3. I contrast the success of German and Central European industrial banking in the 19th century with the short-termism of Anglo-American commercial banking in Chapter 7 of Killing the Host, Dresden, 2015. Germany's defeat in World War I left the Anglo-American form unchallenged in its global spread. 4. See Killing the Host, Chapter 9. 5. See Killing the Host, Chapter 8, and William Lozonek, Profits Without Prosperity, Harvard Business Review, September 2014. Payouts is not a path to long-term industrial capital formation. Neither is financializing and privatizing public infrastructure. Raising prices for basic services is the antithesis of industrial capitalism's drive to undersell competitors. Compound interest accrues independently of the economy's ability to pay. Every economy needs credit to finance housing, education, in the United States, and large consumer durables from automobiles to refrigerators. The problem is that the economy-wide volume of debt grows exponentially by compound interest. This financial expansion of debt, and of savings on the creditor's side of the economy's balance sheet, is extractive, deflating the industrial economy's circulation of production and consumption spending. Any interest rate should be thought of as implying a doubling time. 6. Unlike the real economy, interest and debt service grow exponentially without limit at the economy-wide level and usually beyond the ability of many debtors to pay. The existing volume of interest-bearing debt is subject to the growth formula for savings/debt of capital, 1 plus interest rate, n, with n representing the number of years money is left to accrue interest. Ricardo ignored the exponential growth of interest-bearing debt. It was left to Marx to elaborate, in volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, that the financial system of credit and debt is external to industrial capitalism. It grows by purely mathematical laws, and these are independent of the economy's ability to produce and pay off the debts. As the rising debt overhead diverts income away from the industrial economy, creditors receiving this exponential growth recycle their interest receipts into yet more lending, diverting more and more income to banks and bondholders, away from the industrial economy. What doubles is not real growth but the financial burden, leaving less income to be spent on goods and services. The resulting exponential all-devouring path assimilates all the surplus value with the exception of the share claimed by the state, wrote Marx. 7. The financial class seeks to capitalize and appropriate the economy's entire surplus as interest, absorbing the whole of the surplus over the necessary bare means of subsistence. 6. The rule of 72 is a quick way to calculate the doubling time of any interest rate. Dividing 72 by the annual rate shows the number of years it takes for an investment or debt to double, that is, to accumulate a sum as large as the original principal. See Killing the Host, Chapter 4, The All-Devouring Magic of Compound Interest. 7. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, Chicago, 1909, p. 699. I survey Marx's discussion in Creating Wealth Through Debt, the West's Finance Capitalist Road, World Review of Political. This inexorable growth means that in the end, debts cannot be paid. That is why financial cycles typically end in crashes. The crash may be the kind that occurs in the business cycle, typically 11 or so years, or long and drawn out as a chronic insolvency and debt deflation, as modern Greece is now suffering, as Germany suffered after World War I, and as the United States is just entering. The problem is that the expansion path of debt, which finds its counterpart in the wealth of banks and bondholders to whom it is owed, does not reflect profit rates. Financial dynamics have different laws of motion from those of industrial capitalism. Hardly ever has an economy's growth rate been as high as the interest rate that determines the rate at which debts and financial savings grow. Banks have the privilege of creating new credit at will. As their credit expands, the great bulk of credit is lent to real estate and other asset markets. A larger and larger proportion of the purchase price is lent to home buyers or commercial property investors. To make it easier for them to carry larger mortgage debts, banks reduce the down payment that is needed, and also the amortization rate to the point of making loans where only the interest needs to be paid, not any principal. Looking for new markets beyond real estate by the 1980s, banks and bondholders expanded into junk bond lending for corporate takeovers, and other increasingly high-risk areas, including lending to foreign governments needing to cover their balance of payments deficits so as to stabilize their exchange rates. The process reaches its final stage when banks avoid default simply by lending clients the interest that is owed but which keeps the debt overhead snowballing. Fictitious capital. Bankers and other creditors produce interest-bearing debt. That is their product as it appears in the eyes of the banker, Marx wrote. Little labor, and less care about the debtor's ability to pay, is involved in loan making. Referring to money lent out at interest as an imaginary or void form of capital, 8 Marx characterized high finance as based on fictitious claims for payment. It consists not of actual means of production, but of bonds, mortgages, bank loans and other liabilities, that is, claims on the means of production on the asset side of the balance sheet. Economy, Volume 10, Number 2, Summer 2019. Bank loans, bonds, and other financial securities appear on the liabilities side of the balance sheet, as does the capital of the national debt, which appears as a minus, and interest-bearing capital generally is the mother of all crazy forms. 9 Credit to buy or transfer ownership of land and other assets is not a directly productive form of investment in the sense that new industrial capital formation is productive. Instead of creating value by financing the creation of new productive assets in the industrial economy, bank credit absorbs value and income produced by the non-rentier sectors, ultimately driving a rising proportion of these sectors into insolvency. Finance capital is fictitious because its nominal valuation cannot be realized in practice. Its claims for payment cannot be met, because the volume of debts mounts up exponentially, faster than the real economy can afford to carry it. Banks and investors hold certificates of indebtedness, bills of exchange, government securities, which represent spent capital, and stocks, claims on future yields of production, whose face value is purely fictitious. 10 The interest that savers hope to receive cannot be paid when the indebted economy is basically insolvent in the face of the exponentially growing volume of debts. So the nominal value of financial collateral is based on the illusion that all debts can be paid and that mortgages and bonds actually are worth their face value. Despite the inevitability of a crash, the returns to finance capital are higher than industrial profit rates. Fortunes are made most readily by indebting industry, real estate, wage earners, and governments, siphoning off the economic surplus in interest, other financial fees and bonuses, and by financializing management of industrial companies to inflate prices for their stocks and bonds. Voters are led to believe that the way to get rich is to go into debt and seek capital gains, which can be made most easily by buying real estate and other assets on credit as long as asset prices rise at a pace higher than the rate of interest. The problem is that this process leads in due course to a Ponzi phase. 8 Marx, Capital, Volume 3, p. 461. 9 Marx, Capital, Volume 3, p. 547. 10 Marx, Capital, Volume 3, p. 551. Of the Financial Cycle. From Ponzi Finance to Financial Crash. The vocabulary describing how credit expansions proceed headlong into the Ponzi stage was coined by Hyman Minsky, who described a three-stage progression. The decades immediately following the end of World War II were the happy first stage. Borrowers are able to pay the interest while also paying down their debts out of their current earnings. In the second stage they can only pay the interest, not amortization, so their debts are not paid down. Indeed, banks and credit card companies prefer that loans never are paid off, because their business is to maximize their loan volume. The bubble or Ponzi phase of the financial cycle is an attempt to create a perpetual motion monetary machine. Such schemes, more recently called Madoff schemes, after Bernie Madoff, who made off with the money that investors entrusted to his management, promise high returns to investors, typically by claiming to have a sophisticated financial strategy. But in reality the high returns are achieved by attracting new investors, whose savings are not really invested but simply paid out to early entrants into the scheme. These schemes need an ever-expanding volume of new entrants to provide enough money to pay interest to the early players. The only way for this confidence game to postpone the inevitable collapse is to keep attracting new savings, while convincing its players to leave their savings in, hoping to keep accruing supposedly sound gains. The debt expansion is threatened when debt-leveraged homeowners, companies, or even governments cannot even afford to pay the interest falling due. That is the point at which creditors must decide whether to foreclose on their loans, and possibly absorb a loss, or save appearances by lending debtors the interest falling due. On an economy-wide level, the rise in debt on the liabilities side of the balance sheet finds no counterpart in new tangible capital investment on the asset side. This means lower profits and wages, and therefore slower growth in non-financial asset prices. That leaves the economy able to sustain its exponential debt growth and the volume of creditor savings only by borrowing its way out of debt. This is now being done by inflating asset prices by enough to cover the interest charges falling due. Banks create enough new credit to keep inflating real estate, stock, and bond prices at a rate that, for a while, enables debtors to stave off the financial collapse by covering the interest falling due by refinancing their mortgages. In effect, the interest is simply added onto the debt, which continues to grow exponentially. In reality, the creditor claims are unpayable, making the illusion of viable savings growth merely a legal fiction. That is the faith-based dynamic of real estate and stock market bubbles. They need the proverbial greater fools to enter the picture and buy out earlier investors, hoping that asset price gains have become a fact of economic nature. America's junk mortgage bubble that peaked in 2007, for instance, needed banks to attract new buyers to buy more real estate on credit, often 100% loans with no amortization, no down payment, and ninja borrowers with no income, no job, and no assets. Mortgage credit finally was made available to Black and Hispanic minority borrowers, who wound up as the main victims, left holding over-mortgaged homes at high-risk interest rates as housing prices plunged in 2008. After the wave of Obama foreclosures on victims of junk mortgage loans, the home ownership rate fell to 63.4% by 2016. The banks themselves played the role of the greater fool, providing an exponential wave of new mortgage loans, supported by the central bank creating credit to lower interest rates to help make it easier for borrowers to take out larger loans. There was logic in this foolishness, to be sure. The aim was to provide a wave of new money to keep the scheme from collapsing as the wild credit creation enabled over-indebted property owners nearing default to sell out and pay the bank the accumulated debt falling due. And bankers managed to avoid risk by buying credit default insurance and appointing financial regulators who proved willing to bail them out instead of taking over their banks and throwing them in jail. In contrast to what had occurred with the Savings and Loan Association, SNL, bankers in the 1980s, President Obama's administration, 2009-16, not only refused to prosecute for outright financial fraud the major perpetrators of bad loans based on falsified income statements and property appraisals, but bailed them out and, by guaranteeing the biggest banks, the worst offenders, greatly enhanced the concentration of finance by giving them advantages over smaller competitors. How debt deflation leads to chronic depression. Ricardo described economic Armageddon as resulting from population growth leading to higher food prices as recourse supposedly was made to soils with declining fertility. Higher crop and food prices would force up the subsistence wage, eating into the profits of industrial employers, who would stop investing. Ricardo's agricultural assumptions were unrealistic, and as matters have turned out, the actual threat to industrial capitalism is the exponential growth of debt. Interest and financial charges threaten to bring industrial expansion to an end, by leaving less personal income, business profits, and government revenue available for domestic spending on consumer goods and new business investment. The resulting debt deflation diverts wages, profits, and tax income to pay creditors, banks, and bondholders. Point 11. Debt deflation is the financial equivalent of what Ricardo warned would result from permitting Britain's landlord class to extract more and more rent. He would have been the last to acknowledge that his own banking class would lead industrial economies into a financial Armageddon. But the hope that finance capitalism can continue its expansionary path is illusory. The self-expanding growth of financial claims, Marx wrote, consists of imaginary and fictitious capital whose nominal valuation cannot be realized over time. Insolvency leads to breaks in the chain of payments, causing crises when banks and bondholders recognize that no society's productive powers can long support the growth of interest-bearing debt at compound rates, because the real economy does not grow exponentially forever. The scheduled debt service implicit in the exponentially growing debt claims necessarily exceeds the ability to pay, ultimately making it impossible to pay such debt claims. The greater portion of the banking capital is, therefore, purely fictitious. 12. No economy can long keep pace with the exponential rise in debt. The financial sector's claims for payment become increasingly uncollectible in practice. The nominal increase in financial savings and investment has little chance of actually being realized. Seeing that the pretense must end, creditors call in their loans and foreclose on the property of debtors, forcing the sale of property under distress conditions. The financial system collapses in a convulsion of bankruptcy. Quantitative easing to keep the Ponzi economy afloat in the face of debt deflation. 11. Irving Fisher, The Debt Deflation Theory of the Great Depression, Econometrica, 1933, explained how bankruptcies and debt defaults wipe out bank credit and the ability of economies to invest and hire new workers. 12. Marx Capital, Volume 3, p. 552. In the absence of enough income to pay the debts growing exponentially by the mathematics of compound interest, the financial system may try to survive by carrying the dynamic forward, by creating enough new bank credit to keep inflating capital gains by yet more debt leveraging. To keep the Ponzi scheme from collapsing, interest rate levels under the post-2008 quantitative easing are in inverse proportion to risk. Low interest and indeed almost free new credit is needed to enable the stipulated already scheduled interest and fees to be paid, in the absence of the industrial economy's ability to grow in the face of rising debt service extracting more and more income. It is at this point that the financial sector wields its political power to demand public bailouts in a vain attempt to preserve the financial system's ability to keep on expanding at compound interest. The banking sector tries to force governments to support its fictitious capital expansion by threatening to crash the economy if the central bank and national treasury do not print enough money to keep funding the illusion of solvency. Fictitious capital claims in the form of financial securities soared as a result of the asset price inflation fueled by the Federal Reserve Bank, while the industrial economy was subjected to debt deflation. Much as environmental polluters seek to shift the cleanup costs onto the public sector, so the financial sector demands cleanup of its debt pollution at taxpayer expense. Just as Ricardo claimed that technological improvements, capital productivity, could delay the profit squeeze resulting from higher food costs, so government policy may become the deus ex machina to delay the financial crash of over-indebted economies. New public money can be poured into the financial markets to sustain the expansion path of debt. Since 2008, the flood of quantitative easing by the central bank has lowered interest rates to near zero for stock and bond speculators. And the lower the interest rate, the higher a given flow of rent or other income can be capitalized, producing higher financial valuations. Any flow of income can be capitalized by calculating it at the going rate of interest. The basic formula is Y/I, that is, income, Y, discounted at the going rate of interest, I. If a borrower earns £50 a year and the interest rate is 5%, this earning power is deemed to be worth £1,000. A lower interest rate will increase the capitalization rate, the amount of debt that a given flow of income can carry. Thus, Marx concluded, if the rate of interest falls from 5% to 2.5%, the same securities will represent a capital of £2,000. Their value is always merely capitalized income, that is, the income calculated on the basis of a fictitious capital at the prevailing rate of interest. 13. So the lower the interest rate, the more a given flow of rents or other income is worth. After the 2008 crash, the U.S. Federal Reserve started to buy packaged bank loans, corporate bonds, and even stocks. Lowering interest rates to only 0.1% for the financial sector provided arbitrage opportunities for new buyers of financial securities and real estate on credit. That attracted enough money into the stock and bond markets to keep pushing up asset prices, even though the resulting bubble had ceased to reflect real wealth and prosperity. The financially based 1% got richer, while the indebted 99% faced deepening austerity. Interest rates could not be permitted to rise without crashing asset prices. That prospect locked the central bank into keeping interest rates low to support the bond and stock markets, as well as real estate prices. Sustaining financial fortunes and fictitious capital became a parasitic overhead on the industrial economy. The financial sector was devouring its industrial host. 14. In contrast to industrial capital and related tangible means of production, bank loans, stocks, and bonds are legal claims on wealth. These financial claims do not produce income, they extract it. Financial claims are like sponges absorbing the income and property of debtors, and creditors expropriate this property when debtors, including governments, cannot pay. Usury centralizes money wealth, Marx concluded. It does not alter the mode of production, but attaches itself to it as a parasite and makes it miserable. It sucks its blood, kills its nerve, and compels reproduction to proceed under even more disheartening conditions. Usurer's capital does not confront the laborer as industrial capital. It impoverishes this mode of production, paralyzes the productive forces instead of developing them. 15. 13 Marx, Capital, Volume 3, p. 551. In the United States, the term fictitious capital passed into general circulation as meaning the capitalized value of unearned income without cost value, mainly ground rent and monopoly rent. Henry George picked it up in The Condition of Labor, 1891, referring to the fictitious capital that is really capitalized monopoly. 14 Both usury and commerce exploit the various modes of production, Marx wrote, Capital, Volume 3, p. 716. They do not create it, but attack it from the outside. 15. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, p. 699. America's post-2008 Obama administration financial austerity. Unlike medieval serfs, modern wage earners and other people can live anywhere they want. But wherever they live, they rarely have the choice to avoid running into debt and thus having to pay much of their wages to creditors and other rentiers for access to basic needs, from housing to education. Only those fortunate enough to have inherited trust funds or homes of their own and whose parents paid in full for their education are exempt from debt peonage to the rentier class. That class's affluence is based on interest and rent extraction from the industrial economy. We can see the results most obviously in debt-strapped Greece since 2012, or in Russia after 1991 during the Yeltsin years. Austerity and unemployment lead to poorer health, shorter lifespans, and rising suicide and crime rates. The main escape is to emigrate. But few Americans had an option to emigrate when their unpaid debts after the 2008 financial crash left them subject to foreclosure on their real estate and other collateral pledged for the debts. Ever since antiquity, creditors have used usury as a lever to pry land away from small holders. Millions of U.S. families lost their homes from 2007 to 2009, and the home ownership rate fell as large private equity real estate companies bought foreclosed properties at distressed prices and turned them into high-rent housing. The rate of return, profits plus capital gains, was enormous, as typically occurs following a crash. The rate of profit is always highest in countries going fastest to ruin, Adam Smith said. 16. An industrial economy's decline typically provides a grab bag of opportunities for financial predators and vulture funds. National or local bankruptcy crises become new opportunities for financial managers and bondholder councils to gain control of policy making. New York City's near bankruptcy in 1975 transferred control over spending and taxes to the euphemistically titled Municipal Assistance Corporation, MAC, under financier Felix Rohatyn. Wages were frozen, public transportation fares raised, hospitals closed, and the hitherto free City College imposed tuition. The Dow Jones Industrial Average plunged as a result of New York's financial predicament, and gold prices rose, reflecting the financial insecurity over how matters would be resolved. But the collapse in property prices was a godsend for real estate developers who seized the opportunity to gentrify low-income neighborhoods and to industrialize Lower Manhattan, turning commercial buildings into luxury living lofts for the expanding financial sector's managers. 16 Smith, Wealth of Nations, Book I, Chapter 11. Following the 2008 financial crash, American homeowners were not permitted to have their mortgages written down to the low distress prices that banks received in foreclosure sales. This pro-bank move by the Obama administration was highly rewarding to Obama's Wall Street campaign contributors. Demonstrating the hypocrisy of American identity politics, it was a class war with a strong racial and ethnic bias against the black and Hispanic mortgage debtors who had been major supporters of Obama's electoral victory. The ensuing Obama depression squeezed public sector budgets as the economy shrunk and taxes declined. That forced government at the local, state and federal level to scale back pension commitments to public employees, cut back social spending, and start selling off public land and natural resources, basic infrastructure, and monopoly rights in order to obtain the revenue to pay bondholders while trying to sustain basic public services. Workers were squeezed by their rising debt burden, afraid to lose their jobs or be fired. That would have forced them to fall behind in their payments to the credit card companies or banks and be charged high penalty interest rates, typically 29%, even as interest rates fell for the financial 1%. All this is being repeated in the 2020-22 COVID-19 crisis with its mass unemployment and collapsing state and local budgets. Solutions along similar lines to those following the 2008 crash are being imposed internationally as entire nations are subjected to IMF austerity programs. That institution's economic philosophy for the past half-century has been to squeeze international debt service out of local labor forces, mainly by currency depreciation. What is devalued most of all is the price of labor and its living standards. First, finance crushes the economy, and then takes planning power into its own hands to make sure that creditors get paid. When neoliberal development policy fails, the IMF subjects labor to austerity programs to squeeze out enough tax revenue to carry the debt overhead while ostensibly making labor more competitive. But low-paid labor is less productive, and the austerity programs prevent governments from providing basic infrastructure services. That becomes an excuse for privatizing them to raise the cash to pay bondholders, pretending that private management will be more efficient. That smash-and-grab financial planning is the ideology that U.S. advisors gave to Russia after 1991. It was the same policy that ancient Roman creditors followed in expropriating smallholders and creating the latifundia that evolved into feudalism. The debt-strapped economy is subjected to the equivalent of foreclosure by the financial sector. The fact that this is now being done in the context of ostensibly democratic politics throws a leading assumption of political economy into doubt. If economies and populations tend naturally to act in their self-interest, how did the financial sector gain such extractive power to raid and dismantle industry and shed its tax burden? Why did the 19th century's logic of taxing rentier income and socializing credit and other natural public utilities not win out? How was this great fight by classical political economy subverted? To place economic planning in the hands of financial managers is like letting the House of Lords or other upper houses of government allocate resources and set policy, excluding the Commons or popular assembly. Western society's reluctance to annul its unpayably high debt burden remains the great ideological tragedy of today's world. Its legal philosophy remains that of the pro-creditor principles inherited from oligarchic Rome, via feudal Europe. There is no acknowledgement that keeping the existing debt dynamic in place will block economies from progressing toward prosperity. Refusal to write down debts will polarize society between an increasingly wealthy creditor class at the top, and indebted families, businesses, and governments falling into debt dependency. And within the international economy, neoliberal financial diplomacy imposes austerity on entire debtor countries by insisting that all debts must be paid, regardless of the social consequences. Originating as a U.S.-driven post-colonial form of monetary imperialism, This philosophy is now being applied at home by the US and European governments on their own economies. There are alternatives. Classical economic reformers spent the 19th century defining a free market as one free from economic rent, and hence from a rentier class, and advocating an alternative, taxing away the rent that was the taproot of the exploitation and free lunch enjoyed by the 1% of their epoch. They were political economists in seeing that their tax reform required democratic political reform. The landlord aristocracy's economic and political control was dislodged, only to see it taken over by the emerging financial oligarchy. Tax reform focusing on economic rent remains the most effective lever to reverse the ascendancy of finance capital, because most of today's rentier fortunes take the form of creditor claims against the same land rent and other economic rent that was the source of wealth for the 19th century's ruling elite, the rents that the classical economists advocated taxing away. In view of the fact that these rents are now collateralized to pay the financial sector, the most important result of taxing them away would be to stop them being paid out as interest. They would be paid as taxes, replacing income and sales taxes. The only way to achieve a lasting check on today's creditor and other financial claims is a debt cancellation to free society from the debt overhead that has been built up since 1945, and especially since 1980 and 2008. To leave the legacy of savings, claims on debtors, in place is to leave the existing 1% with the purchasing power to impoverish society. What is blocking this workable alternative is the persistent illusion that most debts can be paid, and the bank-sponsored ideology that they should be paid, even at the cost of imposing chronic economic austerity on society at large. This misguided optimism about ability to pay can best be dispelled by public awareness of the basic financial dynamic at work. The volume of debt in an economy grows exponentially by the magic of compound interest, but the real economy does not. This means that the volume of debt must necessarily grow to exceed the real economy's ability to pay. The bank-sponsored ideology that all debts should be paid can similarly be dispelled by public understanding of the ethics as well as the financial dynamics involved. When debts cannot be paid, either debtors forfeit their property to foreclosing creditors, as is now occurring in the United States, or else creditors lose their financial claims for payment. Saving the creditors means sacrificing the indebted economy at large, consigning its labor and industry to financial austerity, potentially permanently. Beyond freeing society from today's impoverishing debt overhead, banking and credit creation should be made a public utility. Creditors naturally resist public awareness of the fact that restoring resilience to debt-ridden economies requires turning banking and credit creation into a public utility free from rentier control. That is called socialism, but it in fact was the implicit dynamic of industrial capitalism in the 19th century. Failure to nationalize or socialize banking thus represents the failure of industrial capitalism to free itself from the pre-capitalist legacy of feudalism and thus fulfill its seeming historic destiny. Financialization has hijacked industrial capitalism. The inherent dynamic of finance capitalism is to lead economies to polarize and collapse under the weight of their self-multiplying debt burden. The deepening financial crisis becomes an opportunity to impose emergency rule and push democratic lawmaking aside. These are the reasons why banking and finance should be deprivatized. China has resisted this privatization of banking and money creation. So far, the government's strategy has been to use bank credit mainly to serve its industrial and overall economic development. But keeping banking and finance in their proper place will remain a rising political challenge as domestic wealth increases. To sustain China's remarkable economic growth requires preventing its economy from being taken over by an emerging financial billionaire class. That in turn requires resisting neoliberal Western ideological pressure to persuade China to financialize its economy by adopting the economics indoctrinated in Western schools. To the extent that China sends its students to study economics in US and European schools, they are taught the tactics of asset stripping, not tangible capital formation. They are taught that the easiest and best tax policy is to tax labor or sales via a value-added tax, VAT. They also are taught that privatization is more desirable than public ownership, and that financialization creates wealth, not that it creates a debt burden growing faster than the economy can keep pace with. The most obvious way to expand the domestic market while, at the same time, minimizing the cost of living and doing business, is to cut back income taxes and sales taxes, which leave less wage income for spending. Taxes are best levied on unearned rentier income, above all on land rent, so as to prevent banks from inflating housing and real estate prices on credit. As Chapter 9 will describe, in contrast to Friedrich Hayek's 1944 anti-government The Road to Serfdom warning that any form of regulation is a slippery slope toward totalitarianism, the real road to serfdom, at least, debt peonage, is to leave the rentier class free to extract economic rent and interest. Hayek's road leads to a Pinochet-type Chicago school dystopia, totalitarian oligarchic control by stripping away government checks and balances and failing to check rentier extraction of income. That is what happens when society fails to check rentier interests. That kind of free market future would establish a hereditary autocracy whose privatization and financialization of rent-seeking would impoverish the economy at large, threatening a dark age like that following Rome's collapse. That makes it crucial for society to look to the alternatives just described. It always should be borne in mind that solving the problem of finance capitalism and the rentier legacy of feudalism would still leave the class conflict of industrial capitalism in place. Freeing the economy from rentier overhead charges would not solve the problem of exploitation of labor by its employers. But taking the intermediate step of creating a classical economy free of rentier claims is a precondition before the labor/capital conflict can become the focal point of political reform, having finally freed capitalism from the rentier legacy of feudalism. Creating a statistical format to measure rent seeking versus tangible economic growth. The current GDP format for national income statistics treats all income, including economic rent, as being earned productively as part of the real economy, not as overhead. If China's social objective is to increase real output to raise living standards and prosperity for its population, it must develop its own accounting format to measure how income and wealth is obtained. Distinguishing the FIRE sector from the rest of the economy would enable China to compare its economic costs and overhead relative to those of other nations. The distinction between earned income and economic rent was the aim of classical political economy, but this distinction is not made in today's Western-style national income statistics. FIRE sector lobbyists have brought political pressure to count interest and financial fees, economic rent, and higher prices for residential real estate as adding to GDP, not as subtrahends eroding the disposable personal income available to be spent on industrial economy production and consumption. Applying an accounting structure that measures rent-seeking and distinguishes the FIRE sector would show how Western economies are polarizing as a result of rent and interest payments crowding out spending on goods and services. Such an accounting format would revive the classical distinction between earned and unearned income, and would add a measurement of capital gains to current income so as to trace how personal fortunes are being made purely financially, as distinct from tangibly. It would show the extent to which economic gains are made more on the liabilities, finance capital, side than on the tangible industrial capital side. This would show how much wealth is a result of tangible prosperity as distinct from higher rents, interest and financial charges and engineering of stock market and other asset price gains. That total returns approach would provide a guide to creating policies to minimize the kind of predatory wealth that leads to rentier oligarchies. By treating interest, related financial charges and other economic rents as overhead, such national accounts would isolate fortunes obtained by zero-sum transfer payments for the rising rental valuation of land sites, natural resources, and basic infrastructure monopolies. That would enable China to measure the economic effects of the banking privileges and other property rights that compel payments by labor and industry to the FIRE sector. Most important, these statistics would explain the remarkable economic advantage that China has obtained in its progress towards socialism. 6. Free trade imperialism and its financialized class war against labor. When I began to teach international trade theory in 1969, my first task was to compile a reading list for my students. I was dismayed to find an academic wasteland of mathematical models depicting a hypothetical parallel universe in which foreign debts can be paid by cutting back living standards and social spending, and free trade and investment make countries more equal instead of locking in their inequality. There was no explanation of how the leading nations actually had obtained their lead, or why the international economy has polarized between creditor and debtor countries. Tariffs and subsidies are claimed to be counterproductive by distorting markets, as if protectionism has not been the policy by which the leading industrial nations have developed. I had worked for nearly a decade on Wall Street as a balance of payments economist analyzing how the international economy was polarizing between industrial creditor nations and the increasingly indebted global south, at that time called the Third World. I had written my doctoral dissertation on the 19th century American school of protectionists, whose policy turned the United States into the world's leading industrial power by tariff protection and subsidy, and by what were called internal improvements to raise productivity by public infrastructure investment to support industry and upgrade the labor force by investing in education, health, and related services. None of this appears in mainstream trade theory. Having achieved industrial dominance, Britain and the United States sought to convince other countries not to become more self-reliant but to concentrate on what they are good at, using their natural endowments to specialize in plantation crops, raw materials exports, and low-wage handicrafts. The basic message was and remains do as we say, not as we have done to grow rich. Race to the bottom, or to the top. The choice between free trade and protectionism. Free trade theory looks at the short run. The status quo is assumed to reflect the most efficient specialization of world production, debt, and other economic relations. Existing productivity and cost structures are accepted as natural, not to be interfered with by government subsidy or tariffs. In fact, the wider the cost differences between nations, the greater the so-called gains from trade are calculated to be, these gains reflecting the price difference between the lowest and highest cost producers. Passive acquiescence in free trade leaves productivity and wealth disparities to continue widening. The resulting trade dependency drives low-income countries into foreign debt. They then are told to tighten their belts and cut back social investment even more. The essence of British mercantilist policy in the 18th century, classical political economy and American protectionist policy in the late 19th century was to raise the productivity of labor by public investment in education, diet, and living standards, while minimizing monopoly exploitation. This policy might be called state capitalism or even industrial socialism, and it has worked. Point 1 But that is not what students are taught in the United States and Britain. Mainstream trade theory does not explain how Britain and the United States became so successful, or how China has succeeded over the past 4 decades in overtaking so much Western industry. Textbook models teach that it would be a mistake to distort markets by subsidizing public investment and services, even when the aim is to increase productivity and living standards. From British mercantilism to free trade imperialism. A leading aim of trade theory should be to explain why the international economy is polarizing instead of helping less developed countries catch up. Why are they falling deeper into foreign debt? Why does China succeed, but not Latin America or Africa? The explanation has long historical roots. European colonial powers in the 17th and 18th centuries forbid their colonies from developing their own manufactures. To make Britain's colonies dependent on their parent nation, Parliament in 1719 declared it unlawful to set up in any colony furnaces for the production of cast iron or for the manufacture of iron, because the establishment of manufactories in the colonies tends to make them more independent of Great Britain. As new occasions arose, or as the enterprise of the colonists manifested itself in new directions, the laws became more strict, the limitations upon colonial activities became more numerous, and the execution of all restrictive regulations increased in severity. 2. 1. I describe the American school in America's Protectionist Takeoff, 1815 to 1914, the neglected American School of Political Economy, Dresden, 2010. See also My Trade, Development, and Foreign Debt, New ed., Dresden, 2010, Chinese translation, Beijing, 2012. A similar enactment in 1732 forbade the making of hats for the market. An incidental method of discouraging manufacturing in the colonies was by passing laws to keep industrial skill at home. The exportation of specified kinds of tools and machines to the colonies or elsewhere was prohibited, and skilled artisans were forbidden to leave the country. 3. Describing how England's Navigation Acts and associated mercantile regulations had fostered its foreign trade, Marx wrote, "The system of protection was an artificial means of manufacturing manufacturers, indirectly through protective duties, directly through export premiums. The European states, forcibly rooted out, in their dependent countries, all industry, as, example England did with the Irish woolen manufacture." 4. But nations rarely are able to monopolize technology, as the United States is learning today when it tries to impose sanctions on China. The most effective way to prevent less developed countries from catching up is to convince them that they are better off living in the short run and remaining dependent on low-priced imports. Since Ricardo's day, a rhetoric has been popularized depicting trade as providing mutual gains that are shared in proportion to what seemingly natural market forces dictate. Ricardo cooked his free trade calculation of how the gains of trade were distributed, by describing Portugal as gaining the most when it exchanged wine, and by extension, other agricultural produce, for British woolens. His logic depicted the non-industrialized country as winning, not losing out over time. Refusal by mainstream textbooks to alert readers to this false logic claiming to demonstrate the virtues of free trade shows that today, after the passage of over 2 centuries, this is not an innocent error. It has become a foundational intellectual deception serving to weaponize neocolonialist trade theory. American protectionists were explicit in pointing out that rejecting protective tariffs and relying on Britain for America's manufactured goods instead of developing domestic industry would put it and other such countries in the position of what the Bible called hewers of wood and drawers of water, like the Gibeonites, condemned to servitude to the Israelites. 5 The 20th century saw foreign trade underdevelop raw materials exporters. 2 Edward Stanwood, American Tariff Controversies in the 19th Century, Boston. 1903, Volume I, p. 13, cited in Hudson, Trade, Development, and Foreign Debt, p. 38. 3 Whitboden, The Industrial History of the United States, New York, 1930, pages 99 ff. See also James E. Thorold Rogers, The Industrial and Commercial History of England, London, 1892, especially Part 2, CHX, Home Trade and International Competition. 4 Marx, Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, 1867, Chapter 31, Genesis of the Industrial Capitalist, London, 1987, p. 782. https://www.marxists.org/archive marx/work/1867c1/ch31.htm. See also Marx, On the Question of Free Trade, 1888, and Capital, Volume 3, Chicago, 1909, pages 391 ff. The free market status quo turns out to be shaped by the industrial nations, and helps global monopolists keep weaker countries poor and dependent. Bernard Semmel has called this free trade imperialism. 6 If it really were true that countries would do best by refraining from imposing tariffs or other public regulation, then America would have needed no government action to develop its industry. How the United States gained its industrial advantage. When America's Civil War ended in 1865, Republicans sought to develop a pro-industrial policy in a world of steam-driven capital and rising labor productivity. That required a new economics curriculum to be created. Almost all the prestigious old colleges advocated free trade, having been founded to train the clergy in British-style moral philosophy. Land-grant colleges were founded across the United States, and their course of study was more secular and provided an alternative economics curriculum. Alongside them, business schools were endowed, headed by the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. Their role was to refine the logic of tariff protection and subsidies to enable industrialists to afford the capital investment needed to adopt the newest technology. They also advocated public infrastructure investment to lower the cost of living and doing business, by providing basic services freely or at subsidized rates, especially for public health, education, and transportation. 7. A key recognition of the American school was that the progress of technology was leading mechanization to displace manual labor. The appropriate response was to upgrade the quality and productivity of labor. 8. In 97, the State Department employed Jacob Skirnhoff, who had immigrated from Germany in 1861, to travel around the world comparing wage rates and labor productivity. His statistics confirmed that favorable productivity advantages more than offset America's high wage levels. This was called the economy of high wages doctrine. It is not by reducing wages that America is making her conquests, wrote Skirnhoff in 1884. 5 Joshua 9:21, Now therefore you are cursed, and some of you shall never be anything but servants, cutters of wood and drawers of water for the house of my God. 6 Bernard Semmel, The Rise of Free Trade Imperialism, Classical Political Economy, The Empire of Free Trade and Imperialism, 1750–1850, New York, 1970. 7. I review Simon Patton's argument for public infrastructure investment in Simon Patton on Public Infrastructure and Economic Rent Capture, American Journal of Economics and Sociology 70, October 2011, pages 873–903. Patton was the Wharton School's first professor of economics. But by her superior organization, greater efficiency of labor consequent upon the higher standard of living ruling in the country. High-priced labor means better food and better living, and these supply the American workman with the energy and nerve power for which he is so justly celebrated. High-priced labor countries are everywhere beating pauper labor countries. 9. Instead of depicting pauper labor as winning the global industrial competition, the economy of high wages doctrine emphasized the need to accumulate mechanized capital operated by increasingly skilled labor. A feedback relationship existed between rising wages and productivity, increasing America's competitive advantage. As production became more capital intensive, profits would be reinvested under conditions of increasing returns. That would enable firms in high productivity economies to undersell their rivals, whose relatively low living standards would prevent them from keeping pace with world-class capital productivity. The survival of the fittest, Skirnhoff concluded, is, therefore, the result of a high wage rate, and a high standard of living in industrial countries, becomes a prerequisite to a low cost of production. 10. Today's mainstream trade theory rejects this logic. There is no recognition of capital competing with manual labor and thus driving labor to move up the value chain to higher skill and productivity levels. The assumption is that labor in one country competes only with labor in other countries presumably of equal productivity, as if there is no linkage between wage levels and productivity, and no role for public infrastructure investment. This oversimplified trade theory views some economies as inherently labor-intensive, as if that is their natural destiny under free markets. 8. Semi-obsolescent factors in the international economy, Review of Social Economics, March 1972. 9. Jacob Skirnhoff, Wages and Trade in Manufacturing Industries in America and Europe, New York, 1884, p. 19. See also Skirnhoff The Economy of High Wages, New York. 1892, p. 385. 10. Jacob Skirnhoff, Economy of High Wages, p. 39. The Factor Endowment Rationalization of the International Status Quo. Seeking to explain trade patterns simply in terms of the relative scarcity of labor relative to capital, with no adjustment for differences in the quality of labor, mainstream trade theory omits the role of tax policy and public subsidy. This approach remains stuck in the ideas put forth in 1919 by the Swedish economist Eli Heckscher and later elaborated by his student Bertil Ohlin. The Heckscher-Ohlin theorem describes any international status quo as being a natural result of the relative endowments of labor and capital, without explaining how these came to occur or how they might best be changed to improve economic prosperity. Each economy is said to have its own distinct proportions of capital and labor endowments, with each factor being paid according to its contribution to production. The labor/capital proportion and productivity are assumed to be economy-wide, as if economies are homogeneous, not heterogeneous. There is no discussion of how the leading nations have self-endowed themselves with capital by protectionist policies and subsidies enabling their labor to contribute more to production. Most seriously, economic rent, debt levels and tax policy are not recognized as affecting cost structures. These deficiencies, deliberate blind spots, not innocent oversights, make the definition of a country's capital/labor relations, that is, capital investment per employee, so abstract as to be meaningless. The reality is that economies have numerous sectors, which have a broad range of capital/labor proportions. Abstracting these variations into a single uniform national average diverts attention from which sectors are export-oriented and which ones are part of the domestic economy. Not all sectors are export-oriented, and those that are indeed export-oriented, and usually foreign-owned, have quite different capital/labor proportions from the rest of the economy. In fact, these proportions typically are more like those of the foreign investing and importing nation than those of the exporting economy. The overgenerality of thinking in terms of uniform national capital/labor relations thus distracts attention from a distinguishing feature of today's specialization of world production. Most raw materials exporters are dual economies. Capital/labor proportions in the domestic sectors of less developed countries are much lower than those of the export sector, just the reverse of what one might expect. The explanation is simple. The export sectors of these economies tend to be foreign-owned, as noted above, and this foreign investment is concentrated in highly capital-intensive natural resource extraction, headed by oil and mining, and extending to plantation agriculture. Recognition of this dual economy structure invalidates Heckscher's claim that the incomes of identical factors of production, labor or capital, of equal productivity, his fatal oversimplification, will be equalized across countries as a result of free trade in commodities. The prerequisites for initiating international trade, he wrote, may thus be summarized as different relative scarcity, i.e., different relative prices of the factors of production in the exchanging countries, as well as different proportions between the factors of production in different countries. Each region, Ohlin echoed, has an advantage in the production of commodities into which enter considerable amounts of factors abundant and cheap in that region. 11. It all comes down to relative scarcity of capital and labor, Heckscher concluded. If the conditions of production are the same in all countries, then trade must continue to expand until an equalization of the relative scarcity of the factors of production among countries has occurred. Under free trade, world incomes are supposed to become more uniform as the products of highly paid scarce labor in one country are undersold by those made by relatively more abundant lower paid labor elsewhere. This is the old pauper labor myth. It views poverty and an absence of public social services as a cost advantage, not a productivity disadvantage. Only on the above simplifying assumptions would international incomes become more equal through free trade and its associated international investment flows. The fatal assumption is that the conditions of production are the same in all countries. All labor is assumed to be of equal productivity throughout the world, with no distinction between skilled and unskilled labor or in national economic policy. An international convergence is promised to result naturally, if governments refrain from interfering with markets. The implication is that wages rise because of labor's diminishing supply relative to the availability of capital, not because of its higher productivity or unionization, minimum wage laws, or the high cost of living in financialized economies. This oversimplification is so unrealistic that it must be recognized as deliberate deception of students subjected to such indoctrination. 11. Eli Heckscher, The Effect of Foreign Trade on the Distribution of Income, 1919, translated in Ellis and Metzler eds, Readings in the Theory of International Trade, Philadelphia, 1949, p. 274, italics in original. See also Bertol-Ohlin, Interregional and International Trade, Cambridge, 1935, pages 20, 22 and 24 to 29, also italics in original. Paul Samuelson mathematized the factor endowment approach in what has become sanctified as the factor price equalization theorem. See his Economics. An Introductory Analysis, 7th ed. New York, 1967, pages 672 and 648. The reason why the relative incomes of labor and capital are not equalized by trade in the products they make is that productivity and economic policy differs among countries. 12 Capital is replacing labor in an expanding range of tasks. Manual labor is being undersold by new capital investment. But the Heckscher-Ohlin oversimplification treats labor as producing distinct labor services, which are assumed to be non-competitive with capital services. The implication is that countries can succeed in exporting more labor-intensive products by lowering the price of their industrial labor, winning the race to the bottom by imposing austerity as if poverty will make them rich. While economists focus on the hypothetical conditions necessary to produce income convergence, world incomes are not equalizing. International income and productivity gaps have widened over the past 2 centuries, as capital has steadily increased its income over that of labor, despite large-scale international investment. So the factor proportions theory describes a world that does not exist. The reason for its academic success is not its explanatory power, but its political opposition to active government trade and social policy, especially protectionism and social spending to upgrade labor. When a theory recommends that countries specialize in what they are best at producing at any given moment in time, it advises them to ignore the long-term gains they could secure by reforms to increase productivity and minimize rentier privileges. Such trade theorizing fails to recognize that the only way for less prosperous economies to raise their productivity and living standards to world levels is through structural reform of existing economic, financial and tax structures to minimize rentier privileges and upgrade labor, by protectionist measures and subsidy where appropriate. The factor proportions or scarcity theory seeks to lock in the inequitable status quo by belittling government policies that interfere with free markets, accusing them of being ineffective in promoting prosperity. 12 Free trade theorists hedge their logic by acknowledging that in these hypothetical models trade is supposed to produce a similarity in income structures, that is, the same average ratios of wages to profits, although not necessarily absolute income equality, unless there is trade in common denominators such as raw materials and capital goods at a uniform world price. But there is such trade, and indeed a common world price for most raw materials and capital goods. That leaves the price of labor to be the only variable in actual costs throughout the world. Labor in the United States and other industrial nations also has suffered by national governments letting their industrial employers take the opportunity to offshore production by investing abroad and relying on lower-cost foreign labor to produce their nation's consumer goods. The claim is that wage earners will live better by obtaining cheaper imports. The trick is to try and make wage earners think of themselves as consumers, not workers, so that they will not ask what the benefit is in lower consumer prices if their job has been offshored. However, awareness of the offshoring and industrialization damage done to U.S. labor by President Bill Clinton's promotion of NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, contributed strongly to the rejection of his Democratic Party in the 2000 presidential elections, much as Hillary Clinton's advocacy of the TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, doomed her in the 2016 election at the hands of protectionist Donald Trump. Rarely acknowledging the role of government policy, debt service, or rentier exploitation, free trade models speculate about what might happen if all governments were to remain aloof from shaping the rules of trade and investment. Fiscal and financial systems are accepted as given, without discussion of how economic policy can transform them. Governments in the industrial nations certainly act to block less developed countries from subsidizing their own economic independence and replacing imports with their own production and foreign borrowing with their own money creation. This diplomatic activism by the leading industrial nations means that existing trade and investment patterns are not natural. A satisfactory explanation for the rise of England, the United States, Germany, Japan, and China would acknowledge the linkages among international trade, investment, financial diplomacy and military coercion. It would describe how economies that industrialized by protectionist state capitalism have monopolized the gains from trade and parlayed them into an investment position that has consolidated their control over world resources. It would trace how international credit has been extended far in excess of debtors' capacity to pay, keeping them on a tight debt leash to impose austerity and depress their terms of trade and wage levels, to the benefit of creditor-investor nations. The impact of debt leverage and military coercion on international trade. Mercantilists pointed out that trade was the only way for nations lacking mines of their own to obtain silver and gold money of the world. Domestic money and credit creation at that time were subject to the balance of international trade and payments, which determined exchange rates and hence whether exports and imports would be high or low priced in terms of world money. Lead nations have always held the ideal of using their trade surpluses, and tribute, to buy up the natural resources and, in modern times, industry and infrastructure monopolies of other countries, turning them into economic satellites controlled financially. This drive has polarized the world economy between wealthy creditor nations and countries whose failure to modernize their own industry and agriculture has led them into trade and debt dependency. A realistic trade theory must recognize the role of creditor-slash-debtor relations that influence exchange rates and the terms of trade for imports and exports. Pro-creditor interests claim that debt relations have no such effect. Ricardo argued that paying debt service is self-financing and hence cannot cause monetary deflation, because if an economy runs a balance of payments surplus, its monetary inflow and prices will rise. That will lead it to buy goods from the payments deficit countries whose exchange rates are weakening, and who hence can sell enough additional exports to pay their debt service. In other words, what is paid abroad will come back, without a need for government trade and monetary, capital, controls. A similar logic claims that paying domestic debt service cannot cause debt deflation, because creditors supposedly will spend their interest receipts back into the economy. But in reality they use their rentier income to make yet more loans and buy more property, not to buy more goods and services. The blind spot in Ricardo's financial analysis is illustrated by the Ricardo brothers' own underwriting of Greece's bond issue after it declared independence from Ottoman rule in 1829. The exorbitant debt service it paid was not recycled back into its economy. Greece suffered chronic austerity, leading it to default repeatedly over the rest of the 19th century. Most international loans historically have been to finance war-making or help governments over fiscal emergencies, not for projects enabling debtors to pay by investing the proceeds productively. New loans were required to roll over the debts being run up, squeezing the debtor economies and their public budgets accordingly. Chronic debt service tends to force governments to sell off rent-yielding natural resources or public enterprises. No gunboats appear in mainstream trade theory, and nothing to reflect the extent to which natural resource rents have been secured by armed force, as in the Anglo-American overthrow of Iran's elected Prime Minister Mossadegh in 1953, and in the recent destruction and oil grabs in Iraq, Syria, and Libya, and attempted in Venezuela. In fact, the phenomenon of economic rent is not taken into account as a factor in international pricing and gains from trade calculations. Natural resource rent, for example, is notably ignored, along with the typically related costs of military empire to protect rent-seeking investors. Nor are the environmental damages and their cleanup costs, discussed in Chapter 7, considered. Such losses from trade are not acknowledged, nor are the externality costs that can result from the politicized and militarized context of international investment. Oil exporting Venezuela, for instance, attracted U.S. companies. They were supported by U.S. foreign policy installing dictators to protect them, as was the case throughout most of Latin America. The country's trade deficit was financed by dollar bonds issued to U.S. and other foreign investors. A U.S.-backed client regime collateralized this government debt with the national oil company's assets, including its U.S. oil distribution system. When Venezuela elected a left-wing nationalist government, it was isolated by U.S.-sponsored trade sanctions, bondholders grabbed its foreign assets, and the Bank of England simply stole its gold stock on behalf of U.S.-based proxy politicians. The World Bank's mega-engineering projects provide another example of the externality costs flowing from free trade and foreign investment. These projects are notorious for getting countries into debt, forcing them to borrow from the International Monetary Fund, which lays down conditionalities that say basically, to pay your debts, you have to engage in a vicious class war against labor. You have to lower wages because they are the only variable in world trade. There's a common world trade price in raw materials, all countries pay the same price for copper, machinery, and other materials. There is a common world price for oil, and for capital goods. The one variable in foreign trade is the price of labor. So you've got to prevent unionization and any other kind of pro-labor reform. Your only way of paying debts is to polarize your economy and impoverish your labor force. Financial dependency has become the most destructive byproduct of today's monoculture trade dependency. Debtor countries are obliged to impose austerity that deters domestic capital investment. The IMF rationalizes its austerity programs by an absorption approach, claiming that structural payments deficits can be overcome by increasing taxes, raising prices for public services and reducing public social spending. The idea is to tax, absorb, so much domestic income that the population will not have enough revenue to spend on imports, while low wages, pauper labor, spur exports. It is glibly assumed that paying labor less will leave output free to be exported, as if poverty and unemployment helps them earn more internationally. The reality is that austerity shrinks the economy's productive power, and typically spurs emigration and capital flight. Squeezing out domestic income to pay foreign creditors and investors tends to leave debtor countries without the ability to break even. What the IMF calls stabilization plans have driven much of Latin America, Africa, and Asia deeper into debt and trade dependency. The effect has been to underdevelop economies instead of modernizing them. Free trade is claimed to eliminate poverty in low-wage countries by providing an even international playing field for manufacturing jobs, supposedly enabling the Global South's labor to undersell high-wage US and European labor. The reality is that free trade locks in the existing, sharply uneven playing field that results from the advanced industrial nations' accumulation of large amounts of plant and equipment, public infrastructure, and education that former colonialized countries have been blocked from developing. Once this capital and social infrastructure investment is taken into account, it becomes clear why free trade is bound to favor the leading industrial nations over the world's latecomers, and indeed why accepting the productivity and above all ownership asymmetry aims to keep them from coming at all. The aim is to persuade low-wage countries that they can rise into the middle class if they let US and European investors establish factories for local labor-intensive production. A vocabulary of deception has been crafted to block them from recognizing that US and European diplomacy aims at locking them into a foreign debt trap that turns their domestic policy making over to their foreign creditors. This trap enables the IMF and related U.S.-centered diplomacy to bail them out by imposing austerity and debt deflation capped by US demands to control their rent-yielding natural resources and infrastructure monopolies. The result is identical to that of traditional European colonialism and mercantilism. The pretense that an open international economy is a level playing field aims at keeping the Global South on a never-ending treadmill of poverty. Instead of turning low-wage labor into a middle class, they are to remain the most exploited victims of industrial and finance capital monopolized by the United States and Europe. Trade dependency patterns have been backed up by brute force. In Latin America and Africa, American diplomacy has backed the assassination of advocates of land reform and of indigenous populations seeking to block logging and mining in their areas, and to redistribute the land of U.S.-owned export crop plantations to local families wanting to produce food for their own livelihood and to provide a domestic alternative to having to import U.S. food crops. Such use of force is not a free market phenomenon, much less one of competition leading to greater international efficiency. Trade theory based simply on factor proportions overlooks how US dollar diplomacy has created bloodbaths in Latin America and Africa, leaving them debt-strapped and calling it peace and democracy. It also overlooks the sanctioning and overthrow of local governments seeking more economic independence in other regions. To cap matters, free market economists claim that tariffs, quotas, capital controls, and other actions to promote industry and raise productivity are synonymous with paving the road to serfdom. The reality is that a country's failure to protect, regulate, and subsidize its key sectors leads to financial, trade and technological dependency, locking it into chronic balance of payment strains to pay for imports and foreign loans. That is the real road to serfdom, and the context in which any analysis of trade policy needs to be placed. How and why the United States lost its industrial advantage. Having failed to explain how the world's leading industrial and creditor nations gained dominance, mainstream trade theory has made no effort to explain why and how the US economy has deindustrialized since 1980. With so much unemployment and so many unused factories, why doesn't American labor become cheap, and hence employable, instead of American companies relocating industrial production facilities to East Asia? It would be superficial to explain this simply as a shift to hiring labor in the lowest wage countries. What is the wage, after all? Is it what employers pay, or what labor obtains on balance from government and private employers together? China has invested in a vast public infrastructure network to facilitate its industrial production by minimizing the cost of living and doing business. This has saved employers from having to pay higher wages for labor to afford privatized education, healthcare, transportation, and other essential services. These basic needs are provided by public infrastructure, which Simon Patten called a fourth factor of production. Such public capital investment makes no appearance in the Heckscher-Ohlin-Samuelson world of factor proportions. The government is seen only as overhead, not as a factor of production. There is no recognition of the public sector's role in saving private employers from having to bear these costs themselves, or that making infrastructure public provides basic services at much lower costs than by privatizing them in the hands of rent-seeking monopolies in a Thatcherized neoliberal economy. The reason why labor is so much less costly outside the United States is clear enough: the U.S. economy is the most financialized and privatized. As Chapter 5 has explained, American wage earners are obliged to pay higher debt service, housing costs, either as renters or mortgage debtors, health insurance charges, education fees, and charges for other basic services than workers in other countries. Even if food and other material needs were provided to labor freely, without any payment, American labor would be priced far out of world industrial markets in view of the aforementioned costs. U.S. housing now often absorbs from 30 to 40% of employee wages, while Social Security and Medicare siphon 15% of the paycheck off the top, and income and sales taxes account for perhaps another 20%, capped by privatized health insurance, financialized pension plans and personal debt service. Explaining the shifting pattern of international trade thus entails taking the entire economy and its political setting into account and, most important in this regard, understanding how finance capitalism has undermined industrial capitalism by encouraging rent extraction and living in the short run. Industrial capitalism requires long-term planning to develop and market new products. But since 1980, economic management has sought short-term gains by financial engineering, making money by buying and selling assets, including financial securities and loans, not by creating new means of production to sell more goods and services. Investors calculate arbitrage opportunities in supply and demand conditions as they exist at a given moment in time. What is so ironic is that China's policy has, as noted above, followed almost the same path that American protectionism did from 1865 through 1914, state subsidy for industry, heavy public sector capital investment, but without creating predatory railroad land fortunes as became a U.S. economic curse, and social spending on education and health care to upgrade the quality and productivity of labor. This was not called Marxism in the United States, it was simply the logical way to look at industrialization, as part of a broad economic and social system. That frame of reference is now denounced as the road to serfdom and claimed to be autocratic, while the United States is itself moving into a financialized era of debt peonage. U.S. attempts to dominate the international economy. Today's finance capitalism has left the United States mainly with agribusiness farm surpluses, and monopolies in information technology, largely developed as a byproduct of military research, military hardware, and pharmaceutical patents, based on public seed money to fund research, able to extract monopoly rent while making themselves largely tax-exempt by using offshore banking centers. The U.S. economy is becoming more extractive than productive, a widening swath of it hollowed out. The United States is increasingly left to rely only on its rentier and monetary power, dollar diplomacy, described in Chapter 10, to maintain a semblance of prosperity, which is becoming concentrated in the hands of the top 1% of the population. Instead of trying to reverse the economy's polarization between a rentier sector and what remains of its industrial base, dominated by linkages to the military-industrial complex, U.S. diplomacy has imposed export and other trade sanctions against Russia, China, and other countries to try to prevent them from becoming independent of U.S. control. Attempts to prevent foreign technology from replacing imperial center exports have usually been in vain, and typically are counterproductive. Trade sanctions imposed for strategic reasons likewise can produce results other than those desired. Against Russia, for instance, U.S. diplomats persuaded its NATO satellites to impose agricultural sanctions after Russia resisted the attempted U.S. Ukrainian takeover of its Crimean naval base. The aim was to starve Russia into diplomatic submission. The actual effect was to provide Russia with the equivalent of trade protection, which Russia's own economists had hesitated to legislate. A discussion between a Russian farm entrepreneur and President Putin reflected the upshot. "I'm a farmer and cheesemaker from the Moscow region," Sirota told President Vladimir Putin during a public discussion in October 2018. "I make cheese. Let me begin by saying on behalf of the farmers, we have been telling you this repeatedly over the last 4 years, I wanted to thank you for the sanctions. In fact, we had a long discussion about this with experts at our session." Putin replied, "You should thank the Americans, not me." The farmer added, "Because it is delicious," continued Sirota. "Our cheese is tasty, hard, and cheap thanks to the ruble rates. It is attracting investors, including international ones. Everyone has begun investing in Russia's agriculture. We have partners from Switzerland who relocated to Russia and are building farms." I was asked repeatedly during the session about what would happen if the sanctions were cancelled. What would I do? Would it be a disaster? Putin, regarding cheese and what happens if sanctions are lifted. First of all, we are not seeing them readying to lift any sanctions, so you can sleep tight. 13. The effect of U.S. diplomacy has been to help, indeed, force Russia to nurture its own import competing sectors, which normally would have required protective tariffs. If the American strategists or Russian officials, for that matter, had read Marx, they might have thought about what he wrote to Engels in 1867. What the Irish need, he said, was 1. Self-government and independence from England. 2. An agrarian revolution. With the best intentions in the world, the English cannot accomplish this for them, but they can give them the legal means of accomplishing it for themselves. 13. John Helmer, Russia is now the big cheese, Dances with Bears, September 22, 2020. http://johnhelmer.net/russia-is-now-the-big-cheese. 3. Protective tariffs against England. Between 1783 and 1801 every branch of industry began to flourish. The Union, which overthrew the protective tariffs established by the Irish Parliament, destroyed all industrial life in Ireland. The bit of linen industry is no compensation whatever. The Union of 1801 had just the same effect on Irish industry as the measures for the suppression of the Irish woolen industry, etc., taken by the English Parliament under N. George II, and others. Once the Irish are independent, necessity will turn them into protectionists, as it did Canada, Australia, etc. 14. A similar judgment applies to today's Russia. First, it needs a government independent of US neoliberal advice and ideology, so as to sponsor an alternative to neoliberal free markets. The second need is to rationalize production and the tax and financial systems to replace the post-1991 rentier kleptocracy and help achieve the third need, domestic self-reliance against trade and financial dependency on the United States and its satellites, achieved by tariffs and other protectionist measures, and indeed even by US trade sanctions forcing domestic self-reliance. The degree to which China has mostly broken free by following this logic explains its greater industrial success to date. That success led the Trump administration to impose sanctions to promote American Internet and related IT monopolies. US diplomats have mobilized NATO and other allies to boycott China's 5G technology and its most successful companies, alleging privacy issues, a euphemism for China not permitting inclusion in its technology of US spyware giving backdoor national security access for the United States. Like ancient Rome, the US economy has become dependent on foreign tribute for its survival in today's global rentier economy. Just as robbers fear retaliation from their victims, so rentiers and monopolists fear that their clients will revolt against a system that is basically unfair and provides a free lunch to the financially and militarily dominant nation ruling by force and legal rights that deprive other nations of their rights and opportunities for widespread prosperity. That is why the United States has surrounded Eurasia with 750 military bases. This is more than just US insistence on blocking foreign rivalry for its leading monopolies. What really is at issue is an opposition to government regulation of U.S.-centered finance capitalism in principle. US policy is part of a class war against labor, and also a political and ideological war against mixed economies with government power, any government authority to regulate or tax American foreign investment, or to subsidize economic independence from US suppliers and creditors. That is why US opposition to today's post-Soviet Russia is as strong as it was during the Cold War, when the US excuse was to counter the threatened spread of communism. 14 Marx to Engels, November 30, 1867, in Marx and Engels on Britain, Moscow, 1962, p. 544. The conflict indeed remains ideological. Today's renewed Cold War is a libertarian war. Backed by the US financial sector and US allies abroad, its aim is to shift planning and resource allocation away from governments to the world's financial centers, headed by Wall Street and the City of London. This fight is similar to what occurred in Rome when the oligarchic Senate defended creditor rights against popular demands for debt cancellation and land redistribution. Through its belligerence, the United States is seeking to maintain its unipolar rentier dominance in a world that is becoming increasingly combative and militarized. This is yet another dimension of international trade that free market academic models overlook. Foreign trade is part of an interconnected system relying on security of supply. Interruptions, sanctions, boycotts or other forms of economic warfare can bring the entire supply chain to a halt. Such warfare is reminiscent of when US strategists sought to ban food exports to China in the 1950s to oppose Mao's revolution. Canada broke the embargo. President Joe Biden has declared China an enemy, and has appointed US military leadership that in the past has endorsed preemptive war and nuclear confrontation. When we join together with fellow democracies, our strength more than doubles, he announced. China can't afford to ignore more than half the global economy. That gives us substantial leverage to shape the rules of the road on everything from the environment to labor, trade, technology and transparency, so they can continue to reflect democratic interests and values. 15 By transparency, Mr. Biden means the ability of the U.S. National Security Council to eavesdrop on all foreign internet communications by means of the backdoor programs written into Facebook, Google, Apple, and other U.S. information technology. That, as indicated above, is an added reason why U.S. trade negotiators seek to block Huawei, TikTok and other applications from being used in dollar area countries. 15 James Kinge, China braced for lose-lose scenario in U.S. election, Financial Times, October 15, 2020. The aim is to prevent China from creating a broad enough economy to defend itself from being wrecked by sanctions or more overt military attack. As Xi Jinping explained on April 10, 2020, in order to safeguard China's industrial security and national security, we must focus on building production chains and supply chains that are independently controllable, secure, and reliable, and strive for important products and supply channels to all have at least one alternative source, forming the necessary industrial backup system. 16. Redundancy is a system built into nature and the biology of living beings. It is much the same in the international economy, specialization of production to the degree that it leaves economies dependent for critical needs on a central supplier of resources ends at least in monopoly power, and at worst in the power to disrupt supply if the monopolist's demands are not met, demands that may be not only for high prices, but political demands to adopt the social system sponsored by the leading monopolists. Government's support of U.S. industrial rivalry with China. What disturbs American Cold War strategists is that other countries have developed their own industry and agriculture instead of relying on U.S. exporters in a state of permanent dependency such as existed in 1945. Clyde Prestovitz, a conservative Republican trade advisor in the Reagan administration, threw down the rhetorical gauntlet in 2021. After World War II, he explained, the system arose out of the Pax Americana and a deep faith that the U.S. would always be the world's manufacturing and technology superpower, have the highest productivity, pay the highest wages, and always run a surplus or balanced trade account. Perpetuation of this unique status is what the free world expected when it welcomed China into the free trade body, the World Trade Organization, in 2001. From the time of Deng Xiaoping's adoption of some market methods in 1979 and especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1992, free world leaders believed increased trade with and investment in China would inevitably lead to the marketization of its economy, the demise of its state-owned enterprises. 17. 16 Center for Security and Emerging Technology. https://c.georgetown.edu/wp-content/upload/t0235_choose-economy_n-1.pdf. Instead, China has followed the classical mixed economy policy that made the US, German and other industrial economies so successful. By 2021, the major U.S. rationale for protecting its large corporate monopolies from Chinese competition was the accusation that China's government was doing just what the U.S. government had been doing to support domestic industry since the late 19th century. At the root of the conflict, U.S. trade strategists claim, is neoliberal free market democracy threatened by Chinese autocracy. It is as if American industry had not itself grown strong by government support. Prestovitz framed the U.S.-China confrontation in terms of what is meant by a market-based economy. Is government support part of the market, or not? China's economy, Prestovitz asserted, is incompatible with the main premises of the global economic system embodied today in the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and a long list of other free trade agreements. These pacts assume economies that are primarily market-based with the role of the state circumscribed. This system never anticipated an economy like China's in which state-owned enterprises account for one-third of production. The fusion of the civilian economy with the strategic military economy is a government necessity, to be used for economic and political control, and international trade is subject to being weaponized at any moment for strategic ends. The United States, of course, also subsidizes aircraft producers, internet companies, and other heavy industry with military orders and contracts. Indeed, Prestovitz urged President Biden to invoke the Defense Production Act to direct increased U.S.-based production of critical goods such as medicines, semiconductors, and solar panels. The hypocrisy of U.S. foreign policy reached a new degree in the accusation that China engages in managing its currency. What Mr. Prestovitz means is that China is doing just what European and other countries are doing, stabilizing their exchange rates by recycling their dollar receipts from U.S. imports and investment inflows into central bank reserves held in the form of U.S. Treasury securities, the essence of the U.S. Treasury bill standard and U.S. monetary imperialism, after all. And to cap matters, U.S. diplomacy has sharply expanded its use of trade sanctions as a major economic weapon in its new Cold War, especially against Russia, Syria, Venezuela, Iran, and other targeted countries. 17 Clyde v. Prestovitz, Jr., Blow Up the Global Trading System, Washington Monthly, March 24, 2021. The hypocrisy of the author's proposal is reflected in the fact that he took his MBA at the Wharton School, where Simon Patten had taught the virtues of public infrastructure and related support as a fourth factor of production. Depicting American industry as being independent of government support, when in fact it has largely captured the government and receives enormous public subsidy and economic support, seems to be a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Public subsidy was the doctrine of industrial capitalism. But as America's economy has become financialized, it has deindustrialized and shifted production abroad. China has succeeded by avoiding financialization and in fulfilling what had been the U.S. ideal of providing low-priced basic infrastructure services. Requirements for a modern theory of trade. Recognizing finance and the fire sector. For many centuries the key monopoly was money. That financial control is still as much an issue today as was trade and military power in times past. Although most trade theory is based on comparing direct production costs, debt financing, economic rent, and tax policies have become much more important, along with government infrastructure and subsidies. As described above, Ricardo's depiction of comparative costs treated most outlays as being for consumer goods, whose prices could be resolved into labor costs. That seemed plausible enough in an epoch when food represented the major element in the worker's budget. But today, the major expense is housing costs, mainly rent and the servicing of mortgage debt, costs that are determined largely by the terms of mortgage credit, and by the presence or absence of land taxes to keep real estate prices down. These housing costs and charges for personal bank loans, credit card debt, and auto debt, and in America, student loan debt, plus forced savings for Social Security, pension fund contributions, and health insurance typically push non-commodity costs to substantially over half the basic budget for labor. A relevant trade theory therefore would need to take account of the fact that these non-production costs have risen. But the financial sector is the last interest group from which to expect policy realism in this discussion, because its prime directive is to deny culpability in causing economic problems and obtaining unearned income. Recognizing that what is not analyzed is less likely to be criticized and regulated, the financial sector prefers economic models in which money and debt don't matter. That leaves the financial dimension out of account. By viewing the cost of capital goods only in terms of the labor time needed for their production, Ricardo sidestepped the credit terms on which they are financed, example interest rates and debt/equity ratios. Debt service accounts for a rising share of both labor and capital costs. A relevant international trade theory thus would recognize the degree to which financialization and related fire sector rentier charges dominate the comparative costs of capital investment and labor. Interest and principal payments on home mortgages and education loans, healthcare costs, and forced saving for retirement pensions are overshadowing nominal wage payments and labor productivity in determining international competitiveness. The cost of health insurance and medical care in the United States, for instance, falls on individuals and their employers rather than being absorbed by the public sector. An increasingly important consideration is how to treat debts that cannot be paid. That leads to a discussion of whether banking and credit should be made a public utility, as it is in China, or should remain privatized as in the West. Western firms do not have their debts written off when they cannot meet their scheduled debt service, but are declared insolvent and often dismantled. In China they are not closed down, thanks to the fact that the government bank extends credit to keep in business industrial facilities deemed to be in the national interest. Governments throughout the world have shifted the tax burden off finance and property onto labor and industry. The effect has been to promote financial and real estate bubbles in which debt-financed purchases overshadow new capital investment. These developments make the concept of cost of production much more complex today than was the case in the formative centuries of trade theory. What now is appropriate is a rent theory of comparative disadvantage. Yet today's mainstream trade theory is blocked by the hard ideological wall excluding discussion of the role played by rent and indeed any challenge to the FIRE sector's role in domestic economies. If protectionism is the trade policy of industrial capitalism, austerity and debt deflation are the policies of finance capitalism. Its free market message is, don't regulate your economies. Let our bankers and foreign investors take control of your economic planning and resource allocation. Like all good science fiction, this free trade gospel requires a considerable suspension of disbelief to enter a world governed by unworldly assumptions. 7. Food, oil, mining, and natural resource rents. The distinguishing dynamic of industrial capitalism is the exploitation of wage labor, but industrial nations also end up with most of the world's natural resource rents. That is why the linkage between trade and foreign ownership is most visible in the food, oil, and mining sectors. Agricultural soil on top of the earth, and mineral wealth below the surface, always have attracted conquistadors and, most recently, corporate rentier appropriators. Standing behind them are their imperial nation governments. That was the case from the silver mines of Spain in Roman times to those of Potosi in the Bolivian mountains, and from Roman latifundia in North Africa to American lands stocked with slaves while driving out the native occupants. More recent resource seizures have created plantation monocultures in Central America by United Fruit and other U.S. companies, client oil country autocracies, and the copper mines of Chile, with the exploited nations suffering U.S. imposed dictatorships. Raw materials trade and client oligarchies have always gone hand in hand, oligarchy seemingly universally imposed on resource-rich countries as a kind of cosmic curse for their natural wealth. Using financial and outright military power to prevent weaker countries from keeping possession of the natural resource rents that 19th-century economists expected them to receive, the leading industrial nations dominate the international ownership of agriculture, oil, and mining. The preferred tactic is to sponsor oligarchies and military dictatorships as local managers, helping the industrial nations appropriate this natural wealth for their own companies so as to keep the world's resource rents flowing into their own economies. Host countries are left in poverty, often deprived of political autonomy and the basis for their own industrialization and prosperity. That is the curse of oil, and indeed of rich land and other natural resources. The rentier dynamic of natural resource wealth means that possession of such wealth is not conducive to the development of industry. The Netherlands and Norway have retained control of their offshore oil, but have each seen their currency's exchange rate rise as a result of their vast rent-yielding asset, pricing their labor and exports out of world markets. That recently has been called the Dutch disease. 1. A similar phenomenon occurred already in 16th-century Spain and Portugal, when silver from Latin America enriched their landed aristocracies but flowed through their hands to less autocratic economies to the north. Even when nations remain in control of their agricultural, oil or mineral wealth, industrial nations control the marketing and sales of these products to siphon off their rents, and create tax avoidance schemes in offshore banking centers and flags of convenience to avoid paying income taxes on their privatized resource rent. This is just the opposite of leaving such rent for the public domain as classical reformers advocated. The curse of natural resource wealth has long been analyzed as the monoculture syndrome, referring to national reliance on a few raw materials, creating dual economies, wealthy foreign-owned natural resource sectors, typically capital-intensive, alongside impoverished domestic economies, which are kept under financial control by the leading industrial nations' ownership of the choke points of refining and marketing monopolies. 1. Agriculture. Ricardo's assumption of diminishing returns led him to believe that raw materials suppliers would become richer than industrial nations as the marginal cost of producing crops, mining, and refining metals and other raw materials rose. With such products priced near their high-cost margin of production, the industrial nation's terms of trade would have worsened as recourse was made to poorer lands and raw materials. It would have made the most sparsely settled countries with the richest land and mines the greatest beneficiaries of international trade. That obviously is not how matters have turned out. The foreign investment protected by US and European diplomacy has helped create a sufficient abundance of raw materials to depress their prices toward their low-cost margin of production. And productivity has risen dramatically as increasing returns have become the norm. In agriculture, productivity as increasing returns have become the norm. In agriculture, productivity 1828, and Justus von Liebig, 1803-73, and by the early 20th century Fritz Haber and Karl Bosch had developed their process of catalytic formation of ammonia, fixing nitrogen from the air. These latter innovations rendered Chile's guano supply largely redundant. Farm equipment vastly increased productivity with mechanized tractors, plowing and harvesting machinery, as well as pesticides and herbicides, and new seed varieties. The Economist magazine coined this term in November 1977 to describe the decline of Holland's manufacturing sector after the discovery of the Groningen gas field off its Baltic coast in 1959. Oil economies are the major examples in today's world, followed by mineral-rich economies that tend to become dual economies, having a wealthy rentier sector alongside a backward domestic economy. These productivity gains have been concentrated in the most industrialized nations, headed by the United States. Labor productivity in U.S. agriculture has exceeded that in almost any other sector in the world. This success has been promoted by protectionist measures, catalyzed by the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1933 providing price supports and parity pricing subsidies, as well as import quotas. The EU has emulated America's example with its protectionist Common Agricultural Policy, CAP. Environmental destruction as an externality of monocultures and agribusiness. Where diminishing returns did occur in Ricardo's day, it was on the same soils, which turned out to have no original and indestructible fertility as Ricardo had believed. A new term, mining the soil, exhausting old land, was applied to the cotton and tobacco plantation monocultures of America's southern slave states. This soil depletion kept slave-stocked plantations moving westward, led by Andrew Jackson driving the Native Americans off their land and replacing them with African slaves. Point 2. A debate arose in the 1840s over how national economic accounts should measure environmental destruction. That debate is still going on today, so it is worthwhile reviewing how clearly the problem was recognized so long ago, along with free trade opposition to acknowledging it. America ran a trade surplus in exporting plantation crops, but its soil was being depleted. Productiveness of crops and destructiveness of soil are two most prominent features of American agriculture, wrote the Patent Office report in 1852.3. Advocates of industrialization calculated how much it would cost to replenish the minerals depleted by plantation farming. They found that these public wealth costs exceeded the private sector's export proceeds. Modern free trade theory excludes such costs as externalities, that is, excludes them from its economic models. 2. The Native Americans chose to emigrate or die fighting rather than be enslaved. In the American Northwest, British land companies bought up vast land tracts to graze cattle, disrupting settler farmers. The fight between family farms and large absentee-owned latifundia of cattlemen, highlighted by the Battle of Powder River in Montana in 1876, lasted for half a century. Similar conflicts occur today in Brazil and elsewhere in Latin America, where loggers and agribusiness treat indigenous populations much like North Americans treated the native tribes and the homesteaders who displaced them. Liebig contradicted Ricardo's idea of land as having fixed and immutable powers in chemistry in its relation to agriculture and physiology, 1840. Can the art of agriculture be based upon anything but the restitution of a disturbed equilibrium? Can it be imagined, that any country, however rich and fertile, with a flourishing commerce, which for centuries exports its produce in the shape of grain and cattle, will maintain its fertility, if the same commerce does not restore, in some form of manure, these elements which have been removed from the soil, and which cannot be replaced by the atmosphere. Must not the same fate await every such country which has actually befallen the once prolific soil of Virginia, now in many parts no longer able to grow its former staple productions wheat and tobacco? 4. The costs that someday would have to be paid to restore the soil's fertility were calculated by Daniel Lee when he became the director of the U.S. Patent Office's Agricultural Section from 1849 to 1852. For the year 1849, he estimated, the nation's exhaustive methods of cultivation entailed an annual loss averaging 10 cents per acre on 100 million of the 125 million acres of improved farmland then in use. This $10 million annual loss, akin to capital depreciation, was equal in magnitude to the proceeds of a capital investment of $166,666,000 at 6% annual interest. 5. Ultimately responsible for impairing the nation's soil fertility, Lee asserted, was the nation's free trade policy. American statesmanship has adopted a system of political economy free trade which renders full and perfect restitution of the soil impossible so long as it shall prevail. This statesmanship, which ignores the very existence of agricultural science, and repudiates all its teachings, costs the country $300 million a year by needless destruction of its agricultural resources. 6. 3. Report of the Commissioner of Patents for the year 1852, Part 2, Agriculture, Washington, 1853, p. 4. I summarize this literature in Political Origins of the Department of Agriculture, Soil Chemistry and International Trade Theory, 1840-62, in America's Protectionist Takeoff, 1815 to 1914, The Neglected American School of Political Economy, Dresden, 2010. 4. Justice von Liebig, Familiar Letters on Chemistry, Incomplete Works on Chemistry, trans. Leon Playfair, Philadelphia, 1843, p. 32. 5. Statistics and Progress of Agriculture in the United States for the year 1849, in Report of the Commissioner of Patents for the year 1849, Part 2, Agriculture, Washington, 1850, p. 25. In Progress of Agriculture in the United States, in the above-cited Patent Office Report for 1852, p. 7, Lee estimated the implicit value of the minerals removed from the soil amounted to $300 million per year, that is, $3 an acre, or about 17 to 20 per. Free trade logic sidesteps these environmental costs of soil-depleting modes of cultivation. It also minimizes consideration of pollution, political consequences, racist slavery and genocide, and social abuses such as child labor and debt peonage for farm workers. That is why the U.S. Department of Agriculture had to be created over the opposition of Southern plantation owners. 7. Financial and marketing monopolies to exploit farmers. Marketing crops requires investment in transportation, storage, and an array of other services including weather forecasting and agricultural education to promote the most efficient techniques and seed varieties. Marketing and transport services provide opportunities for monopoly control rents to be extracted at key choke points. Frank Norris's novel The Octopus, 1908, describes the drive by railroads to extract the value of crop surpluses for themselves. As one survey summarizes the problem as it stands today, more than a century later. A handful of corporations control our food from farm to fork. Their unbridled power grants them increasing political influence over the rules that govern our food system and allows them to manipulate the marketplace, pushing down the prices paid to family farmers and driving them out of business. Our corporate-controlled food system damages rural communities, local economies, public health, and the soil and water needed to sustain food production. 8. Cent of the crop sales value, by which remark we mean that complete restitution of the elements of crops removed, such as potash, soda, lime, magnesia, chlorine, phosphoric and sulfuric acids, and ammonia, cannot be made short of an expense of $3 per acre. 6 1849 Patent Office Report, p. 15. 7 Paul W. Gates, Agriculture in the Civil War, New York, 1965, pages 263f, observes, by withdrawing from the Union in 1861, the Southern states removed the conservative element that had long prevented the adoption of important legislation affecting agriculture and the development of the West. In rapid succession, Congress enacted the Homestead Act with its free land policy, the Pacific Railroad Act with its liberal aid for the building of a railroad to the Pacific, the act creating a Department of Agriculture, the National Bank Act, and the Morrill Act, all of which had been held up by the shrewd politics of a minority section. Most government aid now goes to the largest agribusiness corporations, not to family farms, whose number has been dwindling by about 10,000 farms each year, headed by Midwestern dairy farmers. The Farm Aid Report illustrates the concentration at work. Cargill, founded in Minnesota in 1865, has become America's largest privately owned corporation in terms of revenue. It controls 1/4 of all U.S. grain exports, and nearly as much, 22%, of the U.S. domestic meat market. Former Congressman Henry A. Waxman calls it the worst company in the world and accuses it of driving deforestation, pollution, climate change, and exploitation at a scale that dwarfs their closest com. 8. Corporate control of agriculture, Farm Aid, ND. https://www.farmaid.org/issues corporate power in AG/. Petiters. 9. The U.S. government has brought many charges against Cargill for financially manipulating grain prices. Farmers typically sell their crop in advance to Cargill and other grain companies, which organize market contracts for each crop through the Chicago Board of Trade. During the Great Depression, the board, along with the U.S. Commodity Exchange Authority, accused Cargill of trying to corner the corn market to push up crop prices to consumers, and in 1938 suspended the company and 3 of its officers from the trading floor. More recently, Cargill has been charged with illegally employing child labor and many other human rights violations throughout the world, as well as land monopolization in Colombia. The above-cited Mighty Earth report states that perhaps Cargill's largest negative impact on the natural world is its role in driving the destruction of the world's last remaining intact forests and prairies, headed by deforestation of the Amazon to grow soybeans, and of Sumatra and Borneo to produce palm oil, one of the least healthy fast food additives. Pollution and related environmental problems are endemic to American agribusiness practice. Feeding and raising meat consumes more land and fresh water than any other industry, the Mighty Earth report concludes, and the industry's waste byproducts rank among the top sources of pollution around the world. Many of these impacts are concentrated in the United States, where factory farming has its stronghold, but are spreading rapidly to other parts of the world. Cargill's international financial violations are in line with its earlier U.S. lawbreaking. When world grain prices spiked in 2008, Cargill, along with Archer Daniels Midland, ADM, Bunge, and Louis Dreyfus Company, LDC, manipulated their accounts in Argentina to report merely trivial profits by falsifying their sales contracts and records, using fictitious transfer pricing in selling grain at low production prices to their own trading affiliates in offshore banking centers and tax havens. The practice was pioneered by the oil industry, as described below. Argentina sued these firms for tax arrears of $1 billion in 2011. The head of its revenue service, Ricardo Echegaray, accused these companies of criminality, explaining that 2008 was when agricultural commodities prices spiked and was the best year for them in prices, yet we could see that the companies with the biggest sales showed very little profit in this country. 10. 9 Mighty Earth, Cargill, the worst company in the world, 2019. https://stories.mightyearth.org/cargillel-worst-company-in-the-world. Cargill's co-conspirator in the above case, Archer Daniels Midland, founded in Chicago in 1902, has been the next most complicit in financial abuses. It started as a specialist in linseed oil, helping form the National Linseed Oil Trust that was sued by the Department of Justice in 1920 for violating the Sherman Antitrust Act by creating a spike in linseed oil costs between 1916 and 1918, raising the price from $0.50 per gallon to $1.80. The company also was prosecuted for price fixing in the international lysine market in 1993. 3 of its officers were sent to prison, and the company was fined $100 million, at that time the largest antitrust penalty on record. Kurt Esenwald's novel The Informant, 2000, was about the FBI investigation into this case, and a movie version, under the same name, was released in 2009. A priority of U.S. trade diplomacy since World War II has been to secure foreign markets for U.S. farmers. Grain, soybean, pork, and other farm exports have long been a mainstay in the U.S. trade balance, and hence of dollar diplomacy. U.S. officials have led the World Bank to lend for road building, ports and related infrastructure projects to promote plantation exports of tropical crops that do not compete with U.S. farm products. Countries run into foreign debt to hire mainly U.S. engineering and construction companies to facilitate these exports. Economies see their patrimony siphoned off as foreign-owned and export-oriented firms end up with their resource rents, aided by public infrastructure and transportation subsidies. World Bank loan policy is concentrated on tropical plantation export crops such as rubber, palm oil, bananas, and spices that do not compete with U.S. agribusiness, not on family-scale farming of domestic food crops. Its support for large-scale agribusiness over small-scale farming has been criticized by over 158 organizations and academics from around the world, especially for its benchmarking the business of agriculture, BBA, program started in 2013 and its enabling the business of agriculture, EBA, indicators backed also by the U.S. Agency for International Development, AID, the Gates Foundation and the British, Dutch, and Danish governments. In response to accusations of encouraging corporate land grabs and undermining smallholder farmers who produce 80% of food consumed in the developing world, the bank made some cosmetic changes and dropped its controversial land indicator. However, a recent report summarizes, its latest, 2019, EBA still reflects its strong bias for commercial agricultural inputs and monocropping, undermining food security, sustainability as well as customary land holdings. 11. 10. Felicity Lawrence, Argentina accuses world's largest grain traders of huge tax evasion, The Guardian, June 1, 2011. At issue is who should benefit from agricultural land, the local population and family farmers, or plantation owners and biotech firms such as Monsanto Bayer, Bunge, which also was expelled from Argentina, and Archer Daniels Midland, which oppose environmental regulation as well as restrictions on manipulative transfer pricing of the sort that the oil sector has made most notorious. 2. Oil and gas. Throughout history, labor productivity has largely reflected the rise in energy input per worker, from wind and water power to animal power, wood burning, coal, oil, nuclear, solar and geothermal power. Oil and gas remain critical to economic growth. Their control thus provides a choke point to control the world's geopolitics. That explains the overwhelming role of oil companies in Anglo-American diplomacy. The fight to block Russia's Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline by imposing sanctions on European companies aiding in its construction has been a focal point of today's new Cold War politics. Financializing oil rents. Until OPEC countries took control of their oil production after 1974, all U.S. oil imports were from foreign affiliates and branches of U.S. firms. That kept the balance of payments costs minimal, because the nominal price of oil imports was offset by charges that were not paid to foreign producers. These offsetting charges included the profits that head offices retained, managerial fees, shipping and port charges, payments to U.S. managers and U.S. labor working abroad, U.S. exports of drilling equipment and other capital goods used in the oil extraction process, and interest charges on advances and loans to foreign branches and affiliates. 11. Anish Chowdhury, is Development for the World Bank Mainly Doing Business, Naked Capitalism, November 15, 2020, originally published at the Interpress Service. See also the Oakland Institute Report, Calling on the World Bank to End the Enabling the Business of Agriculture, EBA, January 18, 2017. https://www.oaklandinstitute.org Calling World Bank End Enabling Business Agriculture. U.S. companies still organize their oil production abroad as foreign branches of their U.S. head offices. Their oil production operations are consolidated into the parent company balance sheet. That enables them to qualify for a U.S. depletion allowance, a tax-deductible credit supposed to reflect the cost of how much an oil company would have to spend in obtaining an equal amount of the oil being depleted. No restitution is made by this allowance to countries whose oil resources actually are being emptied out. When the U.S. income tax was enacted in 1913 by the 16th Amendment, following a 4-year fight after Congress had passed the tax in 1909, it was intended to capture economic rents. But by the 1920s, oil and mineral rent extractors had lobbied to free themselves from income taxation. The oil depletion allowance was an accounting fiction that made the oil sector effectively exempt from both U.S. and foreign income taxation. The next challenge was to avoid foreign taxes on oil production, refining and marketing. Oil industry lawyers and accountants created flags of convenience in the form of shipping and trading affiliates incorporated in offshore tax avoidance centers. Liberia and Panama have no income tax, and use the US dollar as their own currency, making themselves de facto parts of the US economy. For many decades U.S. oil majors sold the oil that they produced in Saudi Arabia and other Near Eastern countries at artificially low prices to their Panamanian or Liberian shipping and trading affiliates. These intermediaries then turned around and sold the oil they had bought at low prices to downstream distributors in the United States or Europe, at a transfer price high enough to leave no room for refineries or gas stations in Europe or other oil-consuming nations to report a profit to their own tax authorities. Earnings on the oil industry's foreign operations are reported as being made by the trading companies registered in countries where income is not taxed. A basic criterion of a modern state is the ability to issue its own money, and to levy taxes to give value to it. Flag of convenience countries relinquish these inherent rights of states. Panama and Liberia are not real states, nor are the small Caribbean and Pacific tax avoidance islands, Monaco and Liechtenstein. They are the neoliberal ideal of what a post-industrial state should be: no taxes on rentier income, no social spending, but existing simply to enable fictitious accounting to conceal where profits and natural resource rents really are made. Shifting the social costs of pollution off the oil polluters. Much like agribusiness, the oil and mining sectors are global polluters of land, water and air and seek to avoid liability for the environmental problems they cause. The 1989 Exxon Valdez 10 million gallon oil spill in Alaska is the most notorious oil tanker accident. It was followed by years of legal protest by Exxon to delay and ultimately evade having to make restitution for its pollution. Equally notorious is British Petroleum's 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill, resulting from the company avoiding the cost of having to properly seal its underwater well. BP's many misdemeanors and its felony count for lying to Congress reflect the industry's hardline opposition to environmental safety regulation. On a smaller scale, thousands of oil leaks from abandoned wells and gas fracking operations in the United States have left massive local cleanup costs. Many of the operations, incorporated individually to avoid liability, are long gone, leaving local authorities no recourse for the costs of cleanup. Even on current operations, the vast amounts of water being consumed by gas fracking have led to widespread water pollution. Television news shows depict kitchen sinks whose flow of water can be lit with a match and turned into flame. Diversion of water causes lower water tables and small earthquakes and tremors, making the earth as unsafe as the local water supply. These problems are capped by the oil sector's long-time refusal to acknowledge its role in causing global warming, extreme weather and rising sea levels. Government policy also is often to blame. Development of Canada's Athabasca tar sands in Alberta put the goal of U.S. energy independence ahead of environmental responsibility, at the cost of enormous pollution and oil spills through the pipelines laid to bring the province's dirty oil to the United States. It takes 4 gallons of water to make a barrel of tar sand oil. Back in 1976, when I was a consultant to the Energy Research and Development Agency, ERDA, for its study of gas liquefaction, my protest over the cost of water being counted as zero was excluded from the official report so as to make it seem that tar sand hydrocarbons were economic to exploit instead of needing subsidies of free water. Isolating oil-producing countries that break from U.S. diplomacy. After 1973–74, oil-exporting countries, OPEC, sought a more equitable share in the gains from trade by taking control of their oil reserves and quadrupling their oil export prices. But even industrial nations that have kept control of their oil have suffered from the oil curse, Dutch disease. Norway's North Sea oil has forced its currency up to such high levels that its industry is priced out of world markets. It ultimately solved this problem, as did Saudi Arabia, by recycling oil export earnings into U.S. and other foreign financial and arms markets, which became the ultimate recipients of the oil rents. Libya sought independence from the dollar bloc. Muammar Gaddafi took the lead in using its oil to develop a national social welfare and educational system. He hoped to create a gold-based African currency area, and kept Libya's foreign exchange earnings in gold instead of dollars, ejected foreign military bases, and turned to China for construction instead of going to the World Bank. These actions led the United States, France, and Britain to mount a NATO attack in 2011 that tortured and killed Gaddafi and destroyed Libya. Its gold reserves disappeared, and U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton distributed its arms to ISIS fighters to attack Syria and Iraq to prevent these nations from using their oil for their own domestic growth. On January 26, 2017, and again on February 26, 2018, President Trump insisted that the U.S. had a right to Iraqi and Syrian oil as reparations for the cost of attacking these countries. 12 At a January 2020 campaign rally, Trump reiterated America's right to seize the natural resources of any country that it attacked, as compensation for the costs of mounting the attack, with no reparations to devastate countries unlucky enough to have resources desired by U.S., British or French investors. People said to me, "Why are you staying in Syria?" Trump said. "Because I kept the oil, which frankly we should have done in Iraq," he added, to cheers and applause from the audience. The president has previously criticized his predecessors for not profiting off Iraqi oil wells. 12 This was a long-standing position for Trump. "I still can't believe we left Iraq without the oil," he tweeted on January 23, 2013. And while campaigning for the presidency on September 7, 2016, he told Today Show anchor Matt Lauer, "If we're going to get out, take the oil. It used to be, to the victor belong the spoils. Now, there was no victor there,